Hey everybody, it's Aldo Gandhi, and I just want to let you know really quickly that our swag shop is reopened. DeepDishTees.com is where you go, and that's tees with T-E-E-S. Clever name, guys. They're the new home of our merchandise. You can get t-shirts, you can get caps, you can get coffee mugs, you can get hoodies, you can get all sorts of good stuff, and you'll help out the bar room with the purchase. So head over to DeepDishTees.com.
Put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Don't believe them. Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Lara, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did. Oh, I can still smell it.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
Come on the show, Eric. If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God. And I did.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
Just talking about Khalil Mack. You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk. I'm miserable all the time.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
I'm the one that usually blacks out. So Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong? That's why I watch porn.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
Yeehaw! I am feeling good, Dan McGuire. How are you feeling, brother?
I'm really eager to be on tonight because I was so unhappy with last week's show.
Oh, yeah. After the show, you texted me and said, oh, I was terrible. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I said, I think, like, Jesus Christ. I mean, there's no excuse because, ironically, I felt that the week before, the week we had Mike Schaefer on, was a dynamite show.
Mm-hmm.
In both instances, I had no sleep. So I can't crutch on and say, well, damn, I was in there with 2 hours of sleep. Nah, it was the week before. I just felt like I didn't have it last week, and I didn't want to say it while we were on air, but after I left, that's what I was thinking, like, shit. And it's like, again, we talk so many sex stories. It's a day where, you know, you got laid, but damn, like you weren't good. You know, like that's what it felt like. I got mine, but damn, she didn't get hers. You know?
That's hilarious. Well, I thought you were fine. Yeah, it wasn't one of our greatest shows, but I thought you were fine. And I do think that there were a couple of times where you sounded a little bit tired. And I know that you told me you probably only had one night where you got like 6 or 7 hours sleep. The rest of the nights were all 2 or 3 hours.
That's correct. I did 3 straight weeks of 84 hours, but I only have a normal schedule this week. I've got some more next week, but as of right now, I'm on a normal schedule this week, so I'm feeling pretty well.
Well, I'm glad that you're feeling well, but you're probably also overheated because you're telling me the air conditioner in your house now has been out for like 10 days or something like that.
Oh, it's been longer than that. It's about 3 weeks.
Holy shit, man.
So again, initially I filed a claim with American Home Shield, and it took 4 or 5 days for them to work out because wherever their call center is, they literally asked me when I was talking to them, like, what time is it where you are? And I was up sleepless night because, there's no fucking air. And I was hot. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, but they're 24/7. So I was going to fuck with them because, hey, I want an appointment. And she goes, yeah, it's 5:30 p.m. here. And I'm like, it's 5:30 a.m. here. So they're 12 hours, whatever side of the world they're on. There's no communication I don't want to sound like a bigot. I'm just saying, like, they can't talk English, and I can't, even if they understand like enough to read a script, they can't really understand my responses because I'm off the grid here, you know?
Right.
And eventually they get an appointment. Dude comes out and he's like, man, it's your compressor. So he's like, we don't have that in stock, you know? But he's like, so American Home Shield will have to ship the compressor to them, and then they'll come and install it. And then for like 2 weeks, it just said approval, claim approved. Now it finally says, quote, parts ordered. So I don't know if I'm waiting for it to say parts shipped. I don't know. I called and they were like, they said something. This is before it changed to parts ordered. There was something like, this is between our your local contractor and our parts department. Well, we can't talk about this with you. That's essentially what they said.
What's the name of this company again? Because we're gonna fucking embarrass the shit out of them on our show, so that way
let's wait till they fix my fucking my heat pump. It's called American Home Shield. I've never had any problems with them before this. Again, it allegedly covers my refrigerator, my washer, my dryer, my hot water heater, my heat pump. And they've worked on my heat pump several times. Once it was the motor to turn the fan blade. Once it was the fan blade. And once whatever it keeps it like your refrigerator from freezing, that part messed up. So they had to fix all these things before. And I pay my, $75 a month. And whenever they come out, it's $135 on a deductible. So assuming that that's what it is, it's worth it. But goddamn, it's summertime, and not only am I dying, the poor cats are too. They're just chilling in the garage on the concrete because it's so hot. I mean, it's bad, man. Like, I have ceiling fans and box fans going, but it's still like upstairs. When I came to work today, it was 84.
Jeez. That's just criminal what they're doing to you. I mean, given that it's dangerously high heat out there. And you're like me. You're not, a fix-it man. You're not good with your hands unless you're, doing something else in the bedroom there.
I can help the ladies rub one off if that's what you're getting at. Yes. Yeah, but I'm not. I'm definitely not a Bob Vila type or the Dirty Jobs guy, whatever his name was, because somebody might say, who's Bob Vila?
Really?
Yeah, because it's, somebody born in 95 maybe has never heard of him.
Yeah.
But for like 2 decades, he was the face of Sears.
He was the face of Sears and America's Mr. Fix-It guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. So wherever Bob Vila is, he can do everything that I can't do anything.
Yeah, so, he's dead, by the way. Bob Vila died just many years ago, I think, about 10 years ago.
I had no idea. No disrespect to Bob Vila.
No, not at all. We love you, Bob. Hopefully you can come down from the heavens and fix this guy's fucking compressor, because that's bullshit, man.
Yeah, they were saying, because I was like, I was told that if the whole system would shit the bed, they would replace the whole unit, and a new unit's like $9,000, so that's why I initially signed up, because my homeowner's insurance told me like the only thing it would ever cover is if it got struck by lightning. So I thought, well, fuck, I'm never going to just have $9,000 to throw away at any given moment.
Right.
Disposable cash. So I bought this insurance at that time. And so I said, well, install a new one then. If it's, you can't get it. They said, well, because of COVID and aluminum shortage, we don't have any new ones either.
And that's a legit excuse. The COVID thing has ruined service for so many companies, and so it's been very disruptive. So if you've never had problems with them in the past, then they give them the benefit of the doubt here. But man, oh man, 3 weeks without air conditioning, shit.
The only thing I can say, if it gets fixed, is it's going to really help my power bill this summer. Because, because right now I don't know how you all do it wherever anybody listening lives, but I do a budget each month. So I pay like, $230 a month. And at the end of the year, you pay what it is,
right.
Whether they owe you or you owe them, because sometimes the winter months in my house can be like $500-600 for heat, but then it usually equals out. But right now, leading into this other month, I was like $520 some in the hole. But again, I'm assuming this month my bill's going to be like $100. So, or maybe less. Who knows? So that's the only good thing, is that my AEP bill is going to decrease steadily with not being able to use the heat pump.
There you go. Hey, Steven Zimmerman and I were talking about maybe heading down to Tennessee for that third preseason game, because he's going to be in town. And then after we were planning it, and he said, hey, if this all works out, should we invite Dan? Maybe he can drive down and meet us. And then he sent me back and said, oh, shit, I got tickets to the White Sox game, and the game starts at the very same time. So unfortunately, we're not going to go to Tennessee, but if that would have happened, that would have been cool. The three of us down there meet up with some other Bears fans. But given that that's not going to happen, I want to let everybody know that Dan and I and a bunch of other guys are going to be down for the Chicago Bears' third regular season game. That's the Cleveland Browns. We'll give you more details as we get a little closer. But if you're going down for that Bears Cleveland game, we'd love to meet up with you. And maybe Dan and I will do a show down there, and we'll find a location where we could do it live and have you folks be in the audience and interact with us. So that would be cool. More details on that. How excited are you about that, Dan?
Well, that will be fun. It would be my pleasure to meet everybody, so because it's one of those things, like, I'm so far away from the majority of the listeners.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to use the cliche like it's once in a lifetime, but it kind of feels like that,
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully not, because I strongly believe that I'm going to make it to Soldier Field at some point, and can be of service for a weekend or whatever heading into a Bears game. That's probably not going to happen this season, but maybe 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Bears, it's so hard to get tickets there. The stadium's so small, and just to get a shit ticket is like $400. You know, so
it sucks. It really does. Hopefully they move out to Arlington Heights, where I live, in a nice 75,000, 80,000 foot arena, and I can walk over to the stadium. That would be nice. By the way, I've had a couple of people reach out to me and say they're making plans to go to Cleveland, and besides attending the game, they're anxious to meet us. And one guy in particular told me that he wants to replicate the photograph of you and Marilyn Manson, where Manson is grabbing your nuts, but he wants to do it the other way around, where you're grabbing that other guy's nuts. Are you open for that?
I've never grabbed another man's, not that I'm homophobic, but I don't know. Maybe if I get some sauce in me, if it's just a picture and I've had some beer, maybe, I don't know.
Adam in the chat room says that, Dan, I'm 41 years old and been a Bears fan my whole life. Finally made it in 2019 for a game, his 40th birthday, and he also agrees with you that those fucking tickets are so damned expensive.
Where's this gentleman from?
Adam, where are you from? I think you had mentioned once prior where you were from on a different show, but I don't recall. Adam is one of our diehard barflies. I hope we rarely use that name anymore, but I'll call him a barfly unless he doesn't want me to. But Adam tunes into shows that he's not even a fan of. For instance, somebody just told me that Adam is a Cubs fan, but he tunes into our White Sox show religiously and is always retweeting it. So that's very nice of him. Adam is from Oklahoma. He's an Okie.
Oh yeah, so that's quite the haul for him as well. Then.
Yeah, indeed.
It's like I said, for me to drive to Chicago would be 11 plus hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what it would be for him. I don't know if he flew. Maybe that's an alternative as well, or even the Amtrak. But still, I would probably just drive, so I don't have to worry about connecting and missing flights. And, just drive so you can just make your own schedule.
Right. I was thinking about flying to Cleveland, but my wife talked me into driving. So, and she's got a $1 million life insurance on me. So she's probably looked at the odds. What's the best way we can get him to get killed? He says go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, Adam was just saying that the drive from Oklahoma to Soldier Field was about 9 hours.
Yeah, so it's about the same, a little more for me than I just took an insurance policy on myself last week, ironically, for $50,000 in case I die, and it's going to cost me $8 a month.
Wow, that's not bad, Dan.
I don't want to. When my sister died in 16, we eventually had to get her cremated because the insurance wouldn't cover for her funeral. And I don't want to be cremated. Again, it's weird. Like, I'm not religious, but I still am weary of ever saying like, oh, well, your God's not real. Or, I always think in the back of my mind, like, what if, I'm never one of these people that says you're wrong. So having said that, setting me on fire here feels like a bad omen for where I'm headed. Like, I don't want to start burning here. Maybe that means I go to hell.
It's a preview.
Such a place.
It's a preview of what's ahead for you for eternity.
Yeah, so I just want to be buried, man. So yeah, I said 50 grand should put me in a goddamn box somewhere.
There you go. Adam says that game that he went to in 2019 was week 4 against the Vikings, and that was the game that Mitch got hurt in, but the Bears won. You remember that game very well, don't you?
No, that's actually I missed that game. I was in Louisville, Kentucky. Of course, I watched it. I was going to a music festival, which was actually the last concert I attended because of COVID up to this point. It was called Louder Than Life. And that was the last day of the festival. I did see some of the first quarter because the majority of the bands on the last day that I wanted to see played at night. So and it just so happened in Kentucky, that was the game they had because that was a late kick. Like it was a 3:25 Central kick. So they had it in my hotel room. So I watched some of the first quarter as it happened. And my entire goal was to get home the next day and watch it as if it were live. And I'll sidebar just a second to explain. You remember Pacquiao and Mayweather?
Yeah, sure.
The fight. I dropped 100 on that, but again, I was at a music festival and I managed to make it all the way through the weekend and not know what happened. And then I got home on Monday and watched the fight and did not know what happened. So I was hoping to do that again, but at some point in the mosh pit, I have no idea how or why, but somebody said something like, God, the Bears just fucking steamrolled the Vikings today. And then when I heard that, I just pulled it up on my phone. I was like, really? but Mitch got hurt that day. And then Chase Daniel had a good game and then was awful every other time he was in there.
Isn't it amazing that a lot of these backup quarterbacks, they have good games when they come into a game in that backup role, but you start them in the game and they play like a really bad backup. Obviously Foles and Chase Daniels are two examples of that.
Josh McCown, maybe?
Josh McCown. Well, Josh had a couple of good starts because
that Dallas game, he was on fire the Ditka night.
Yeah, I mean, that had fans legitimately asking me, hey, would we be better off with Josh McCown? Now, of course, Jay Cutler was a better quarterback athletically, had the better arm, just as was a better overall talent. But McCown seemed to have a really excellent grasp of that offense, and he did it for an entire 4 quarters against a fairly decent Dallas team on a primetime stage, and that was super effing impressive, man.
And Ditka still sounded like Ditka, even though it was cold that night. Like he's on that show, the one I was telling you about on Vice this past week, Dark Side of the Field or whatever it's called. It's Dark Side of something to do with football. The wrestling version of it's called Dark Side of the Ring. But this week they had an extensive show about dealing with pain. And players dealing with pain. It was really good. I had lots of footage of people taking hits and stuff. But they had Ditka and McMahon were both on there.
Oh, cool.
And Ditka sounds so old now. Yeah. Again, when he's like, go Bears at that Dallas game, he just sounded cold.
Yes.
Now he sounds like he's 97.
Yes, he does. When he was on the Mike North Advantage last year, he didn't sound real well. And this was about, I'm guessing, 6 to 8 months after he had that heart incident. And I'll call it a heart incident because I'm not sure anybody really knew if it was a full-blown heart attack or whatever it was. But after that, he has sounded much weaker now. But He still has all his faculties. He's still doing speaking. I saw an ad that he did recently, and he sounded very old, but he's still out there pitching, what he does best, making money. So
the show
God
on
bless
Vice,
him.
man, he would direct his comments toward you. He said to someone that's not a McMahon guy, he said Jim McMahon was arguably the toughest player we had. The guy was always fighting through fucking injuries and was the face of the franchise at that point. And in terms of what he embodied and how much effort he put into it and stuff, he was just saying
way. No fucking way.
He said there's no way they win the Super Bowl without Jim as this quarterback. He said, Jim is my quarterback. If I could have one quarterback, I have Jim.
Yeah. Well, if he heard what Jim has been saying about him recently, he'd probably take all those comments back.
Oh man, and they had McMahon. They didn't even get into like the story that I thought they were going to talk about is the one that's kind of led to all of his problems now. Before they started flushing his head and all that, was when he had a broken neck as a member of the Vikings, and they told him he had a headache or whatever. Or even the Charles Martin or whatever, but they tell the story about the 84 game against the Raiders. And McMahon was like, as soon as he gets hit, he's just like, oh, fuck, what the, he's like, immediately he's internally bleeding, but he doesn't know it. He gets into the locker room at the halftime to go take a piss before he comes out, and he's pissing purple-looking blood. He's like, oh, shit, that's not good. He says, I go to the trainer who's he's smoking a cigarette and has a drink of whiskey. And he's like, you're fine. Just go ahead and go back into the game. You're fine.
Jesus. And
so he starts the second half, and he said that he calls one play, and the lineman said, get the fuck out of here. You're not right. They kick him out, and then he goes to the hospital, and he almost died. And his career was almost over that day because the doctor, I didn't even know this part of it. The doctor wanted to remove his kidney that day.
That day? Holy shit.
Yeah, he had a lacerated kidney, and the doctor said, we have to take it. He says, if you take it, I'll never play again. He said, if you can function on one kidney, but the NFL will not allow you to play with one kidney.
Oh, wow.
So McMahon said, I had to bet on myself. And he said it ended up healing on its own, but the doctor told him at the time he didn't think it would. So he had to bet on himself. And like Jim says at the end of it, he's like, I can't stand to watch football now. And even then I couldn't stand to watch it if I wasn't playing. He's like, I love to play, and I wanted to play, but I hate watching it. I can't be a spectator. So that's why I didn't like to watch film or any of that shit. He's like, I had to play. And he's like, I couldn't give that up. Well, I'll tell you, and the Bears judge staff was like, you're fine. Go ahead and play. And he could have died that night.
Yeah. Back then, the Bears had a really poor training staff and medical team. I don't want to mention the guy's name because, I'll mention the guy's name. Fred Cato was the Bears trainer at the time, and he was the trainer for almost 2 decades, I believe. And there have been a lot of complaints about how he ran things. Also, the doctor, and I've forgotten the doctor's name, but he got a lot of criticism for how he cared for the players. But I do want to say this: I was shaking my head here. Obviously, you don't have access to the video. So I was shaking my head when you were saying that Mike Ditka was saying that, McMahon embodied what the team was. And I'm not at all downplaying McMahon's toughness because he was a tough son of a bitch. But Walter Payton, of course, by far exemplified what it meant to be the face of the franchise, to be a guy who put his body and soul out there. McMahon put his body out there, but he was also reckless. Peyton was never reckless. Peyton played with great fury and a great will to win. McMahon sometimes was showboating. He was doing things that were irresponsible and were inviting the vitriol of the opposing team. And so that's why they would throw him around, and that's why they treated him like a rag doll, didn't treat him with any respect, because he was inviting that. All of those concussions that Jim McMahon had to, talk about reckless. I think half of them were from Keith Van Horn and the rest of his offensive linemen were butt helmets. And so I think that he, there were just certain things. And again, I'm very appreciative of what Jim McMahon brought and did for the organization and for the city, bringing a Super Bowl, helping to bring a Super Bowl. So I say this criticism, carefully. But
I say to you real quick again, 49-17 as the Bears quarterback.
Yeah, it's truly, truly fantastic. And of course, if it was a different quarterback, it would not have been 49 wins. It would have been 48. I'm not just kidding. But my point is that he could have had a longer career. He could have had a more successful career if he was a nicer guy, if he was nicer to the game.
Well, on the flip side of that, one of the guys that is just beloved, and I'm transitioning from a different sport, but one of the guys that is an American icon is Muhammad Ali, and that's a guy who constantly belittled his opponents, and showboated, and just put himself over constantly, like an extreme narcissist, and he's beloved. So, I mean,
well, and
I'm just saying, just because Jim was.
And McMahon is beloved too. I think I'm in a minority when I say these criticisms of McMahon, and I've said similar criticisms about Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was my boyhood hero. When I was 9 years old, and he was fighting Joe Frazier, I cried in that first fight when Frazier knocked him down in the 15th round. And the decision was made and Frazier won. I cried. I wanted Ali because I grew up in New York, and as a kid, I would see the headlines, the tabloid newspapers, Cassius Clay this, and I'm learning how to read and reading about Cassius Clay. And then the military thing happened. He changes his name to Muhammad Ali. So I followed his career fervently, and I was just a big fan. But as I grew older and I learned about some of the things that he did and how he treated Joe Frazier and the insensitive things that he
was
said.
Giving him money and everything.
Yeah, Frazier gave him money, exactly. Then I was
Joe was giving him money, helped him get his boxing license back.
Right.
And he immediately turned on him and was calling him all these racial epithets that Joe went to his fucking grave hurt over.
Exactly. I was, yes, Muhammad Ali is a special human being, and he deserves to be loved and admired around the world by people because he did things that were tremendous in the fight for Black equality, for so many social causes and stuff. But there were certain things in his behavior that, it was, for me as his fan, it became a little difficult for me to reconcile. But at the same time, who the fuck is perfect? I know I'm not. I'm freaking lucky my wife forgives me for half the shit that I do, and the other half she's not talking to me still about. So I get it, that we're not perfect, and so I shouldn't apply a standard to Ali that I have not followed myself. But yeah, I gotta admit, Ali, McMahon, those kind of flawed heroes. Sometimes, I just want to be fair and kind of point out their imperfections.
The thing about Ali, and again, all this was, watching it when it already had occurred, because when I was born, I think the Holmes fight was right before I was born too, like the same month. So like the only fight he ever had when I was alive was the Trevor Berbick fight. Wow. So I had to watch everything, in hindsight.
Right.
And I didn't see him as Cassius Clay at the peak. Obviously, even if it were live, I didn't see, my experiences with Ali have been basically the 70s. And there's so many fights that he lost and just given victories, such as the Ken Norton and the Ken Norton trilogy. The last one was as big a fix as there's ever been in sports, in my opinion. When all three commentators, everybody in the fucking stadium, Ken Norton cried when he lost. He knew that everybody knew Ali lost, and they gave it to him.
Yes.
Just because of his name recognition. And then, that's sickening to me. But yeah, I get why he's an icon and stuff, and I don't want to sound like I'm belittling the champ, because I'm not.
Yeah.
It's just I wish I would have seen him at his peak.
Yeah.
Because even like I even watched the Liston fight. There's the controversy. Did Liston take a dive?
Yeah.
In the second fight. So to me, Ali's always got like, it seems like there's always like help on his side.
Yeah, the Phantom Punch, I think it was called, which was the second fight against Liston, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
And you watch the replays, and it just doesn't look like there's any contact at all. Down goes Liston, and
he dies in a hotel like 5 years later alone.
Exactly. There was something really bad going on in his life with connections to the mob and so forth. But
let me reference one thing to you before we get back to the Bears.
Sure.
I know we usually do this at the end of the show, but it's flowing tonight.
Good.
There's a good documentary. There's been one part, and I swear this wasn't even in my, well, maybe it was under the, like subconsciously I wanted to go this way, but it really was just in the flow of McMahon. But there's a documentary on Showtime called something like The Kings or The Four Kings.
Isn't it The King of Kings, the Foreman Ali?
No. This one juxtaposes America in the 70s, like let's say Carter and going into Reagan, with the end of Ali's tenure, and where does the world go from here? And it chronicles Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran, Marvin Hagler, and Tommy Hearns.
Wow.
And and it's just like, right now it ended with the Duran Leonard fight. That's the end of the first episode. And, it just shows you like how Ray Leonard was just handpicked to be the next guy. Like all of his fights were on TV. Mm-hmm. He was the Olympian, and like Cosell loved him. And then you got a guy like Hagler who is like working his ass off, and because he doesn't have pizzazz, like nobody gives a shit. Mm-hmm. And he's just beating everybody. And then you got a guy like Duran who just fucking resents Leonard so much for everything he's given. Mm-hmm. And then the same thing, like Tommy Hearns, which again is managed by, I didn't know, the local guy for me, Emmanuel Stewart.
Right.
They're arguing that like Ray's ducking them. And so they were just saying that these four fighters basically saved boxing at the time after Ali lost, because like where could you go from there for Americans, and that they saved boxing. And I can say this, watching a lot of these fights, now the Duran ones I watched later because I was too young. The Duran, the first fight is incredible. And I find myself rooting for Duran in this fight as I'm watching it, even though he's technically not an American, but he's Puerto Rican. So it's like, it's an American territory.
No. Duran was from.
That's right. He's Panama.
Right,
I'm sorry.
Panama.
He was from Panama. That's my fault. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't feel like he's like, Drago and Rocky IV.
That's right.
But he doesn't feel like a foreigner to me, is what I'm saying. He just feels like a guy who just happens to be of Hispanic descent.
Right.
Like I find myself rooting for him in that fight. And I know for a fact, watching the Hagler fight, like there's no way Ray Leonard beat Hagler. Mm-hmm. Like that's another one. I watched that one live as a kid, and I thought Marvelous Marvin Hagler was cheated in that one.
He certainly was.
Isn't it amazing though? Like in such a negative, like Duran's whole life, he gets like what he wanted, and then it's like again Shakespearean. That night he gets the belt, he gets everything he's always worked for, like 10 years of getting there, and then it like. In the next fight, it all ends.
Yep.
It's like he gets what he wants, and then that's it. He loses everything.
Right. And it doesn't just end. It ends with global ridicule. I mean, he quit. And the words that still have meaning today, no mas, are uttered, for so many things outside of the sports world. People will say no mas, and immediately people know it. That means, no more. And it's because of Roberto Duran and the way that he quit against Sugar Ray and the way Sugar Ray was embarrassing him. I went to see that fight with my brother and a couple of our buddies. We were in our late teens, so we were fucked up. We were like drinking and smoking, and it was in a movie theater because it was a closed circuit fight.
Oh, the closed circuit. Yeah, right. Yeah. How much do you think you would have paid to have gotten in at those kind of events?
I think we paid $10 to get in, and we bought Richard's Wild Irish Rose wine, a couple of what we call bricks of that, and had plenty of marijuana cigarettes, and a couple of guys were doing coke. I didn't do coke at the time, but it was about 6 of us. We crowded in there, and by the time the fight started, we were totally fucking blasted. We were up at the balcony of what I believe was the Gateway Theater on Lawrence Avenue here in Chicago. And my brother was a huge Sugar Ray fan. My brother always loved the
your brother, is that the Steeler fan?
Yes, exactly. He loves the Steelers. He loved the 76ers at the time with Dr. J. He loved all the best teams at the time. And so I was always the contrarian. Well, if you love Sugar Ray, then I'm going to be rooting for Duran here because I don't like you, my dear brother. No, I'm just kidding. But so Duran beats the shit out of Sugar in that first round. I shouldn't say he beat the shit out of him, but strategically, Leonard just chose a terrible, terrible way to fight.
But and if I can interject on that, the
Please.
thing, if you don't mind me interrupting,
No.
I think Sugar Ray, though, got what he needed with that, other than the fact that he lost. He proved to people that he had honor and that he wasn't a paper champion because he stood up to the big bully, essentially, and he fought the other guy's fight, and still, I think one of the judges had it even.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like he fought the other guy's fight to prove a point.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That he wasn't a coward. So I think even though he lost,
right,
in the end, he got so much respect for that, though.
He did. I give you that, but it's still, he lost. And so I think it was a bad strategy. You do what you do best. And that's what he did in the second fight, and he just fucking humiliated Duran. He was doing the bolo punches and just, winding up with his right and then jabbing with the left. He just fucking humiliated. And it was obvious that Duran didn't have a stomach ache like he claimed after the fight. No. He just quit because he was being embarrassed, and he was so frustrated that he was being embarrassed and he couldn't hit Sugar because Sugar was doing what he did best, which was an imitation of Muhammad Ali, right? He was a younger or a smaller version. What was a welterweight version of the heavyweight champion of all time, Muhammad Ali. And so, that being that,
if you think if Duran just comes out, and again, he still doesn't own it. If you watch the 30 for 30, all these years later, he still. I mean, Sugar Ray tried to get him to come out and just say, "Okay, I quit because." And what is the because? He wanted to help him, like he really cared about him, because this guy had like national ridicule after, losing this fight. But do you think if he would have just come out and said, fuck, man, I wasn't in shape. I celebrated too goddamn much. I took the fight on short notice, or at least the training, didn't do that. I got aggravated. I fucking quit. But I promise everybody I'll train my ass off for 6 months. And the third fight, I'm coming back to win my belt. I mean, don't you think they could have had that fight in like November of 81 and he could have gotten it all back?
Yep.
If he'd have just said, I fucking got aggravated and I said, fuck this, and I was wrong.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you. I think pride got in the way. I think humiliation got in the way, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is a guy who in Panama, he was a god. And so you just, having to go back to that island country and face his fellow Panamanians had to be, so it's an island country, isn't it? Am I getting that wrong? Panama? Yeah, it's an island country, isn't it?
I believe so. And then, of course, we gave them the canal there around the same time.
Right. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If it's an island country, then it can't. The Panama Canal could not have existed. It must, anyway. I don't want to get into a geography lesson here, but he was just fucking ridiculed by the whole thing. But you're absolutely right. I totally agree. If he could have handled that much better and vowed to get back into the ring and give a better effort, the whole no mas thing probably would have been forgotten by now. All right, I want to let people know that it is about 40 minutes into the show, and in about 40 minutes, we're going to have a guest, Larro Golden, who is the co-host of Bulls 101, one of our 2 Chicago Bulls show here on the network. Larro is also a huge Chicago Bears fan, and so when he and I were talking Saturday night before the episode of Bulls 101, he was telling me, man, I love basketball. I watched 20 hours of tape this week, but I keep thinking about this upcoming Bears season. I'm just so excited. And so he was just going on and on about the Bears, and I go, wait a minute, stop. Save it for Tuesday. Well, what's Tuesday? You're going to be at Gaslamp, Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls. So he's going to join us at 9 o'clock here live Central, 10 o'clock out in the East. But before he joins us, I want to talk a little bit about the Bears, primarily Justin Fields, quarterback Justin Fields. There was a great interview done by Peggy Kaczynski, who does a podcast called The Sportscaster and Her Son, and one of the distribution outlets that she has is here on the Barroom Network. So if you want to see any of her podcasts, just check our iTunes, Podbean channels, and so forth, and scroll, and you'll find them. And the last 2 episodes have been with a doctor named Scott Goldman. And Scott Goldman was the guy who performed a intelligence test on Justin Fields. It's called the Athlete's Intelligence Quotient, AIQ. And what it measures is the ability to acquire information, process it, and then apply it, which of course kind of fits in perfectly to what a football quarterback does, right? He acquires the information in the classroom and then on the football field and applies it, and then goes out in the game and executes it. Well, during the course of the interview, this is almost like really dramatic, Dan. Peggy gets a call from Justin Fields' agent because she had reached out to the agent and said, do you think we can reveal Justin Fields' test scores? And so during the course of the interview, the agent calls her or texts her or whatever it was and says, yes, you can do it. And so I want to play you a clip from that show, and it starts right now, I believe. Well, wrong one. We'll do it this way.
First thing that stands out is his scores are very consistent and parallel with a couple of league MVPs and Super Bowl winners of recent late. So he has a profile that matches some of that performance that we've seen. Remember, you were asking earlier about, trends. And so he's consistent with some of the people who are trending very high right now in the league. The other thing that was exceptional was that he had no identified weaknesses. Like, all of his scores were either average, above average, or superior.
Oh my
And I
gosh.
think that's really noticeable because most people have at least 1 or 2 weaknesses somewhere. He had no weaknesses in his profile, which I thought was really impressive from a cognitive standpoint. And then the thing that I think was most impressive was there's an area called learning efficiency, which is your ability to download information and then recall it later. And that's the test that he ceilinged out, meaning he got a perfect score on it, 2 standard deviations above the norm. He was in the 99th percentile, meaning if you tell him something, he's apt to remember it and remember it quickly and recall it later with accuracy, which I think has a real advantage when it comes to the quarterback position, given how much they have to learn. So you can either give them a bigger playbook and they can digest it as fast as somebody doing an average playbook, or you can give them an average playbook and they'll get it faster than those that are scoring an average score on the learning efficiency category.
I highly, highly encourage you to listen to the entire interview, and it's actually a 2-parter. And the Sportscaster and Her Son, one of the cool things about it, it's a 30-minute podcast. And I've got to listen to so many podcasts with that. When I scroll down and I'm going to go listen to the next one, and one is 30 minutes long, I go, oh, thank you, hallelujah. But so the part 1 is Dr. Goldman explaining the test and how it works and what it does and how it's been applied in the past and how it relates to different positions for a running back or a defensive lineman and a quarterback and so forth. And then part 2 is when they talk specifically about Justin Fields. And that one is actually a little longer than 30 minutes. It's about 40 minutes, and I highly recommend both episodes. But if you only have time to listen to one of the two episodes, then definitely listen to number 2. We released it here on the Bar Room on Monday, so you can find it here on our YouTube channel, and you can also find it on our audio podcast networks, which are available on iTunes, Spotify, you name it, everywhere. Dan, I got to ask you, how smart are you? You ever taken an IQ test or anything like that?
No, I'm not good at those kind of tests. For one, that I don't know how else to describe it. It seems like all those like tests put a bunch of shapes together and colors together.
Yeah.
I'm partially colorblind.
Oh, really? I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, it's in one of my eyes. I don't know which one, but I was told this when I was, like 20 or something. But if you put a bunch of colors together, you remember Predator?
Yeah.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
Sure.
At the very end, like when the Predator can't see him when he's got all the mud and shit on him, and Arnold's like basically camouflage with the mud, and the Predator can't see him. Mm-hmm. That could happen to me. If things are grouped together, I can't see it. Like, for example, at my other job at 911, if I'm looking at what we call the pictometry, like let's say we're sending somebody to your house because, I don't know, someone's having, a seizure, whatever. And we can't find your residence. I'll try to use Google Maps to, see what your residence looks like, et cetera. But if the red, a lot of times there'll be like a red arrow that shows which one it is and it's aerial. I'll have to get someone to point out where the red is to me because I can't see it.
Oh, wow.
Because it's like in the trees and shit. And if the colors are together, like if you're wearing a shirt, I can see what color it is. But if it's grouped with a bunch of others, it can almost mask, and then I'm blind by it. So on all those tests, I can't see shit when they're together. So I fear that I wouldn't do strongly on those either. I got to tell you
real quickly, when we're in Cleveland for the football game and we're in the hotel room, I'm going to dress in camo and sneak into your room and fuck you in the ass, and you won't know who it is. Just kidding.
No, but it's only when like shapes and like geometry and stuff like that, when there's a bunch of colors together, and all of those IQ tests have that. So I've always been sort of afraid to take them because I don't want people to say that I'm uneducated or stupid because of that, because I can't see it.
Sure.
But I was an overachiever in school anyway, and at least in college. And at high school, I was right where I would be, a B student, like just not trying. Then I worked my balls off in college and finished with a 3.6, but that was all from hard work. But I'm okay smart is what I'm saying, but I'm not. Justin Fields apparently is the fucking real deal and extremely smart. I'm okay smart.
Well, and that's, one of the reasons I found this interview so interesting is because there were a lot of reports about Mitchell Trubisky's intelligence level. And I'm sure that the Bears did the intelligence quotient test with him and so forth. I'd love to know what the results were. I could probably find out what his Wonderlic score was. I think it was like 24 with 38 being the highest, if I remember correctly. But it was clear that he had issues with processing things on the football field. And in that interview, one of the great follow-up questions that Peggy asked is, he's been criticized, Justin Fields has, for his sometimes processing things on the field a little late. So your test scores are saying that he can process quickly, but that was probably the one blemish that he had in college football, is that he didn't always. And so he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that the test results aren't an indicator of for sure this guy can do stuff this way. So there's that caveat. But he also said that there might be other issues going on in the football field, like a running back or a wide receiver running the route incorrectly, those kinds of things. So, it's difficult to say. And I got to tell you, watching tape on Justin Fields over the course of the last several weeks since he's been drafted, I try to watch every now and then. I try to watch a little bit of it. The whole processing thing, I don't see that as a huge issue, at least for the 6 games that he played this past season. So I'm not quite sure. And I'm not a quarterback savant. I can't break down tape like a draft Dr. Phil or Danny Schimmon or Neil Stepchowski. So take that with, for what it's worth. But I don't think that his processing is going to be a problem. He tends to hold on to the ball a little longer because he wants to make those big plays. He loves to throw the ball downfield, and he throws it very accurately. So here's
look at the guy that we always have to talk about, Rodgers. He holds onto the ball way too long. All the time, and usually it fucking works out.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Well, part of it is because while Rodgers doesn't have the athleticism of Justin Fields, Rodgers does have incredible pocket presence and escapability in the pocket, and he can create time for himself. Now, I expect the same thing out of Justin Fields. He is going to create more time to throw the ball, and he is also going to pick up more yards per attempt than an Aaron Rodgers or any other quarterback in the NFL other than Lamar Jackson and maybe another one or two. He's just going to offer up all of these skills. And I got to tell you another thing, Dan. I was on the Irish Bears show with our buddy Kieran and Corky, the co-host. A great show, the 2-hour show. They do like 2 or 3 days out of the week. People should be listening to that if they're craving Bears information. And they were, telling me, they were asking me, what do you think about Justin Fields starting week 1? And I got to tell you, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I say to myself, why not give him the job right now? Let him get all the reps in practice as the number 1 starter. Why are you going to divide these precious practice reps with Andy Dalton, who is he's going to be the backup at some point, and Justin Fields is the future. Give Justin Fields all of the reps of the number 1 quarterback. And if for some reason he can't handle it, and if he looks like Jordan Love reportedly looked like at Green Bay's practice today, then you say, all right, Andy, you're the number 1 quarterback. But I'm thinking, get this guy all the experience that he can potentially get, and let's see if we can get him out there week 1. What do you think about that?
I'm still in the same place I was a few weeks ago. I'm okay if Dalton starts. We know now for a fact, and we already knew this anyway, but it's been confirmed that Fields is number 2 and Foles is 3rd on the depth chart. So he's already 2nd, and we haven't even done anything yet. So I mean, could he possibly start? Of course, but I feel like it's still Dalton's job to lose. Like, he's really going to have to earn it. I feel, not from my opinion, but I mean from Coach Nagy's opinion.
Right.
If he's going to take the job from Andy, he's going to earn it. So let's go. Let's see. I just don't think he's going to be anointed the starter. And as Bear fans, maybe that's good.
Well, I sometimes say things and I contradict myself because I'm the type of guy, I'm always saying the guys should win the job, so there should be a quarterback competition. But in this case, I'm starting to just think more and more and more, this guy is so effing talented, Justin Fields. He's so smart. He clearly was drafted with the intentions of being a number 1 quarterback. We saw what Justin Herbert, who I think was on the 11th pick of the first round last year, we saw what he did in his rookie year. And like I mentioned on the
Bears,
Bears,
he actually got in because the trainers nearly killed Tyrod.
That's right. They did almost nearly kill the guy. But, a lot of people say the Mahomes thing, Mahomes sat and so forth. And like Chris Sims, the idiot Chris Sims, finally said something smart. He said on a recent show, there's no telling if Mahomes wouldn't have had a great rookie season his first season. There's no telling that. He probably could have thrown 25 touchdown passes and just 10 interceptions. We don't know that. So I don't know. I'm just starting to think that in today's NFL, what a quarterback, if he is as talented as he appears to be, and he's as smart as he appears to be, because NFL coaches are adopting so much of college football offenses, that he could be ready to go week 1. He could be.
If he is, I mean, that gives them We have 3 preseason games, or probably 2, because either way, I don't think he's going to play in the third one.
Right. Not if he's starting, right.
Or even if he's the number 2, he's probably not going to play in the third one.
Oh, that's
so.
Interesting.
I would say he's got 2 games. Although you remember that one year when they had Trubisky getting killed against the Browns in the 4th preseason game, in his rookie year, like just taking hits, like what are you doing?
Yes.
But anyway, I would say that more than likely he's got 2 games really to outplay Dalton, and let's see. Because you're going to have fans in the stands again this year. Thank God.
Thank you.
But having said that, I mean, the fans are going to let you know if you go with the old redhead, I mean, he better earn it.
Yeah, he
because they're going to be all over that fucker if he didn't deserve it.
Yeah. Now, what happens if Andy Dalton goes out there and he plays fairly well, but nothing great? You know, he throws a couple of touchdown passes a game. He has an interception here, a couple of interception games and so forth. He kind of plays as an average quarterback. How much time do you give him? Is it based on?
I think wins and losses, then you're looking at wins and losses. But it could be like the Dolphins, which I think is the more adequate comparison because, again, Mahomes is going into a system where the starting quarterback there, like I said a couple weeks ago, Alex Smith had been there 3-4 seasons already.
Right.
And Tua goes to Miami when Fitzpatrick is new there as well. So they played Fitz, 4, 5, 6 games, and then they turned it over to Tua when they thought he was ready.
Right.
And in hindsight, that cost them a playoff berth.
Did they miss the playoffs?
You don't want to do that. If you're winning, I say you stay with what's bringing you to the dance.
Yeah.
Either way, we'll see though.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, this topic is now top of mind for me. I'm just starting to talk my way into it. And I've chided people on social media, maybe not publicly, but in my mind, chided people who have been saying, start him week 1, start him. Chubbs, who was not in the chat, but has always, every time he pops into a show, he's always proclaiming he will be the starter. And if he's not, then, assassinate Nagy. I'm kidding. He doesn't use that word, but and now I'm starting kind of agree that maybe he should just be the starter. Give him all the reps of a starter and let's get the future is now. Let's get it going. But we will see.
I just want to win.
Yes, I'm honestly, with you, bro.
I've never liked Andy Dalton. I said going into the 2020 season, like, oh, fuck, anybody but Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt that way, but now he's our guy.
Yeah.
So now I got to root for him. And fuck, if Andy Dalton would pull a Trent Dilfer and take us to the Super Bowl and then leave, fine. Okay, I'll take it. It could be Foles for all I care. If somehow we have a winning season that turns into a serious playoff contender and not just one and done where people think it's, there's no chance the Bears can win this, where we legitimately have a good team. I don't care let's just win.
Yeah.
I don't care who's playing, any of the 3. Ideally, I'd like for it to be Fields because he's the guy that we drafted.
Right.
So he should be our guy if I'm writing a script. But at this point, I've been losing so long that I don't care which of the 3 it is. I honestly don't. Just fucking win. Not to steal Al Davis, just win, baby. But fuck, just win, baby.
Yeah. You mentioned that you've never liked Andy Dalton. And I remember doing a show, 100 Proof show with Shane and Phil. And I remember vouching for Andy Dalton. And what I meant by that, I think this was the season where they got Glennon. The Bears signed Glennon, and I was saying, well, why not a guy like Andy Dalton? And those guys were saying, no fucking way, Andy Dalton. I'm like, hey, are you crazy? Andy Dalton has taken him to the playoffs. He's better than an average quarterback. I was defending Andy Dalton of all people, and then here we are years later, and Andy Dalton is a member of the Bears when I least want him to be.
I can't remember who tweeted. This is just the gist of a tweet. I wish I had the thing in front of me, but it was so funny. It was a couple of years ago and he was still in Cincinnati. And someone tweeted, my wife just says to me, because it was like during a Thursday night game or something, my wife says to me, like, oh, I feel bad for Andy Dalton. He's redheaded and nobody likes him. I tell him, Andy Dalton's making $24 million a year. My wife, fuck Andy Dalton.
James Christos in the chat room says, I still believe Matt Nagy is not head coach material. We still don't have an offensive identity. And for that reason, I don't want Fields to play until he is ready. But yeah, I mean, maybe we don't have an offensive identity, James, because Mitchell Trubisky was unable to deliver the offensive identity Nagy wanted for the team. And Nagy was too stubborn to apply the offensive identity that was right for Mitchell Trubisky's skills. I think that was the problem.
If you don't mind me doing a sidebar here.
Sure.
Something that just popped up. Mm-hmm. Mitchell Trubisky's first comments since going to Buffalo.
Oh, where do you see that on Twitter?
BleacherNation.com.
Okay.
Quote, I think I just needed a fresh start. I just wanted to go somewhere where I was wanted and they had a role for me. I wanted to be a part of a championship caliber team. So when this opportunity came knocking on the door, I thought it was a great fit. Just the offense and the people they've got in the building right now to be a part of a team that can possibly go to a Super Bowl. I think that's special. I put a lot of thought into it for sure. It wasn't just like, okay, Buffalo sounds great, let's go there. I was like, what's going to give me the best opportunity to really develop as a player and what's going to help me stick around this league for a long time? When I was thinking about all those variables, great roster, great coaches, phenomenal culture, it was Buffalo.
Well, I hope that he gets an opportunity to get out in the football field. I'm not wishing injury on their starting quarterback at all, but I like the guy. I like Mitchell Trubisky. I don't think he's ever going to be an elite quarterback. I don't think he has it, but I've been wrong about that before. There have been guys like Rich Gannon who went on to play in Super Bowls who didn't look good for the first several years of their career. So, I'm hopeful that he can prove the naysayers wrong and he goes on to have a good career. But I do think that Matt Nagy didn't help the guy because he just didn't adapt to what he could do best. Let me see what Bear Truth 9 says. He says, we pretty much know what anyone can do. If Justin just gets the playbook, if he wins that playbook, his floor probably gives the team the best chance to win if the offensive line has improved. And then he writes Andy. So I'm sorry, are you saying Andy gives us the best chance or Justin? So clarify that for us, Bear Truth, and we'll let our audio podcast audience know. But yeah, I mean, you feel the same way I do about Mitchell, right? You like him and you want him to do well. Right?
I'm so glad that he's not in the NFC North. Like, I really didn't want to play him twice or something, even if he was the backup. I would hate, because if he went to Detroit or Minnesota or Green Bay, I would have to hate him. Mm-hmm. And like, I didn't want to hate him. I'm glad he's as far away as he possibly could be. The AFC East or North or whatever the fuck it's called. The AFC North. Put him way up in Western New York. That's fine. That's fine. He's in Buffalo. He's not going to bother us, but maybe once every 4 years if he's playing that day.
Yeah. That Truth goes on to say that the offense is perfect for Mitch in Buffalo. If he doesn't improve there, he won't ever. Absolutely right. Absolutely. And then Adam goes on to say, I agree, Aldo. They never really committed to playing to Mitch's strengths. It was always about his game plan regardless. Yeah, a guy,
I agree. Yeah. I agree. If you heard what I was reading there, Mitch's thing was like he wanted to be somewhere where he was wanted.
Yep.
I think that's a little jab there at our coach.
Oh, absolutely. It was clear that Nagy had enough with the quarterback. Nagy's ego, and you've said this many times, Dan, so I'm echoing what you've said. Nagy's ego got to the point where this motherfucking Mitchell Trubisky is ruining my reputation as a coach. I need a quarterback in here who can do it my way and do it right, as opposed to saying what any good leader would say is I have to make changes and adapt to the talents that this young man has. And it still could mean that at the end of the season, he goes to Ryan Pace and says, hey, I know we won with Mitchell, but can we look at maybe getting somebody else? Because we really could get even more points and more wins if we get a guy like Justin Fields. I mean,
you said this back then, and I'm paraphrasing. Nagy looked so happy when we lost against the Saints. And I felt like at the end of the day, after really absorbing that, let's say it was Mitch's fault that they lost.
Uh-huh.
He was what was holding the offense back. Nagy, just to prove a point, didn't want to take the fucking step of putting Foles in, like in the Atlanta game.
Right.
Or because what if Foles comes in and throws a couple picks, then maybe it's his fault.
Yes.
It's like he was happy for the team to drown with number 10 there so he could say, but it's not my fault, so you got to give me another year. It's like he was so happy when they lost.
Yeah, he did seem that way. Not reading the guy's mind. I don't have any inside information, but he sure did seem happy. So part of that happiness came because the McCaskies, besides all that, bullshit after the season that they had conferences and conferred and stuff, this guy looked like a guy who knew that he's got 2 years left on his contract and he knew he wasn't going anywhere. That's what.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a coach at any stop that you can think of, in any playoff game, in any era,
right,
that didn't look beleaguered when their team lost?
Yes, you're absolutely
right. Wani's hair was perfect all the time, right?
Yep.
But whenever we got blown out by San Francisco, he looked like he hadn't brushed it in a fucking week. So I'm saying every coach is upset visibly when they lose a playoff game. But Nagy is standing there grinning and smiling and shit. I just want to be like, what's this asshole smiling about?
You're absolutely right. Speaking of that, do you remember the time where I think I mentioned this in a previous show? Eric Kramer was
the smile, right?
Yeah. What your recall is unbelievable. What game was that? He had a bad first.
I don't remember, but I remember Kramer being pissed off about it because when they asked him about it at the press conference,
right,
he goes, "You're talking about a 4-quarter game, and I don't even know what I could have been saying. It could have been a dirty joke. It could have been something about I don't even know what part of the game that they caught me smiling in.
Right.
But if I'm standing on the sidelines, regardless of what I'm talking about, within a 3.5 hour span,
right,
at some point, someone may say something funny." He's like, for you to Kramer was really pissed whenever this got asked him. He was a dick about it. That's how mad he was.
Well, as I remember it, he was replaced in the game. And so when he left the game, he was in the sidelines and he was smiling and he was talking to somebody. And I thought to myself, well, that seems kind of weird. But then I also thought, well, maybe somebody said a joke or maybe they
probably said, watch how bad Rick Meyer plays now.
That's right. So there was a lot of kidding around. And then the next day, Dan McNeil, one of the great radio broadcasters in Chicago radio history, he gets Eric Kramer on the phone and he chastises him for that smile. And Eric is like, I don't fucking know what I was thinking about. Why are you making a big deal out of this? It's stupid. And I agree, Dan McNeil, as much as I love you, that was just not we're making believe.
We're taking his smile out of context.
Yeah, exactly. We maybe he was laughing and saying, yeah, I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate it. Maybe he was doing that, but it's highly unlikely. It probably was he's laughing out of embarrassment, out of frustration. Somebody said something funny or whatever it was. I
bet it was, they think they're going to pull you. Wait till they see Rick Meyer out there.
That is great. I'd laugh at that too if somebody told them that. That is great. Oh, Lord. In about 10 minutes or so, we'll have Larro Golden here. We're going to talk about the Chicago Bears some more. I've got an interview, a couple of sound bites from David Montgomery's press conference from last week that I want to share because I think that the running game is going to be a big part of this team's offense in 2021. We've been talking a little bit about the identity of the team. I think that there is going to be a commitment to the run, unlike anything we've seen in the Matt Nagy era. And part of it is because of the personnel that we have on the offensive line, and that it's better suited for them to be pushing forward more than dropping back, but also because of the emergence of David Montgomery. So I want to play a little sound from Montgomery and get Dan's and Larro's thoughts on him. And then also I've got a soundbite or two from the cornerback that was drafted, I forgot what round it was, 5th round out of Oregon, Graham. I'm starting to think that this guy might be a plug-and-play slot cornerback because I've been looking at some of his tape. Now, when I say tape, I've looked at some of his highlight reel stuff, and he just looks like a stud, man. So we'll play a soundbite from him, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. Dan, anything else that you want to talk about? You want to talk about your sex life first, because we may not be able to do that when Larry first. Sure.
I was reading an article yesterday, and it was basically quoting Mark Murphy. Mm-hmm. And it was so funny. Like, Green Bay's, as a Bear fan, as a bitter Bear fan who's been getting his ass kicked for 25 fucking years now, close to 30 years. Let's be honest. I relish what's going on up there. Although I still think that Rodgers will be there in September, but so apparently he's skipping their little mini camp. And the article was basically saying, the Packers could fine him for every day that he doesn't appear. And then it was like, Mark Murphy was like, yeah, but maybe we won't. It's just like, Aaron, please come back. It was like, we could fine you, but we don't have to. We really don't have to. We just, please come back to us. And he said the most damning thing he said was basically like, this is dividing the fan base. Please come back. So they really are begging him now. And I think he's going to get off on that. He's kind of like my wife at the end of our marriage. I'm like, please come back. And she's like eating that up. She's like, I'm just going to go blow a guy now. When the person doesn't really want to come back and you're saying, I'm begging you, they really lose respect for you. Rodgers is pretty arrogant anyway.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is a guy, I followed his career when he was in college, and I've talked about this on this show. He was profiled on 60 Minutes. He talked about what a chip he had on his shoulder because people were saying that he was too short. I mean, he carried that for many, many years. He had a chip on his shoulder because he was drafted 20th, and he sat in the green room, and people were calling him up and making fun of him and so forth. He's just a guy who carries a grudge. And I do believe that the whole Jordan Love thing is a little bit blown out of proportion. He does like the guy. He would have preferred, of course, an offensive lineman or a wide receiver or a tight end. That team hasn't had a tight end since the Bubba Franks days, but he wished that he would have gotten a phone call, which I think he deserves as a premier quarterback, a franchise quarterback. He deserved that phone call. Hey, Aaron, we've talked to you about this before, that we were going to eventually draft a quarterback high. It appears that Jordan Love might be available. So we're still totally invested in you, but we are going to draft Jordan Love and wanted to let you know. Bye. And then hang up. So I do think that he was owed that, but apparently that is part of the reason he was pissed off. And there were other actions by the president of that team that he just feels have pissed him off. And I think that at this point in his life, I mean, I don't think I do think that he might even walk away from the game. If they don't trade him, I think he might just say, fuck it, I'm not going to play. I'm not going to humiliate myself and go back on my word after having said, I'm not going to play for you guys. So
I just don't see it.
Really?
I could be wrong. I think he plays week 1 in Green Bay.
Wow. I don't know, man. I don't know.
This could be his way, like to be what Favre always every year toward the end when Favre just didn't want to go to camp. Mm-hmm. And they'd be set up in Mississippi, like, is he going to play? It's like he just didn't want to go through training camp. Mm-hmm. He'd always appear and emerge when it was like, well, they're packing up and they're ready to go back for the next 2 preseason games now, and Brett's going to be there. And I think this is Rodgers' way of saying, I'm the fucking boss, but I'll be there when it's time to play.
Yeah, man, maybe you're right. I don't know. I will not be at all shocked if Jordan Love or somebody else, not named Aaron Rodgers, is the quarterback week 1. And those reports out of Packers camp today were Love completed a little over 50% of his passes, but was missing wide open receivers who weren't even guarded, I think, in some certain cases.
Let's not talk any shit, because every time they have a backup, a quarterback, whether it's Favre or Matt Hasselbeck or Mark Brunell, they always end up playing well. So let's not mock Jordan Love after day 1 and then have to eat our fucking words come this fall.
Yes, I'm totally with you. But what if Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Green Bay Packers? Adam Schefter today on NFL Live on ESPN said if Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Green Bay Packers, then that's one of the worst teams in the NFL. You think they would drop that much?
I hope so.
Me too.
Even if the Bears were bad, I want them to be bad. Forever.
Yes.
Forever. I will never, ever, ever get over all the ass kickings that I've gotten from that team.
Yeah.
And I take all of them personally. So the only team that comes to just close to how much I hate them is the Patriots.
Yeah.
Just because of all the cheating that they get away with and shit like that. But I'm going to root for anybody against them unless it helps the Bears somehow, like in playoff implications.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we go through the whole Bears-Packers rivalry. There have been trends, but this is the biggest trend of their history, which is the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers era. That I don't have the stats in front of me, but they've got to be like a 700, 800 winning percentage against the Bears during these 20 years or so. So it's probably going to change, and it's probably the Bears will not go through the next 10 seasons of kicking their ass. But I'm with you. This is because it's been such a long era of their dominance over us being the Chicago Bears. It really is to the point where I just want to do whatever is necessary to beat the shit out of those guys. And it's nothing against their fans. It's nothing against the organization. I just want to win against the Packers. That's it.
I feel like what Lovey said in 2004, that's where we are right now. Again, it's almost 20 years ago, but we need to come in and we need to beat the Packers. We need to win the division. We need to win the Super Bowl. Of course, Lovey didn't come in and win the championship, but he got there. He lost the Super Bowl, as you know, but at least early on, he was successful against the Packers. And then all of a sudden, that went, haywire toward the end, and they started beating us again. But that's where we are. Like, let's take care of the division, because for whatever reason, Nagy's been successful against Minnesota and fairly good against the Lions. Whereas John Fox was like getting swept by Detroit every year, which, God, the Bears were swept. They had at one point lost like 7 or 8 straight versus Detroit. That's why, like, whenever they're like, oh, the Lions fans, I'm like, dude, they're kicking their ass.
That's right.
Yeah. So, so Nagy's taking care of business there, but again, not against the Packers, not at all.
That's right.
He had the first game. He came out and blew that. And that's just been like a snowball, to use that cliche, going downhill since. So they've won the one game when they won the division, the game that you and Phil were at.
Right.
That's it. They lose every other time.
Yeah, I was talking about that game earlier today with Vinny Parisi. Man, that was one of the most of that season. The Rams game that night, despite the fact that Mitchell Trubisky played terribly, it was just the way the defense played against Jared Goff. I mean, I had pretty decent seats, and you can just feel the aura of fear in Jared Goff because that defense was just all over him. And it wasn't just the pass rush. It was, I had those seats, that 200 level, close to the railing. So I was able to kind of study what was going on in the defensive backfield. And Vic Fangio was just doing some magic, disguising coverages, and it allowed the pass rush to get there, it gave them that extra second to get to Goff. And as soon as he was touched that first time, he was petrified, and that just led to a dominant performance by the Chicago Bears defense. And then that second game that I'll never forget. There were a lot of great games that season, but the second best game, or maybe the first best game, was that win against the Green Bay Packers to clinch the division. And then it ends with Charles Leonard Jr., when he was beloved by all Chicago Bears fans, getting down on one knee and proposing to his fiance, or his who would become his fiance, and now the mother of his two children. So that was a great day.
Yeah, the great thing about that is, again, the Bears had only beaten Rodgers at Soldier Field one time in 2010, and that took a Devin Hester return. That was the night Hester had his first return for a touchdown since 2007, because he didn't have any in 08 or 09 when they tried to force him down our throats as a wide receiver. And it took away from his return games. And then, but in week 3 of 2010, the Bears finally beat Rodgers. And up until the game you just referenced, that was the only time he had lost at Soldier Field. So we're looking 11 through 17, all those games, ass kicking after ass kicking. So it's like, finally beat him at home, like even when they'd upset him, it's always up there.
Yep.
Another game that I know the guest is about to come in, so I don't want to step on it. Okay. Another game that I enjoyed so much was also primetime that year was the Minnesota game, because like the NBC were showing before the game, like, locker room footage, and Kirk Cousins was talking shit, saying like, oh, they flexed this game into primetime because of us. Because we're the team, not them, and he's running his fucking mouth. And God, I hate Kirk Cousins. And so it was so good to see them just dominate the Vikings. One more thing. I read an article last week that basically said, I don't know if there's any authenticity or, how accurate it is, but it basically intimated that Minnesota was stunned when the Bears took Fields. And the article said that they had already told Cousins they're probably drafting Fields if he's going to be there. So they really thought Fields was going to be there for them.
You see, the Vikings did it with Kirk Cousins, and why didn't the Packers do it with Rodgers? I mean, I just think it's total respect, but you're right.
The Bears didn't do it with Mike Glennon.
The ultimate fuck you. Hey, you're our number one quarterback, and why don't you come over to a party we're hosting at Soldier Field, the draft day party, and then they don't tell them they're drafting Mitchell Trubisky, which
I wonder what Glennon's thought was when they say the Bears have traded up. I wonder who is he thinking, they're going to take who are they going to take?
Well,
oh no, it's got to be a quarterback. Why else would they trade up?
Yeah, he's got to be thinking, man, hopefully an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, but maybe it's probably Solomon Thomas, that great defensive lineman from Stanford. Wrong, Mike Glennon. I see our guest laughing in the background here, so I'm going to bring him in. Larro Golden, how are you? Let me fix the image up on the screen. How are you, brother?
I'm good. How are you guys doing, man?
Oh, man, we're having a blast here. That's what we do. We have tons of fun, and this is a R-rated show. So if your wife is listening, tell her to go to bed, turn off the TV.
My wife may curse more than me, man. So this wouldn't be anything too crazy.
I love it. Dan Aguirre is on the phone because he's at work. He chooses, or he actually doesn't choose. He doesn't have access to a computer nearby, so he joins us from his studio at work. Dan, say hi to Larro.
Sir, hello. It's nice to talk with you.
Hey, man. How you doing, man? It's nice talking to you as well, man.
Yes, sir. I am well. So I hear we're going to talk some Akeem Olajuwon, too.
I didn't mention that to Larro, but yes, one of the topics besides talking Bears football, we want to – Dan is a huge fan of Akeem Olajuwon.
That's my fucking guy, man.
Yeah, and I am too. Every couple of years, I do my top 10 list of all-time great basketball players, and sometimes I have him on the list, and sometimes I don't. But he will always be on my top 10 list of guys that I just loved to see play basketball. Akeem Olajuwon was outstanding. He was like Will Chamberlain. He had the athletic skills of a smaller guy, but as a 7-footer.
What's crazy is what did I hear the other day is that people talk about Sam Bowie, but nobody brings up Olajuwon because he's just championships and he's the dream, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Houston didn't go wrong there.
That's so true, man. Because who else could have got drafted ahead of Jordan, and no one says, "Oh, that was the wrong pick."
Yeah, I mean, he was. I mean, till this day, I mean, his skill level. If you could take him from then to now, he would still be just amazing, man. His footwork, everything. He was ahead of his time, you know. So I agree, man. Olajuwon is, even if like, you know, it comes on ESPN Classic or something like that, I'm definitely gonna sit down and watch him play some ball, man. He was really, really good.
Yeah, you know, he had outstanding footwork. He had so many different moves to get a two-pointer inside, and his defense was outstanding. He was just a marvel to look at, and it really bugs me that when we're talking about some of the greatest players of all time, you rarely hear his name mentioned.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. I mean, Olajuwon is unreal. I mean, I think about it like if you think about that Orlando Magic team that they played that year in the finals, they might be the only team that could have stopped them. And big time reasons is because of Olajuwon. I mean, that dude was just, I mean, Shaq couldn't even handle him in those days. And Shaq was just an athletic muscle ball. I mean, you know,
Go ahead,
yeah, of course, man.
The 95 team, it's so special because they were the 6th seed, and people talk about the Otis Thorpe trade to acquire Drexler was viewed as a bad trade at the time because they had nobody to get any boards without Thorpe there, which Thorpe hadn't made the All-Star team, but you're talking about one of the 50 greatest players of all time and bring Clyde back to the city of Houston. But the point is, against Utah, a team that they had put out in the Western Conference Finals the year before, they're down 2-1 in a best-of-5. They got to win Game 5 at the Delta Center on the road because back then the first round was best-of-5. And then they go and here are the big bad Suns. The Suns, the team they put out the year before as well. It's like they're facing all of these, you know, their nemesis from '94, and the Suns are up 3-1, and it's over, man. It's 3-1, and Clyde is sick in Game 5. They're in Phoenix, and like it's Akeem and nobody else. And by the way, Vernon Maxwell, who was such a huge part of the championship the year before, has quit the team. He's fucking quit. So now you've got Olajuwon, and then the emergence of Robert Horry and Sam Cassell, but you got Clyde, but they have to win Game 6, and then they have to win Game 7 again in Phoenix. They close them out, and by the way, Western Conference Finals, you're going to play the number 1 seed in the West, the San Antonio Spurs. Back then, they played 6 times in the seasons because they were in the Midwest Division. The Spurs have beaten 5 out of 6 in the regular season. They get to the Western Conference Finals, and they give David Robinson his MVP trophy, and he mentions all these players that helped make him great, and he doesn't mention Akeem.
Disrespect.
Olajuwon personally was like determined to shit on him, and he did. So you go through 3 teams that won 55 to 60 games, and then you get to the finals, and by the way, you've got the team to put Michael Jordan out in the East, and then had just beaten the Pacers in 7, and so they're the best team in the East. They beat 4 teams ranging from 55 to 60 wins, is what I'm saying. Wow. And it didn't have home court advantage in any of those series.
Dude,
just amazing.
Larro, I don't know if you've heard Dan before, but he's got such incredible recall. I mean,
I hear it.
I lived through this shit.
Yeah, I mean,
he's like Sean McVay, man.
I lived through it too, but I don't fucking remember any of that.
The reason I liked Akeem so much at the time, I did like when I was a kid, I was watching the Bulls, and because I like the Bears so much, and I love Charles Oakley, which again I've told you all that before, and I still was mad when they made the Bill Cartwright trade. But then so many people where I lived, because where I lived here in West Virginia, everyone liked Boston or the Lakers because they're the bandwagon teams. But by the time the Bulls had beaten LA in '91, it was just all Jordan all the time. People that wouldn't have never watched one game suddenly were wearing Jordan jerseys. So I was like, I can't watch this team. Plus, I hate Detroit anyway. But I was a huge Cincinnati Reds fan, as I've told you. Right. And their third baseman, Chris Sabo, had those goggles on, the same ones that Eric Dickerson used to wear. And Akeem at the time was wearing those goggles. That's right. And I was only like 10 years old, so I was like, man, I like this big fucker with the goggles. Who is he? And so that ends up being my guy. And then he goes from Akeem to Hakeem when he becomes a Muslim. As at the time, he just, was with A on the front.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, I started watching the Rockets anytime they would come on, man. And I still didn't want to claim them as my team because I didn't get to see them enough. But by the time 93 hit, when they lost to Seattle in the playoffs, I was telling everybody, that's my team. Fuck it. I love Rudy Tomjanovich's coach. I love Akeem, So, yeah, that was definitely my team. And I told you that carried over. I love Steve Francis. I love Katino Mobley. I love Yao Ming. Yeah. It just all come crashing down because I hate Tracy McGrady. So
let me ask both of you guys this, Larro first. If Jordan doesn't retire, let's say, Jordan's father doesn't meet his untimely death and Jordan still is in good spirits and he decides after the first three-peat, I'm going to continue playing. Then we get to the NBA Finals. We assume, of course, that the Chicago Bulls go back for their fourth finals and they're playing against the Rockets. Who wins, Larro? Who wins the best of seven? Houston Rockets with Olajuwon.
Let me quantify the question before he answers.
Please do.
Are we talking about the team, let's say, in 94 that wins against the Knicks, or are we talking about the team with Drexler?
We're talking about the team with Drexler. What okay. They had Drexler. They had Drexler in the second season. Okay, so
yeah, they had Drexler in 95. So if we're talking about let me just say this. For whatever reason, Vernon Maxwell always played well against Jordan and frustrated him. So
that's true.
Or the second time, you could say, again, I know he put Clyde out in 92 and blah, 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 and said Drexler fucked him, on the last dance. But Clyde's a great player. So to me, I'm going to listen to him, but I'm just saying, to me, if the question is the first team or the second team, to me, the Clyde team is better, but go ahead.
I'll say this. I would pick the Bulls, but I think that would be the first series that Jordan would be in that would go 7 games, because I just feel like there was there was a lot of talent on that Rockets team.
Yep.
And I mean, who are you going to get to guard Olajuwon? And I think they would have to figure that out. And it would. I want to. Obviously, I'm a Chicago Bulls fan. I want to say the Bulls, and I feel like that series would have been so fun to watch because Houston would have a problem trying to figure out Jordan and Pippen, but Olajuwon, man, I mean, they would have had a problem. I have to ask you this though, Dan. How good was Kenny Smith?
Kenny Smith was killing it, man. In game 1 of the 95 finals against Orlando, he had like 10 3-pointers. That's what I'm saying, man. If they're going to come, they're going to have to double. I know Phil Jackson didn't like the double. There is no way. There is nobody. You're going to put Will Perdue, Luke Longley, Stacey King. I don't care who.
No.
Bill Cartwright. But whoever their center is, he's not going to match up with Akeem. And even if they still had Oakley and they made Oakley the center, he's not going to keep up with Akeem. So Akeem is going to draw a double team, and all night long, either Cassell, Robert Horry, or Kenny Smith are going to be hitting threes all fucking morning.
I forgot about Cassell.
Yeah, it is true that of all the teams,
Cassell, I'm sorry, Aldo, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say quickly, it is true that of all the teams that they met in the finals, that would have been the absolute best team. Better than the Lakers team, of course, because that team was done with. Better than the Jazz team, better than the Sonics team, and so forth. If they would have ended up playing, and it's just so sad that it never happened, they would have ended up playing the Rockets either in that first year where Jordan was gone, or the second year. It just would have been outstanding basketball, man.
Man, that would have been fun to watch.
Well, the thing about Cassell is that it's so unfortunate that, I mean, again, he's got, a bunch of rings and blah, 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 and he's not going to sit at the house and worry about how am I paying my bills or anything like that. So his career, he's not going to reflect upon his career as being negative in any way. But what my point is, it's so unfortunate that he bounced around like he did, because he legitimately could have been a guy that was the staple point guard for a franchise for his entire career. The Rockets traded, for whatever reason, they got put out in 96 by Seattle, which you always have like a team that's like maybe not as good against other opponents, but for whatever reason against you, it's hard.
Yeah, the matchups.
The Sonics put them out. The Sonics put them out in 87 and put them out in 93 and put them out in 96. And so they lose to Seattle, and they're like, well, let's trade Ori and Cassell to get Barkley, which obviously in hindsight was a terrible trade. But it didn't really work for Phoenix, because as soon as they get Ori, he hits Danny Ainge with a towel. And they send him to the Lakers, and he goes and wins a shit ton of championships down there. And then Cassell's a part of the trade that brings Nash from Dallas to Phoenix. But I'm saying he was so underrated. In terms, he could have been the Rockets guy for years and was good. But he's kind of like an afterthought. He was good enough to be a starter, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Maybe I don't know. Now that you brought that up, that's weird to think about, because I get, like you said, in retrospect, and now it's easy to say why they go get Barkley, right. But it almost feels like you wanted a guard that could go at Gary Payton, and if I don't know what they were thinking. I mean,
yeah, and
that's something to think about.
Point guard the year with Barkley, they finished second, so it's not like he had a solid one good year with the Rockets, and they lose with Stockton in Game 6 at the buzzer. It was horrible. But their starting point guard that year is Matt Maloney.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Matt Maloney's. I mean, I don't have to tell you, he's a white gentleman.
Whiter than me.
He's whiter than Andy Dalton. I don't know. Yeah, but you don't have Cassell. Kenny Smith is long gone. He's already basically on his way to TNT and going to have a great career there. So you've lost Kenny Smith. You've lost Sam Cassell. Even Mario Ellie's, at the end. And then and now you got Matt Maloney. So yeah, is he going to play Gary Payton? No. Yeah. So and then after that they bring Pippen in. So they sign Pippen. And the whole time Pippen's there, he's calling Barkley fat and mocking him for being out of shape, and just refused to buy into the system because he's used to playing in the triangle. It's constantly talking shit. But unfortunately, that Rockets team was good, but they're led by Michael Dickerson and Cuttino Mobley, whom were both rookies.
Yeah.
And Mobley was a bad man. I'm telling you, Mobley is so underrated. But he was so young there. If they had another point guard, then maybe any of those teams, 97, 8, 9, somewhere through there, maybe they do win it again. But yeah, when you're running with Matt Maloney.
Jeez. He had really nice hair, if I remember correctly.
He did have good hair. And he's the kind of guy that comes off the bench. He's like, I mean, he doesn't have like the big shot of like Steve Kerr, but still he's the kind of guy like Kerr that comes off the bench and gives you some minutes when your guy is in foul trouble. He's not your guy.
That's hilarious.
Coutinho is still getting some buckets in that Big 3 league with Ice Cube's league. He's still getting some buckets.
Say that again, Larry.
I said Coutinho is still getting buckets in that that league with the Big 3 league. He's still playing really well against younger guys. You could just tell when you see guys like Coutinho, man. You just know they had game back in their day. If you didn't know who Cuttino Mobley is, you'd be able to watch him and be like, yeah, that brother could play. He must.
He was the guy, man. He was great. The 1 year Rudy had him coming off the bench. He was the sixth man. And then like after that, they said, "Fuck it, he and Stevie can go at the same time." And they were good, man. They were so good, but things like happened. Like Steve had a inner ear infection that they couldn't diagnose. He had to go to like the Mayo Clinic, so that he like a third of that season. And then the next year they missed the playoffs by one game, And then after that, Rudy gets bladder cancer, and Rudy loves Steve Francis.
Yeah.
And they bring in Jeff Van Gundy, who's like, well, we're going to try to win by scoring 70 points tonight. And I don't want you to do any of that flashy point guard stuff, Steve. Yeah, I don't like any of that. But the thing that people forget also during that era is that, like, Steve, like, taught Yao English. So, like, Yao, Steve is his big brother. Like, even though Steve is 6'3" and Yao's, 7'2" or whatever, like, he looked at Steve as, like, his older brother. And he admitted that he cried when Francis was traded. So the point is, they had chemistry.
Yeah.
They had so much chemistry, and they took the Lakers, who granted would lose the championship to the Pistons that year with Chauncey Billups and Rasheed. God damn, Rasheed Wallace, a great player too. But that team ends up beating the Lakers, and they have Karl Malone in them, which is Kobe and Shaq's last year. But the Rockets took them to the brink of that series, and then they traded Kelvin Cato, Coutinho Mobley, and Steve Francis for Tracy McGrady, a guy that had just gone through losing like 19 straight in Orlando and had that I don't give a fuck, the way people talked about Cutler. That's what Tracy McGrady had too. I don't give a fuck.
You know what's crazy is Dan, you may know about it, but or even you, Aldo. Cap, I was texting Cap and I asked him about this story about Jerry Krause. It was T-Mac was a free agent, and I believe it was Corey Blunt that was a free agent as well. Yeah, with the Bulls. And I guess he had approached Jerry. Jerry approached Corey and was like, "Hey, if you want to resign here, you want to get into some extension or a new contract, give me a meeting with T-Mac. You guys got the same agent. Hook us up. See if we can get a meeting." And supposedly T-Mac he loved it. I believe that were they still the Bernal Center? They were at the Bernal Center back then, I think.
Yes.
He loved the facility. He loved obviously United Center, and he was ready to go. He wanted to be a Bull, but I guess once they started talking contract numbers and things like that, Jerry Krause disrespected him and said, "You know what? That's more than I paid Scotty. You'll never be better than Scotty. You know, so I don't think this is the number." And I guess since he felt disrespected, he decided to go to Orlando. So that's crazy to talk about. So I asked Cap if he knew about this, and he said, "Yeah, that story is pretty true."
It's true.
So
see, that's the thing that bugs me about people who defend Jerry Krause. And yeah, he deserves some credit. There's no doubt about it. You're not the general manager of a franchise that wins 6 NBA championships and you just win those because you've got the best player in basketball. You did some good things. There's no doubt about it. But he also did some really stupid things by alienating guys, alienating free agents, like you just said in that story, alienating the stars on his team. That team could have maybe won another championship. Who knows, maybe even 2 if he didn't alienate those guys and they didn't want to play for him and he pushed them out the door. So when people, talk about Jerry Krause, I had Stacey King here when we were doing the Stacey King show here, and he was just so, pissed off that during The Last Dance, Jerry Krause was portrayed to be kind of the villain of the time. Well, that's how I remember it. He was the villain. And I read the Sam Smith book, The Jordan Rules. And yeah, again, I'm not going to vilify the guy and say he was awful. But at the same time, man, the guy just didn't have any social skills. He didn't, he had an ego that was as big as his gut. And so it really bugs me a lot that we seem to forget. Some people seem to forget Jerry Krause's demons. And I will also let people know here at the Barroom Network that the show, every show that Larro and Chris Amundsen co-host, Bulls 101, that can be found live here at the Barroom Network Saturdays at 11 p.m. Central, is fantastic, especially if you love basketball. I mean, even if you're a casual fan, you will find the show interesting. But if you love basketball, when Larro breaks down tape and so forth, it's a coaching clinic, and so I highly recommend it. And one of the shows that we got a lot of praise for was when the guys, Larro and Chris, interviewed David Kaplan, and the interview was fantastic. But then towards the end, Larro says, I got one more question. And Larro asked David a question, and it was kind of an open-ended question about, what was kind of the biggest thing that happened in your career or something like that. Am I recalling that correctly, Larro?
Yeah, I was trying to get him to tell, well, he ended up telling a good story, but I was just what either a coaching or reporting or radio, like what's the craziest story that you may have heard that nobody has known? Anything, and he ended up telling a great story.
He ended up telling the story of how he personally put the kibosh on the Scottie Pippen for Shawn Kemp trade. Apparently, the deal was done. It was done, and I always do a terrible job of retelling stories. So Larro, jump in here at any time. But apparently, Kaplan gets into the elevator and he is talking to someone who says, oh yeah, this trade is about to happen. And so Kaplan starts making some calls and finds out, yeah, this trade is about to happen. So Kaplan calls the studio and says, get me on the air right now. He's reporting this. And so fast forward a few hours, and the Seattle Sonics president, general manager, they're getting calls from their fan base, their season ticket holders, and saying, if you make that trade, Kemp for Scottie Pippen, then I'm going to cash in my season tickets and blah, blah, blah. And apparently, Larro, correct me again if I'm wrong, but this was right after the season where Scottie had the migraine, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So Scottie had the migraine, and so he was a national disgrace. Everybody thought that he was
they lost Game 7. You are talking about 7th games. They lost Game 7 at the Palace to the Pistons that year.
You got it exactly right. And so, clearly the Bulls were ready to give up on him. It would have been a great team with Kemp and Jordan.
That's a dominant team. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Pippen because he had longevity, and Scottie was really good when he was with the Blazers still too, and was basically playing point forward for Portland. I mean, and was still really good. Into the middle or like 2000, 2001, 2, 3, he was still balling. Yeah. And Kemp, goes to Cleveland and has a good year. They have the lockout, and suddenly I don't want to make weight jokes, but like he's not Shawn Kemp anymore. It's like he put on like 60 pounds and is allegedly smoking crack, and is the only guy that's like gaining weight when he's smoking. That's what would happen to me. If I smoked crack, I would still get fatter. So, but if you're talking about Kemp, like Kemp from 1990, Shawn Kemp, and putting him on the Bulls, like, oh my God, that's like, to me, the Bulls are dominant, like even more than they already were. If you have that Shawn Kemp.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, if you have 1997, 98 Kemp, I don't know. Well, 99 is when he falls off, but I don't know. Like, but if you have the Kemp that's with the Cavs, then no, you got to take Pippen. But the early Kemp, goddamn, that's amazing. If the Bulls would have pulled that off.
It makes you wonder though, because guys like Jordan, and I don't know Shawn Kemp enough to know how he would react to a type of leader Jordan was.
Right.
But like, it makes you wonder, like, would Jordan have demanded like his full like attention with his body in terms of, always being in the postseason? And I mean, even the stories on The Last Dance, when Jordan went to Dennis Rodman's apartment, it's like, dude, you got to get your ass to practice. We got to get going. Like, it makes you wonder if like he would have continued, like he would have fell down that road because he had a leader like Jordan that's not afraid. No matter how big you are, how strong you are, I want to win. I don't give a damn how big you are. We need you like straight. You know what I mean? So it makes me wonder. Like,
that's a very good point. Like, if you look at just the Pistons team, they had the same dynamic with Isaiah, and they had a superstar in Adrian Dantley who didn't want to take Isaiah's shit. So they basically traded him in the middle of the season for Mark Aguirre, not related to me, obviously. So Isaiah was playing the Jordan role for their team in that regard, and they had another superstar, which could have been Kemp, in the same way, that doesn't want to be talked down to. So maybe you're right. Maybe if you have Kemp there, that dynamic, maybe the chemistry isn't what it is with Pippen and Jordan. So maybe that is better off. But on paper, Kemp is a monster in 1990.
Yep,
man, man.
I'll tell you, I just can't imagine. Well, you know, I remember during that era saying if you put 4 good veterans around Michael Jordan, and this was in the 90s, if you put 4 good veterans around Michael Jordan, he's going to win championships. But in hindsight, you know, I look at Scottie Pippen's career with the Bulls, and I think that he was just so integral. He was just the perfect match for him. You know, he set aside his ego. He did everything that Jordan needed as a teammate. He, you know, passed the ball, he rebounded. His defense was just spectacular, the way he dove for loose balls and so forth. I mean, he was just the absolute perfect teammate. And with Sean, there would have been, I think, a clash of egos there. It would have been interesting to see. You know, Michael Jordan wasn't afraid of anyone, but there have been stories that if the guy was bigger and could kick his ass, Michael would turn around and walk away and say, "Hey, everybody want to gamble?"
if I could point out something real quick, I think that's pivotal with Pippen. If you look at let's say the 85 Lakers, because they had just lost the championship again to the Lakers, or the Lakers lost to the Celtics rather in 84. The thing was, and I'm working my way back to Pippen here. The 85 team that finally gets over the hump and beats the Celtics, one of the things that if you watch any of the documentaries like the 30 for 30 on Boston and LA, they talk about from the Celtics perspective, the Lakers aren't really weak-minded this year. They're like, they were basically doing the Pistons style. They were beating the shit out of the Lakers and being really tough on them, and they couldn't respond. They would get frustrated, and that's how the Celtics won that title in 84. And they said by 85, though, they were more mentally sharp, and they knew, we're in trouble. And that's kind of the same thing with Detroit, because they were just pounding Pippen and Jordan. And so by the time, if you watch again any of the Detroit 30 for 30s, whether the one on Rodman or the one on the Bad Boys, when they're talking, they're like, by 91, they can tell when they're fouling Pippen, he's not crying, he's not going to the refs, he's not ready to fight. He's going to hit his free throws, and they're like, he's mentally sharp now. He's not their weak link. He was the guy they had no respect for.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he got sharp and got his game together, then suddenly they get over the hump, which is what the Lakers had to do with the Celtics, because the Celtics were always too physical for them. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of the same thing. So Detroit beat them up. The Lakers got beat up. And then when they put it together, suddenly the finesse teams, when they're mentally tough, can also be the dominant team.
Yeah. And that was covered really well in The Last Dance, that all of a sudden after the migraine game, the team got together and said, we need to get in shape. These guys are pushing us around. They're kicking it. I mean, Larro, what a difference that type of basketball was, right? From the late 80s and 90s with the violence that was going on in the basketball court to what we have now. And honestly, I remember back then me complaining as a Bulls fan, to show you what a hypocrite I was. In the 70s, when we had guys like Tom Boerwinkle and Dennis Autry, big white guys who all they would do out there is foul the shit out of then Lou Alcindor, later Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I was like, yeah, kicking ass and so forth. And then when the Bulls are playing the Pistons, I'm like, the game shouldn't be played like that. The game is about finesse and so forth. But truly, the game is, Larro, I'd be interested in your thoughts about this. Isn't the game of basketball meant to be about allowing players to show their grace, their athleticism and so forth, and not about, beating the shit out of guys? Yeah. That's why there's a 6 foul limit, right?
Yeah. I think when I go back and I watch some of those games, it's tough to watch at times, unless you're watching Jordan or any of the greats. Right. But like the game, it was so compacted. And that just taking away the hand checking was huge, because it allows a basketball player to really show his skill, and there are games where you see Jordan with his big paw just sitting on somebody's hip and just you know, you ain't going nowhere. Sorry. You know what I mean? You know,
right.
and now, yeah. And now it's like the Kyrie Irvings, you know, and you may have your thoughts about him, you know, off the court or his leadership, but that dude, just watching him dribble the ball and handle the ball is like an art. I mean, it's fun, and it puts more pressure on the defender to actually be good at defending and being good at moving his feet and being in the right position, cutting off angles. Like, to me, it makes it a little bit more of a skilled game now, like where you have to have guys that that have a higher IQ on the floor, and you can't just be big and strong and muscle guys. Now you gotta have some finesse, like you said, and just be smart, man. And so the game, I think, is definitely went the right direction. You know,
if I can play devil's advocate just a moment.
Yeah,
though,
of course.
Because Detroit always gets, you know, the shit on for this. But if you go back and watch those series, the Pistons are still scoring 100. So it's not like they are playing this bad basketball that people put on them now.
No, they had good players. There's no doubt.
To me, the boring 72-72 in double overtime, that starts with Pat Riley, ironically, because he's beautiful basketball with the LA Lakers, but he's also a great coach and realizes what he's got with the Knicks he doesn't have Worthy, he doesn't have Magic, he doesn't have Michael Cooper, he doesn't have Scott. So we're gonna play slow. So but it starts with Pat Riley with the Knicks, and then when he goes to the Heat, and the Heat specifically against the Knicks, when Zoe is in Miami, that's when you get this, you know, foul the shit out of you 71-73 in double overtime. To me, that's bad basketball. But you know, even with Boston doesn't get as much blame for being rough as they should have, because they were just as dirty as Detroit. Both of those teams were still able to score lots and lots of points, though. Bill Laimbeer was hitting 3-pointers, and people forget that.
He was a good shooter. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and he's the fucking center, and he's the guy that you love to hate. He's the assassin in there, but he could still be an offensive force if he had to be.
Yeah,
I think for me, I think that the physicality of, you know, like Charles Barkley to this day, where you say they need to knock him on his ass one time and he won't come back to the lane. And it's like, I feel like that took away from the game a little bit. Like I get it. You know, if a guy is continuously getting to his spot and knocking it down, you got to try something different. You got to do something. But like knocking him on his ass or clotheslining him out of the air, like that stuff is just like, you know, come on, guys. Like, let's play basketball. If you can't stop me, do something about it, other than physically, you know, double me or, you know, like do something different. And I feel like that took away a little bit from the game back then. Like a lot of guys think, 80s, like early 90s is physical. And, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know, man.
The thing is that there was always the real danger of permanently ending somebody's career, you know, permanently injuring somebody. And because so many of those rough fouls were, you know, Jordan was up in the air, Pippen was up in the air, and those guys are being clotheslined. And so it's no reason why, you know, Jordan would get up and want to get into a fight, because those were just some serious fouls that, you know, you're trying to hurt somebody, not give a hard foul. So, all right. I want to turn our attention to Chicago.
Let me get one more thing.
You got it. Dan can talk basketball from that era for like 3 hours.
I mentioned this on air before, but I want to bring it full circle, and then we'll end the segment appropriately. So I've mentioned this to you before, but it's worth bringing up to the other gentleman here. In Akeem's book, as we go full circle, like I said, we started with Olajuwon. Akeem mentioned, again, he comes out early because he's, you know, he just come to America, and the only town he's ever been in is Houston. And so he knows the Rockets have the first pick. So that's why he comes out, because he just wants to stay in Houston. So according to Akeem, on draft day that year, you know, when Jordan's right there, the Rockets already have Ralph Sampson, who was a dominant player at the University of Virginia. And they have this vision of the Twin Towers, which in theory would have been great. They did get to the finals in '86, but Ralph couldn't stay healthy. But we didn't know that yet. So the idea was, according to Akeem, that the offer was on the table and the Rockets turned it down. According to Olajuwon, they were going to draft him first, and then Portland was going to trade Clyde Drexler and the second pick, because Clyde came out 1 year before and had already played 1 year with the Blazers. And, of course, he played with Hakeem at the University of Houston. So, again, the idea was Hakeem was going to go 1. The Blazers were offering Clyde and the second pick straight up to the Rockets for Ralph Sampson. So if they trade Ralph, who's only going to give you another 2 good years anyway, because unfortunately he gets hurt, and, that could happen to anybody.
Sure.
But in theory, if that trade happens, they have Hakeem, they've got Drexler, and then they're going to draft Jordan second.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's scary.
Yeah.
The Rockets turned it down because they wanted to keep Sampson and Olajuwon together.
That is amazing. They wanted the Twin Towers, which was it was a great experiment at the time. I mean, nobody ever heard of having 2 7-footers. Who's going to play the power forward? Are they going to come up with new schemes and stuff? It was great to see. But, man, the whole idea of having Jordan on that Houston team, man, oh, man.
With Clyde, too.
With Clyde. Jeez, forget about it. Forget about it.
Dude, that would have been the first Shaq, like Shaq and Kobe almost. Like,
yeah,
those two would have been, man, I don't know. I don't know if the league would have had an answer. I really don't.
Well, Larro,
Wow.
I want to have you back on with Dan in the future, and I'd like us to maybe talk about some of our favorite basketball players of all time. I was actually going to do that for this show, but time got away from me, and so I didn't ask you guys to put together.
Why can't we just do it?
Because I want to talk Bears.
I don't have to work tonight. I don't have anywhere to go.
Look at this guy. He's going to go all night long.
Honestly, I don't either. So, I mean,
I'm at work now, but I don't have to go to my other jobs.
All right. Well, that's cool. Well, let's talk about some of our all-time greatest players. So let's kind of do like a round robin thing. So I'll start with Larro and tell me why he's one of your favorite all-time Bears. And we'll go to Dan, and then we'll go to me.
And we're talking basketball or Bears?
Bear truth now and say, come on, let's talk Bears. We're talking Bulls. We're talking basketball. Best all-time basketball players. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Are these the players that we saw, or that we're talking? Because I never saw Bill Russell. Or
right. No, these are guys. These are guys that are your favorites, and I'm assuming that they're your favorites because you saw them play. Now, if you want to talk about George Mikan because of a book you read, then that's fine.
I didn't know if you were trying to say I'm making an argument for somebody being the best. It's hard for me to do that when I didn't see the 60s or the 70s.
No, I hear you. I know what you're trying to say. Although you saw those old guys play.
No,
I didn't.
For example, I saw Kareem when he was still good, but he was old, like 38-year-old Kareem. I didn't see him with the Bucks.
No, I saw him play with the Bucks at the Chicago Stadium.
So for me, I could say, well, Hakeem is so much better than. But is he? I don't know. Like, I didn't see Kareem play. So I don't know if you're wanting us to name players that we liked, or we're not really trying to say that they're our favorites or the best. Well,
I guess the way I'll phrase it is guys that you liked and why specifically you like them. So it could be, the sixth guy off the bench.
Okay, but very well.
Particular reason why this is your favorite list of players. So Larro, I'll start with you.
This is a good question, man. Right? There's so many. There's some options. The one guy I'll bring up right now that it's kind of coming from my last episode. Me and my guy Chris, who's actually in here watching this. What's up, Chris? What's up, my brother? But Lamar Odom, and obviously people know about his the crack and the bunny ranch and all that stuff. But the guy on the court with the Lakers. I love that guy because he's another guy that I would love to see in today's game. He could play point forward. He could pass it. He could dribble it. He could rebound it. He could defend. He was always in the top 10 in defensive rating, and so it was just, I loved Lamar Odom. And I just wish, man, the sweet lefty, man, he could just play, man. And so that's the first guy I'll bring up. I love Lamar Odom. That was one of my favorites.
And didn't he come straight out of high school into the NBA? Wasn't he one of those?
He was thinking about it, but he ended up going to Rhode Island. He went to Rhode Island for 1 year.
Okay.
So where Tino Mobley's from.
Full circle, baby.
Go ahead, Dan. Give me a guy.
Okay, a guy that could play center if he had to, a guy that could play power forward if he had to. Fuck, a guy that could play the 3 if he had to. Solid NBA champion with Detroit, but god damn, that Portland team was so good too. I love Rasheed Wallace.
Ooh, yes. Wow. Yes.
He was good.
He could bust threes. He could play physical. He could dunk on your ass. And like I said, he's kind of like, well, I don't want to say he's like Nowitzki because Dirk didn't really have that power, but he could shoot like Dirk if he had to, but he could also play down low. He's very ahead of his time. Yeah. Rasheed Wallace.
He's a tough dude too.
Yes, man. I loved his edge every time he played. Ball don't lie, like he was always like that, man. I loved watching Rasheed Wallace, man. That's a great pick.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you one that I don't think any of you guys have seen, because if you did, it would have been on ESPN Classic, because this goes back to my childhood. And the Bulls had the guard tandem of Norm Van Leer and Jerry Sloan. So I'm actually giving you 2 guys. Those 2 guys, Norm Van Leer and Jerry Sloan, were just, it has to be one of the best Bulls guard tandems in history.
The question is, did Jerry Sloan smoke like 5 packs a day when he was a coach?
I don't think that it was 5, maybe 2. But I particularly admire Jerry because when I was a kid growing up playing basketball, I didn't have the quick feet. I wasn't nimble. I wasn't very coordinated and so forth, but I was a tough defender, and I made, I was picked 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th because they knew, okay, Aldo's going to go out there and guard guy. He's going to stay on glue like him. And that's what Jerry did. And he brought a certain toughness. And from time to time, he hit the key shot. And then Norm was that, Norm just had a special chemistry about him. And also a toughness. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, the Chicago Bulls teams from those 1970s, they were tough guys. They were the bad boys before they were bad boys. And those 2 guys led it, not only because of their physical play, but also because they were just playing good basketball players.
You know who I wish, there's 2 guys that when you brought up those 2 names that I wish I could have seen play. And one of them I actually met at Whitney Young when I had a basketball dream, a hoop dream, whatever. I'm going to the NBA, baby. I'm going to every camp, So I went to the Whitney Young big man camp. So I just wanted to learn everything about every position. So I used to go to every camp you can think of. And so went there, and Bob Love was there.
Butterbean.
And that dude, he was the nicest dude. Helped me with my, not just me, but everybody there. He was taking time out, telling us what to do with our jump shot. Hey, that finger right here, just point at the rim. That's what all you need right there, player. That's what he said. I was like, oh, okay, Bob. But him,
and that's exactly how his shot was. He used to stick his elbow out right into the face of the defender, and then he had that follow through, like you just said and pointed out in video. That finger was right at the rim, and he had a gorgeous outside shot.
He just used to tell me, man, he's like, if you don't matter where you shoot it from, as long as that finger is pointing at that rim and it's the last finger to touch the ball, you all good. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I started shooting like that. But the other guy that I wish.
Just real quickly, Bob Love, he had a speech impediment. He had a stuttering problem. And when he was interviewed early part of his career, it was really, really bad. And I think in his latter years, he conquered it. So I don't know, maybe when you met him and
he didn't.
He didn't stutter at all. Look at that.
Yeah. I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah.
And then Artis Gilmore. I remember I went to the Basketball Hall of Fame, and I saw they had his fur and his shoes, and I was like, "Who is this dude, man?" And I started looking at his numbers, and I'm like, "Why is he not talked about enough?" This dude was a very good center.
Yep.
I wish I could have seen him play, man. He with the fro. That's one of the guys I wish I could have. 2 of the guys I wish I could have seen in a Bulls jersey.
Yeah. Gilmore was a guy who, when he was in college, man, I just was hoping, he would choose the NBA because the ABA was in existence there, and we were losing a lot of good players to that league, and I really wanted him to come to the NBA. So He unfortunately went to the ABA, played with, I think, the Kentucky Colonels for several years. And then when he came to the Chicago Bulls, I was so effing happy. And those matchups when he played against Jabbar, those were historic, great matchups. In fact, the Bulls, during that era, they had some pretty good centers in besides Gilmore, Nate Thurman, who was very famous with the I think they were called the Oakland Warriors back then. That was before Golden State. And he came to the Bulls for the latter part of his career, and he was a dynamite center. So anyway, Larro, who else you got?
The other guy for me is Ron Artest. Like, I love. I don't know if you get the recurring thing, but I love guys that bring edge to the court. And he may sometimes have brought a little too much edge, but I loved it. Right? If you remember back to what was it called? When they had the big fight in the big fight. That year. If that year, I believe they could have went to the finals. That team was really good. And I felt bad for Reggie. Well, no, I didn't. I didn't feel bad for Reggie, but it was his last year. And he was hoping to maybe go to a finals again. And I think they would have got there. I mean, the dude could play defense really well, and he could score the ball. Ron Artest was a really good ball player, man. He was a head case, but he could play some ball. So
he was a head case, and that was, we were talking about Jerry Krause, I think, before you came on, Larro, or actually when you first came on, and that was actually one of Jerry Krause's good moves, drafting that kid. There was another guy that chose in the first round that year who was also a good player. He had 2 good first round picks. It was Ron Artest, and I'm forgetting who the other guy is. It'll come to me.
Elgin Brand?
But yeah, Jamal Crawford.
There it is.
Yes.
He could ball, man.
Oh my goodness, yes. And went on to have his best seasons after he left the Bulls, unfortunately. How many times have we seen that with Chicago athletes? Yeah. All right, Dan, who you got, brother?
All right, my obvious ones, like Hakeem Olajuwon, and I told you how much I love Charles Oakley. So I want to give you a few that you don't know, potentially.
Cool.
I was a huge fan of Gilbert Arenas when he was with the Warriors.
Agent Zero.
Gilbert was when he had the fro with Golden State when he was young. They had a white guy that I liked too. I was like, man, this guy can play. And then suddenly he was gone. I don't know what happened to him. He was on that team with Arenas. The guy named Troy Murphy.
Oh yeah. I remember him.
I don't know what happened to him. The Knicks had a similar player in the middle 2000s that went to Golden State and kind of died, named David Lee, that I thought played pretty well. But another guy I really liked, and it's from watching old films, because I watched him old, but watching him young is Kevin McHale. Like, to me, McHale is a fucking monster on that Boston team, and he's like James Worthy in the sense that if he is on another team and Magic's not there or Bird's not there, this is the number one guy and could legitimately be a star. A guy who was supposed to be so great in Europe, and obviously I didn't get to see him play, and they said he had lost a step when he was in America, but I thought he was fucking great again with the Trailblazers, was Sabonis. Arvydas Sabonis. That guy was tough as nails, man, down low. But he was supposed to be more of a scorer when he was in Europe. But goddamn, he was good. And I'll finish with one that always pisses everybody here off. Because of the '88 finals, I've always loved Isaiah Thomas. So,
all right, Larro, go at it with him, because he and I have already talked about Isaiah. He knows how I feel about Isaiah. Go ahead.
Well,
you be the tiebreaker.
What's so funny is growing up, I used to go to like open gyms and stuff at St. Joseph. So I would always see his stuff, and Gene Pingatore. So you know what? I don't have the biggest problem with that. It's just Isaiah rubs me the wrong way now because he just, if it wasn't for us, we kind of helped build that Bulls team. If they didn't go through the fire with us, they wouldn't have became, and I was better than Jordan. And if he didn't open his mouth and talk like that, I might like Isaiah or Zeke a little bit more. But there's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. He just every time he throw a little bit of shade at the Bulls some way. Oh, Jordan's a great player, but we made him. It's like, come on, man. Like,
well, I mean, to play devil's advocate again, they kept him on the fucking dream team. So,
okay.
Well, and I don't know. I mean, take it for what it's worth, but Michael Jordan in the documentary The Last Stand said that he had nothing to do with that, that he was never asked. People knew that he did not like Isaiah Thomas, and the Olympic Committee really wanted Michael there, and Nike really wanted Michael there, and there was this Reebok really wanted Michael. All those sponsorship companies, they wanted Michael there, and they wanted to make sure he was going to say yes. And so that's why Isaiah was not invited, because they didn't want to alienate Michael. But according to Jordan,
alienate Michael, the prima donna Michael.
According to Michael, he never said, I will not play with him. So take that for what it's worth.
I want to believe that, but I feel like obviously he doesn't have to say anything. He could just give a look, and they'll know, like, okay, we can't have Zeke on there. He's Jordan, all he has to do is give a look or tell his agent, like, tell them I said, so he may have told the truth. Maybe he did. He personally maybe didn't say anything, but wasn't it the story like he didn't like Isaiah because of the All-Star game? They were kind of trying to ice him out because they didn't want him to. So, I mean,
the word is petulant.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an 85, man. Come on. I'm talking to Jordan. 7 years before, like, this guy is if you're going to have the first time that it's not, amateur basketball players, it's going to be people from the league that are going to be, this guy has to be on the team. He's one of the best players in the world at that time, and he got iced out just because. And that's not fucking fair, man.
It's you got to look at the other side of the story, though. Mm-hmm. And it's not just him icing Jordan out in the All-Star game. It was the style of play that the Pistons brought in, where they were fucking trying to permanently hurt Michael Jordan, and
which the Celtics did against the Lakers. That's what I'm saying to you. That was the way people played at that time. It wasn't unique to the Pistons.
It may not, but it doesn't excuse the fact that they were physically trying to hurt him. I don't care if it happened before between two other teams. It happened to Michael, so I can excuse it. But we'll move on. All right, last round. Larro, give me another player.
People that know me know I'm a D Rose guy to the fullest, but Steve Nash. I loved watching Steve Nash, man. Mm-hmm. He's a dude that could have scored more if he wanted to. That dude could have been a 20+ point per game scorer, but he was just a maestro, man.
Too. Who was the backup? Barbosa.
Ooh. Oh yeah, Barbosa. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, God, that guy could go.
Yeah, he could play, man. He was tough. He was a tough dude too. But yeah, Steve Nash was
Sean Marion too.
Sean, the Matrix. That team was fun, man.
Yeah,
that was a fun team. But things happen, I guess.
I got one for you. I've on every time when I go to bed and I can't sleep, I fantasize that I'm playing basketball. And the position that I'm playing, even though I was awful at it, but it was the position I really wanted to play, was the point guard, because I love feeding the ball, passing it well. I was a terrible dribbler, so I could never play the point guard. And so people would say, just let him play near the rim and just fight for rebounds. So that's what I would do. But I've always loved great point guards. And so I could give you a list of a bunch of guys. I mean, Rajon Rondo, a guy that a lot of people hate, but man, this guy is an outstanding point guard. Yeah. Rod Strickland. Who was it?
Strickland was good, man. Really good.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So I could give you a list of guys, but I'll just leave my last choice as You name me a point guard who is on that top 25 or top 50 all-time assist leaders, I probably have an affinity for them because I just love that style of basketball where you're making the other players play better. And guys like,
so you gotta love Magic. Then you gotta love Magic.
I do. I was just gonna say,
too.
Guys like Scottie Pippen and Magic Johnson, those guys are some of my favorite players too because of their style of basketball. I love guys who not only are dishing the ball off, but playing really hard-nosed, great defense. And what Scottie Pippen did to Magic in that first NBA Finals for the
shut him down.
That was sensational what he did. So that's where I'm at.
I have a question. So I watched this show, and I love Dan's basketball acumen and just how his recall and things like that. And I want to know this. Like, obviously, there are a bunch of people that say that LeBron is the greatest player now. But what I want to know is, if you don't believe that, if you don't believe LeBron is overtaking Jordan, what would it take for a player to become the greatest of all time?
Could I answer this?
Please.
I've been a LeBron hater. Like, for real. I own it. I'll own it and say, like, I remember him fucking just quitting against the Celtics, and I guess it was 2008 when he just fucking just quit.
Just walked. Yeah, I remember
that. Durant earlier. I mean, he quit. And then obviously we're going to win 1 championship, 2, 3, 4, 7 championships in my – okay. I started to soften up on him a little bit because at least he went back to Cleveland and got them a title because that town deserved it for what he did. But as much as I think, again, he gets catered to and placated just like Jordan – and you know, just all the rules kind of get bent for him. I got it. I mean, if the dude is still like playing the way he is, and granted, I don't get to watch the current game as much as I would like at all. So you notice everybody I'm talking about is from the 90s and early 2000s because that's when I had time to watch. Yeah. I had League Pass. I watched every fucking night. I don't have that luxury anymore. But I know from tuning in, he might not be, 2016 LeBron, but he's still LeBron. Yeah. He's going to be damn near 40. So if LeBron is still doing this 3-4 years from now, the only thing that compares is Abdul-Jabbar in terms of longevity with his age and still at a high level. Mm-hmm. So to answer the question, if LeBron is winning championships at age 40 or 41 or what have you, or is still a dominant player and has been basically playing, since 2004? If you're talking about a dominating era in the league that exceeds 20 years, then I'm gonna have to start buying in.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're looking at almost 2 decades of dominance. Now, again, he's lost the finals so many times. And if I want to be a hater, I can point out to all of those. Even the one he won with the Cavs probably shouldn't have won. But okay, he was down 3-1. They came back. But to answer your question, I think if he continues to play as good as he is into his 40s, it's going to be hard to deny that.
What do you think about what Bare Truth is saying that LeBron played half his years in the softer era?
For me, you go, Dan.
Yeah, I would say it was his whole career in the softer. I mean, if LeBron had to go up against Isaiah Thomas,
LeBron is so built, though.
I know he's
phenomenal. Like he's stout.
That's the one thing that scares me.
He could have sustained all that punishment for sure.
Yeah, that's the one thing that scares me. If Jordan and LeBron were to have a one-on-one match, is LeBron's strength. I mean, the guy is uneffing believable.
But I think LeBron matches up more with Magic and Kobe matches up more with Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But okay, let me ask you, Larro, if LeBron plays Michael Jordan 1-on-1, who wins? 21, winner take all.
I will say that Mike has something that is an intangible that you need, and that's shit talking, right? And that is something that can take you out of your game. He could talk you out of your game, and that's something you got to think about because LeBron maybe meant, they may say, oh, well, that doesn't matter, but that does matter. If you play 1-on-1 before and or even 5-on-5 and you got somebody talking to you, it either go one, it can go one or the other way, which is basically either you get outside of yourself and you start doing stuff that you normally don't do, or you play better. But I'm going to go Jordan. And that may be kind of cheesy of me, but I'm going to go Jordan just because I just think he had a little bit more in his bag in terms of offensively. Like LeBron's a little bit more put his shoulder down and get to the bucket. I think Jordan had a little bit more, handles in his bag. He had a little bit more, he could, what do you have, a 46-inch vertical or something like that? I can't remember his number. So it's not like he's just somebody who plays below the rim. He can still get up on Bron. So,
man, I agree. I have to say, to me, the only two players that could potentially beat Jordan in a one-on-one, if everybody's in their prime, it's not going to be LeBron. I'm going to say Kobe.
Yeah.
Because Kobe's got the explosiveness and the athleticism. And I know everyone's going to shit on this, and I swear to fuck on my mom's grave, I'm not saying this because of skin color. I'm saying because the guy could shoot 90% with his left hand, and he's not even left-handed, and that's Larry Bird. In terms of one, I mean, Bird literally against the Hawks one night just shot left-handed with his one hand and went over 40 just because he was bored on a road trip. So,
yeah, but you got to go back to that playoff game where Jordan scored 63 on the Celtics.
Oh, I know the game. I'm just saying, but the only person that's going to to me, like Kobe's probably the only one that's going to beat him. If someone's going to beat him, maybe. But you can't discount the shooter that can shoot from every place on the court.
I agree.
I mean, and shoot great.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Bird was good.
I put Bird in the same category because it doesn't matter if you're going to play on him or play off him. He can close his fucking eyes just like Jordan and make the shot.
Yeah. Dude. My 2 cents on it is the two players that you just mentioned, Kobe and I'm forgetting the other one, but the only guys that I would wonder who would win, who could potentially beat Michael Jordan are guys like Kobe, who had similar athletic skills and also that will to win. Because Jordan against LeBron, I'm picking Jordan every game. Why? Because he will want it more than LeBron. I've seen LeBron not have that killer instinct. Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't give a shit, that he's apathetic out there on the court. I'm not saying that. But compared to Michael Jordan, no, Michael Jordan would just want to annihilate him. And Jordan and LeBron doesn't have that killer instinct, that will to win. Kobe had it, and Kobe learned it from Michael. Which is probably the only reason I have Michael ahead of Kobe in the all-time listings is because Michael did it first. Michael set the stage, taught everybody in this modern era how to do it. All these athletic, super gifted, talented guys. The only thing else that you need, guys, is to want it as badly as I want it. That's what Michael had and still has. And when you saw it in The Last Dance, one of the moments in any sports documentary and anything related to sports that I will never, ever, ever forget, and I think it's a life lesson for all of us, is that moment when Michael Jordan starts to break down because he's reflecting back on how critical people were of his attitude and his want to win, that he would punch people in the face in practice, that he would
he would punch like the scrubs in the face. That's coming from Horace Grant, not from me. That's coming from Horace Grant.
He would have kicked Horace's ass too. No, but he just wanted it so badly. And when he started to break down and he told the director and the cameraman, I need to take a break, it just showed so much that sometimes, in order to be the best, to be the absolute best, you got to be a fucking asshole, man. And which is why I suck at everything in life, because I'm a nice guy.
Well, going back to Bird and Magic, or even LeBron. I think LeBron's 6'9" as well, right? Is Bird 6'9", Magic 6'9"? Yes. LeBron's tall. I mean, he's really tall. So maybe that would put him in the ballpark. Conversely, someone like like I said, Isaiah's only 6 feet tall, but you got to mention Steph too. He's only 6'3", but goddamn can hit 38-foot shots. Nothing but rain, nothing but net. Like whatever shot you want, he can hit in his prime. So you got to put Steph Curry in there too. Potential. I'm not saying he's going to win,
right?
But he can hang with him because he can hit any shot you need him to.
He is amazing.
40 feet away. I mean, he's amazing.
Steph is the best outside shooter I've ever seen, and it's amazing. It really is amazing.
He's the only guy that's usually the dad is always better than the son.
Mm-hmm.
Other than maybe like Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr., but usually the dad is like Pete Rose, and then there's Pete Rose Jr. Like Steph is way better than Del Curry ever was. So
yeah, I mean, some of the things though, like Steph's shooting just kind of shines over the rest of his game. Like he's just such a good point guard as well. And that dude is it's so fun to watch him play, man. I mean, the shooting is definitely his strength, but like everything else, man, the pace, the passing, everything else, man. God, man,
the damn team was great. What's the other guy's name? Not Durant, but the last year where they were in the finals, the other guy got hurt too. God, what's his
Clay?
name? He was a real. Say it again.
You said Clay?
Yeah, Klay Thompson's a great shooter too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just a shame, man. Like I said, that their title sort of got taken away from them because I guess of the same thing that happened with the Celtics or the Lakers. You just get old, I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, let's talk a little Bears football because this basketball talk is great, and we're gonna do it again in a.
Well, if anyone's hating on it, I mean, it's in the off season. I mean, come on. There were times back when during 100 Proof, you all would skip shows for a month at a time in the off season. So.
Oh, absolutely, and nobody's hating on it. Nobody's hating on it at all. I think a lot of people have been entertained by our thoughts on basketball, and I want to save some more basketball talk for a future show. We'll have Larro back in, and maybe we could even talk his co-host Chris to join us, and Chris can share some nerdy basketball thoughts. Sorry, Chris, I'm just kidding.
That's my brother, man. That's my brother. Hey, the other half.
He is great. All right, so I wanted to talk about David Montgomery. He met the media last week, and the reason I want to bring him up is because I do think that there is a chance that Matt Nagy is going to really dedicate the identity of the offense to having a strong running game. Primarily,
are you sure?
No, I'm not. This is a gut feeling, and so you know how my gut feelings go. They're usually wrong, which is why I'm losing all my bets tonight. But that's a different story for another day. But I just feel like this guy, David Montgomery, is like if you, as a head football coach, don't realize that you've got a gold mine here in this running back, then what are you doing? What are you doing? So I got a couple of sound bites. Dude, I got a couple of sound bites of David Montgomery. One is he was asked, and this is another reason why I love the guy. He was asked about his off season and what he was doing in his off season, and watch how he kind of volunteers a certain topic that I think is important for any athlete. He just brings it up on his own. Listen to this.
It wasn't enough for me last year, just knowing my untapped potential that I had within myself. And as far as like my leadership last year, I didn't do as well as I felt as I could have done. So for me, it was definitely like a motivational tool for me to take the proper time that I needed to, tack the off season properly as far as like the way I plan on leading this year and the way I plan on helping this team and this offense more so than none. But it was a big offseason for me, and it's still an offseason. We're in OTAs right now. And once OTAs is over, we'll have another month to where I can still prepare to do what I need to do for this offense and for this team. So I'm just doing everything that I can to try to get better every day.
In what ways do you want to be a better leader?
Just be more vocal, be able to stand behind what I say and allow my words to carry a lot of strength when I speak. And that's just gaining trust with everybody. So doing all the right things right at all times. You can't be a half-ass leader. You got to be a full-on leader, and you got to be able to, let the guys around you know that you hear for the greater good of the team at all times.
This is a guy that, based on his play and based on his attitude, it's easy to see that he's entering the prime of his NFL career. We know what happens to NFL running backs. Their lifespan is generally short. Now, I'm not saying he could be another Frank Gore and play another 12, 13, 14 years, but based on what I saw last season and based on what I'm hearing now, this guy is going to be could be, if the only thing that can stop him is Matt Nagy, he could be a 2,000-yard all-purpose running back by pass catching and running the ball and get close to 10 touchdowns. Larro, what do you think about David Montgomery?
I love David Montgomery. Ever since we've drafted him, looking at tape of him and everything. And when he came out, the biggest knock obviously was his speed, but everything else about his game. I mean, I remember his coach, what was it, Dan Campbell? I can't remember the first name of his coach, but he said that they had a big time receiver on that team that year. And he said that David had the best hands on the team. And I remember also there was another thing where he didn't go out in college. He didn't go to parties or anything like that. Like, he would go either watch film or lift weights. And then over time, more of his teammates were doing the same thing. They weren't going to parties and stuff like that. They were going to either lift weights or watch film. And that thing, when he said, I want to be more of a leader, those memories of me hearing those things popped back in my head. And I started to say, like, that's only going to be great things for this team. And as for you saying the 2,000 all-purpose yards, I totally agree. I think he's been underutilized. He's somebody that you can I remember they lining him up at slot. He could do it all, man. Contact balance, and supposedly he's added a mile and a half onto his speed now. So I love that dude, man. He's tough. He's definitely he exemplifies like everything in terms of a Chicago running back. Yeah. And it kind of reminds you, and I don't want to say, people might take it out of context, but he kind of reminds you of Matt Forte in
okay. I was actually going to say Walter Payton. He reminds me of
what? That's fine. I didn't get to see Walter play real time, so I'm more so, when I said that, I meant more of like the all-purpose guy. He can catch the ball like a receiver. He can also he's got to work on his blocking, but he's just a great overall back, man. And I love that guy. I love everything. The
reason I say Walter, and I'm not saying that he's as good as Walter, absolutely not, but that he's got that ability to break tackles and bounce off people. Yeah. And Walter also didn't have that fifth gear. Walter could break away, but he wasn't that guy who could definitely get to the end zone before somebody would catch him. He didn't have that fifth gear. He wasn't the fastest guy in the football field, and Montgomery isn't either. But there is that similarity, and you put it really well, Larro. They've got that mold of Chicago Bears running back: tough, hard-nosed, hardworking. And Dan, what do you think about what he just said? He being David Montgomery, when he just volunteered that one of the things he wants to be better at is a leader. Wasn't that cool?
That was, and I have to take umbrage with what you said on the comparison with Walter, though. First off, with Matt Forte, I think that in terms of coming out of the backfield and playing like the Marshall Faulk style of running back, then that is an apt comparison with Forte. Although I do think that he is much more willing to hit, a second and two straight up the middle than Matt Forte was. Yeah. Forte was all finesse. And I'm not saying that negatively, but Montgomery does have some power to go along with some finesse. So in that regard, now he's got to do it for some longevity. Forte is with the Bears from 8 to 15, I think, off the top of my head. So Montgomery's entering year 3. So let's see it. Let's see it keep getting better, keep ascending. But with Walter, Walter's power versus David Montgomery. Again, put it this way. Walter's MVP of the fucking league in his 3rd year. I don't see that happening for David Montgomery. I'm sorry. To me, comparing Walter to David Montgomery is not fair to David Montgomery. With the power, the ability to block, the ability to throw, Walter played quarterback. The fucking ability to do everything is Walter. So
okay, I didn't mean to offend you, man.
I will say,
No, he's not Walter. Nobody's Walter though. So that's not an insult to David Montgomery, but the sound that you said, again, it's the audio, the drop. Yeah, it's exciting. Like he's saying what, if we were writing a script, what we would want him to say. He's not doing a Khalil Mack where he's barely talking or mumbling some shit and not talking to the media or whatever, not showing up when he's supposed to. But like, this guy is standing up, being accountable. And I am excited. I am afraid when we quantify it with like 2,000, because for so many years, whenever we think about statistics, like, as much as I love Derek Kramer, it's almost embarrassing that he still owns the record for most touchdowns in a season at 29. So I'm always thinking, okay, Jay's got that. Jay's going to beat that. Jay's going to beat that. So Jay's going to hit 4,000 yards. Trubisky's going to hit 4,000 yards. And now I'm like, Fields is going to hit 4,000 whenever he's a starter. But is he? I don't know, because it just seems like there's certain caps that happens with Bears players, like statistics that they can't get to for whatever reason. And I don't want to put that on Montgomery and say he's definitely going to get 2,000, because, Montgomery or Nagy likes to. It's like he's playing a game of Madden, so he's going to be like, "Well, Patterson's not here now, but we got the guy from KC. I love the Chiefs. Let's bring him in. Let's Tariq Cohen. We could put him in the slot, or we could run him straight up the middle, which is not his strength. But let's do that anyway." So you get a lot of that from Nagy. Let's run to the short side of the field. Like a run across.
Yeah.
So his coaching could keep Montgomery away from 2,000 yards all purpose. But I'm definitely more sold on David Montgomery heading into year 3 than I was year 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if it's true that his speed trainer said that he's gone from a 4.6 to a 4.4 speed now. So if that's true, I mean, that brother is going to do some damage.
I agree. That is pretty phenomenal to think that you could add that much time.
That's amazing.
He said that in that clip, I believe, not in that clip, but in that presser, he said that he actually had to be taught how to run. Like, he wasn't running the right way. So he had to be taught, like, from ground up almost how to run. And that's crazy to think about. You know what I mean? Like,
that is.
Man.
There are certain things, and this, Larro, from coaching, that there are certain strides that you take, having your hands come up at the same, and certain things that you can do that can increase speed. But to increase it that much, that's pretty phenomenal. That's not only technique, but it's also the training. And a lot of people in the chat room have been saying, just based off that video alone, that it looks like he's lost some weight. Yeah. So that clearly will help with his speed.
I honestly think that if Nagy would just put whoever's at quarterback under center and allow David Montgomery to run behind a blocker, like, he could do everything we want. But that's what I'm afraid of. Nagy's going to be like, oh, we've got to be like Kansas City. We've got to be in the shotgun, even on 3rd and 1. Or 2nd and 1. It's just like, I'm afraid he's gonna his offense is gonna, the style will make sure that David Montgomery doesn't reach the potential that he should.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will say that if you look at the signings they've had this year, the way they drafted, and then you kind of look at Kansas City, I don't know if David Montgomery can. I think I saw Steven say 1,300 yards running. I don't know if he can reach that, and it's not because he's had a bad season or anything like that. I just think the way that Kansas City or that whole like tree, they like to mix up their backs. They like to have David Montgomery maybe 2 downs, and then they'll bring in Khalil Herbert, and then they'll maybe bring in Tariq Cohen for passing downs or whatever. And I kind of like that in a way, because it kind of keeps the defense on their toes. They have to communicate with each other. Oh, Cohen's in. It might be a pass, might be a run. Even with David Montgomery, it might be a pass, might be a run. And even when you think about Justin Fields, let me rewind that. With Nagy, I get the criticisms because I was very critical of him. But then I kind of roll back and I say, what if it really was Trubisky? And you can say, oh, well, it didn't work for not Foles. Foles and who was the other guy?
Chase
Daniel. He's had 3 quarterbacks and his offense didn't work. Well, if you think about those 3 quarterbacks, right, with Mitch, you weren't worried about him going deep. You weren't worried about the pass over the top. You weren't worried about that. You were worried about that slant route he likes to throw to A-Rob. If the linebacker squeeze, he would hit the simple reads. You didn't have to worry about any threat. Mitch Trubisky did not threaten you. If you were a defense, you were not threatened whatsoever, right? You get Foles. Okay, yeah, he can hurt you on the deep ball. But if you can get in there and you can pressure, then, you saw it. He's seeing ghosts. He's throwing the ball too early. He's overthrown. He's underthrown. He's making weird throws. Nobody's scared of Chase Daniel. Mm-hmm. We've not seen his offense with a good quarterback, a quarterback like Justin Fields that has all the tools, who at 3rd and 1, yeah, maybe he ran those kind of offenses with Trubisky where it's a QB read. And with Justin Fields, he's going to make the right read. He's a tough runner. He's going to run through tackles, right? He reads the defense pretty well. Yeah, people say he processes the field a little slow, but to me, I think of it as like, if you watch, and before I say this, I don't want anybody to think I'm comparing him to anybody right now, but if you look at Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson, they still to this day take some sacks that you're like, whoa, like, what are you guys doing? Mm-hmm. But I think that's just all in the fact they're trying to make the big play. They're trying to move the chains. They're not trying to do the dump off. You don't want the Alex Smith before he got with Kansas City. What was it? Check down Charlie or whatever. You don't want a guy like that. You want a guy that wants to push the ball down the field, that threatens the defense, that opens those running lanes for David Montgomery
That's why Cohen. I didn't like Kyle Orton. That's why I wanted Cutler. Exactly what you just said. A guy like Justin Fields is going to open up so many things. Like players like Justin Fields, like even the plays that we criticized Nagy about, they didn't work, right? Oh, Nagy, here we go. Guys like Justin Fields, they hide those bad play calls. Like you'll be at home like, man, that was a great play call, but really it was a bad play call. But since you got a guy like Justin Fields that makes something happen, you don't even think twice about it, And but the thing that concerns me, if you don't mind me jumping in,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm not just shitting on Nagy just to be a dick because I don't like his press conferences, but like if Nagy will come in and let's say the motion on one play, he'll put somebody in motion and it doesn't lead to anything. Like other teams, let's say Green Bay, again, a team that we all equal hatred and vitriol toward, but still. They'll run like the same formation on 3 or 4 different plays and you don't know what's coming out of a formation. But the Bears never do that. It's like he's playing Madden, calling a play, then he'll change personnel and bring this. But it's like nothing ever amounts to anything. And he uses people out of place all the time. Like how many times can Tariq Cohen be used to run straight up the middle behind the fucking center and left guard? I mean, God, get this guy outside. Even if he's playing running back, toss the ball to him. Run some sweeps. Get him going vertically. But it's like he's always down low. I just feel like Nagy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
To answer, I understand what you just said, but to rebuttal to what that last, what was it,
PJ said that he disagrees with you. Trubisky did scare defenses when he threatened to run, and 2018 showed what could happen. Go ahead.
And what Nagy didn't want him to run, and then Nagy had him so scared of throwing interceptions that he wouldn't throw the ball deep either. Because remember, he threw some deep balls to Taylor Gabriel in 2019 early in the season. Right. I'm saying he had the 6 touchdown game, even though it was against a weak Tampa team. His point is accurate that Mitch was throwing too many screens. I'm saying, but I feel like that's what the coach was making him do, though, is what I'm worried about.
I think, okay, to go to that comment, this may be controversial, but do you believe Lamar Jackson can win a championship?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Dan, how about you?
This for real?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I mean, he was league MVP, so I can't shit on him. But do I think they're going to win a championship? I mean, if he was on the 2000 Ravens, then sure. But if he's got to be the vocal part of the team, I think the league caught up to him pretty quickly. And I'm not saying he can't throw.
Yeah.
But he's more of I'm going to take off running. And at some point, RG3 had a great rookie season running too. And at some point you get hurt when you're running every play. And I feel like that's his strength. And I don't mean that controversially, or I'm not saying he can't improve, but I think he jumps off as like I could see Watson winning before him for sure if he's on a good team, and definitely Russell Wilson would scare the shit out of me. I don't with Jackson.
The reason why I said that is because he said that defenses were scared of him running, and I want a quarterback that scares you because of his passing, and I feel like the running part should be secondary, right? Okay, my read's not open, the second, third, whatever, it's not open. Okay, let me get out of here. But like, I don't want the reason why they're scared is just to be predominantly for the running, right? Because I want a guy that puts fear in you. Like, I mean, I hate the Packers, but I mean, their safeties said it. It was disrespectful, but it was true. We want to make Mitch play quarterback, right? I mean, that was disrespectful, but it's true. Every time Mitch had to sit in the pocket,
read it. Former Bear Adrian Amos said
it. Exactly. I mean, we can blame Nagy, and yes, there are plays to blame Nagy, but like, I want to see Nagy with a legit quarterback that's dual threat. That is not I can't remember where I heard this, but I feel like Mitch was an athlete playing quarterback. I want a guy that's a quarterback that is also an athlete, where he can make all the reads, different arm angles, whatever. But when he has to get out of that pocket and make a play or whatever, he can do that. Not lean on that. I feel like Mitch leaned on that in 2018. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, people didn't have tape like that on Mitch, right? The only thing they knew is he would run. They didn't know. You go to Tampa Bay, all these soft coverages they were playing. They changed the next couple seasons. They started to play differently. They put a spy on Mitch. Okay, now let's play some coverage. Let's see if you can read a zone. Let's see what you can do. We'll spy you with our middle linebacker or whoever it is, and then let's keep you in the pocket and let's see if you can make these reads. And I was a big Mitch guy. Let me take that back. Let me. I wanted Deshaun Watson. When they made that trade up, I thought it was for Deshaun. When they made the name came out, Mitch Trubisky, you can ask my wife. My jaw could hit the floor. It would have, because I remember seeing him against Illinois. I was like, oh, he's pretty good. He's okay. But I wouldn't want him on the Bears. But he's okay. And when we drafted him, obviously as a Bears fan, I tried to buy into him. I tried to watch as much tape on him. I tried to find like things that I could brag about. But there's just things that Justin Fields, and he hasn't hit the field yet. And I don't want to continue to say like this guy can do this and that, but what his potential is off the charts. I mean,
you're right. You're so right. The difference is with Trubisky, and again, I wanted him to play so well because we drafted him. But there's like an aura of we're hoping that Mitch is going to be good versus a feeling of anticipation with Fields that you just feel like this is the right pick. And I never felt that with Trubisky. I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
But it feels like we got the guy now, though. It really feels like it.
Does. That's for sure. So 4,000 Clovers asks, have we ever seen a running quarterback win the Super Bowl yet? I'm not sure, but I don't think so. But the thing to keep in mind, 4K, is that this whole run option play calling scheme is relatively new. I mean, it's been in the league for they've adopted that from Steve Young. That's a great answer there.
Steve McNair was 1 yard short. He was Steve McNair was a monster throwing the ball too, but could run.
Yeah. But in this modern era, I think you're going to see more of these running quarterbacks win Super Bowls. As soon as Tom Brady fucking retires, you're going to see more of these running quarterbacks win Super Bowls, because these offenses are all kind of gravitating to that. And
Kaepernick got to a Super Bowl, and Russell's gone to 2. So.
There you go. And so just because of the numbers of quarterbacks that are going to be playing that position and are going to have those traits of running, I think you're going to see in the future a lot of running quarterbacks win Super Bowls.
Now, when we say running quarterback, do we mean like, are we talking like that's their like strength, or is that just something they also do?
That's a good point. I mean, you asked a question about Lamar Jackson, and Lamar Jackson is a guy that in his MVP season in 2019, he was rushing for as many yards as he was passing, but He was
like RG3 when he was rookie of the year.
Right. But he also
more or less just running.
He threw for 36 touchdowns that season and only 6 interceptions. So, that's a pretty remarkable thing when the guy was also averaging 9 yards a carry and carrying ball, the 10, 11 times a game. In one game, he carried it 19 times. Another game, he carried it 17 times. Another game, he carried it 16 times. So he was running the ball a lot and picking up, averaging about 100 yards a game rushing and throwing the ball, multiple touchdowns. Look at his last several games. Lamar Jackson in 2019, his MVP season. 3 touchdown passes, 4 touchdown passes, 5 touchdown passes, 1 touchdown pass, 3 touchdown passes, 5 touchdown passes, 3 touchdown passes. My goodness, that guy was red hot.
I'm not sold on him at all, but I hope Fields ends up being our Steve McNair, Randall Cunningham, or everyone always acts like this guy wasn't any good before he got hurt. Dante Culpepper. In terms of I'm mentioning these guys not because they all happen to be black. It's not a race thing at all. I'm saying it. No, it really isn't. I'm saying that the guys are just, their body type is, they're fucking stout and they're big as shit. Like Culpepper was like 240 and he'd run your ass over and still throw the deep ball to Moss. And Steve McNair was the same guy. It could run you over and throw the ball deep. And obviously you saw with Randall with Philly, he was more of a quote unquote running quarterback. But by the time he got to Minnesota, they're 15-1. He's slinging the rock. So that's what I want is a guy like that that's multi-dimensional, and I feel like we've got him.
The thing about that season is, he definitely balled out. But if you watched a lot of his games, it was predicated like it was a lot of run-heavy offense, right? And so the play action was huge in that year. And I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I'll just say it. I don't think he'll win a Super Bowl. That's just my take.
I agree.
Because I don't. If you look at how he loves the middle of the field, if you make him throw that boundary, if you want to hit a 20-yard dig or something like that, I don't trust that he can make that throw consistently and hurt your team. Hurt their other team. So that's my thing. I just. Like Patrick Mahomes, right? Of course, he's up there. But what I'm saying is he could throw the ball all over the yard. But if he needs to, he can get out and pick up 20 yards with his legs. But that's not his big thing. And Russell Wilson, you think about his legs, but the dude, he can make every throw on the field. And that's what I'm talking about.
I would say with Russell, although I agree with your point, I would just argue when like Kaepernick's year when they went to the Super Bowl. Against Kaepernick politically in any way. So I'm not saying this, for bullshit reasons, but I'm saying during that run when Seattle went and when they beat Denver and when San Francisco went and lost to Baltimore, they were doing that read option. He was a running quarterback then. He proved to be a guy that could throw the ball, but he really didn't throw that much then. He really was, in my opinion, like Jackson at that point running the read option because they had protection and couldn't take shots, but the league changed the rule and that pretty much took that part of the game out of the way. But I do think that Russell was more like Kaepernick early on versus now where is a guy that can beat you with his arm.
And I think a little bit of that is like, obviously Russell's going to do what he has to do, but I think that's some of the things that pissed him off is that he didn't just want to run. He wanted to open the offense up and run more passing patterns and run more routes. I think he wanted to to throw the ball more, and obviously if coach puts in the headset, hey, I need you to run this QB, you're going to do it because, that's what you do. So, of course, I totally agree. That's what he was doing early in the year, but early in his career.
PJ wanted to clarify what he meant earlier. He said the combination of Jordan Howard and Trubisky, the Bears should have leaned more on the run. That's what he was
I agree.
And that would have opened up more of the passing game. And I totally agree. that
Nagy has to get in the shotgun.
Right.
It's like run Jordan Howard, out of an I formation, but he's like, I didn't come here to run the I formation.
Exactly. Those were the skills of the quarterback that you inherited. And so you said you could make him a winner. Well, how are you going to make him a winner if you're going to force feed your offensive system into a guy who's not capable of doing that? By the way, I want to apologize to the former host of This Old House, Bob Vila. It's been brought to my attention by someone in the chat room.
Bob is alive?
Bob is alive. He is.
How about that?
Bob Vila is 74 years old. He is residing somewhere in Miami, Florida. And so I apologize to Vila and the Vila family.
At this point, if he would fix my heat pump, I would suck the guy's fucking cock. And I've never blown anybody, but I would just to get air conditioning at this point in my house. I'm fucking dying.
Yo, oh man, I'm dying.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get you a separate hotel room in Cleveland when we go down there.
Come on, it's a joke.
I know. I'm just joking too.
Oh man.
All right, I got another soundbite. You had another point on Dan that you want to get out, or Larro, on what we were talking about?
The last thing I wanted to say about Justin Fields is if like looking in at some of these videos that I've seen on YouTube and a lot of Ryan Day talking, is Ryan Day comes from a background of where Nagy's from, a lot of mesh, a lot of read option, a lot of spread, West Coast concepts. And Justin has already been running some West Coast offense. And I think that is going to be something that is obviously going to help him a lot because he's ran more of a pro style offense in college. And I think that was a big part of why Matt wanted him, is because he's already ran some concepts that he has in his offense. And obviously he's going to have to learn more and get in the huddle, things like that, cadence, all that stuff. But I feel like that is something that's going to help Justin getting into this offense and maybe competing a little bit more with Andy because they are both kind of starting from scratch in terms of learning this offense. So I don't think that can be understated. I think that he's been in Nagy loves the mesh. He loves mesh, and he's already been doing that in college. So it's, we've got a good tight end. He loved his two tight ends. We have Cole Kmet. And you can still say, Jimmy gave us, some touchdowns last year. You never know. But so I think I like what he's coming into, man. A lot of people say this is a bad situation for Justin, but I think there are some pieces on offense. He's got a number one receiver. He's got two very capable tight ends. He's got a great running back. He's got a number two wide receiver that I think is going to be pretty darn good in Mooney. And if Anthony Miller gets his act straight, he's very talented. So, offensive line, we'll see. We could talk that up. We could say Tevin Jenkins may come in and be an animal. Who knows? But I think he's coming into a better situation than people want to say. You cannot. Also, the defense has got to be energized. So you never know. You never know, man.
Let me play the second soundbite that I have of David Montgomery. And David Montgomery, one of the reasons why I think he's going to have a superb season is after the bye last week, which was in week 10, he comes back and he rushes for 103 yards. He rushes for 72 yards, but had a 4.25 per carry average and scored 2 touchdowns in that game against Detroit. Don Burr, who you're in the chat room, he's a Lions fan. Then he follows that up with a 113-yard game, another touchdown, a 146-yard game against the Vikings, 2 touchdowns, a 95-yard game. And then in that season closer against Green Bay, he only had 69 yards, but he did have a touchdown. It was just an indication as to that this guy is now on the verge of doing something special. So at that press conference, he was asked, what clicked?
I wouldn't necessarily say anything just clicked. I think, throughout the whole entirety of the year, what I learned in the NFL, being here for the 2 years that I've been here, you have a lot of ups and a lot of downs throughout the whole entire season. So what you typically do is either it's fight or flight. You either stick in it for the long run or you run the opposite way, and I've never been one for running the other way. So the biggest thing for me was that clicked. I think just the mentality for everybody, it kind of just stayed the same, and we all just trusted in each other. And we believed that it was going to shake and something was going to work. And when the time came, it did. So we just kind of ran with it.
It's all about attitude sometimes, right, Larro?
Yeah. That is why I love that dude, man. That's very true. You know, playing in any sport really, but big time in football is like when you get met with adversity, you know, you either fall or you get up and you keep going. And I love that dude, man. That really is everything that I wanted to hear from him and more. And that's why I think he's going to be a great leader for this team. He's somebody that kind of put the team on his back during that stretch where everybody was saying Mitch is playing better. He was a big part of that. So, man, that's great to hear from him.
Dan, let me ask you a question. Larro brings up the point about the defense, and they really need to step up. Does it concern you at all that only one starter of the defense showed up for the voluntary OTAs and that the veteran other starters did not show up?
In theory, it should, I guess, you know, because even though it's voluntary, they're still athletes. They should want to win, all these cliches. Hey, fuck it. I don't care, man. Like, I'm sure they're still training at the house. At least that's what we're hoping. We want Danny Trevathan to be there and be in better shape than he was in Detroit when last season started. And for God's sakes, whatever gets Khalil Mack to look like 2018 Khalil Mack, I'm all for. So I'm not trying to be on the fence too much, but the short answer is, in theory, you wish everyone would just be there, but they still have the COVID out as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to tell them how to condition their bodies and how to be ready. Just please, for the fuck's sake, be ready.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, and they've earned the right. I was on the Irish Bear show and I said this. They've earned the right not to show up. They're veterans. It's a voluntary workout. I'm trusting that they're staying in shape at home and so forth. But you got a new defensive coordinator. And while he has been with the team for a while, this guy now is in charge. It would have been nice to show up and show support. It would have been nice to have everybody there, close to 100% attendance, so that you can all kind of bond together and say, this is our year, guys. This is our Super Bowl year.
Does anybody know what Eddie looks like yet? Eddie Goldman?
No,
I mean,
no. And Nagy has been asked, credit to Brad Biggs. It seems like almost every other press conference, Biggs is asking management, Nagy or Ryan Pace, about Eddie Goldman. Now they keep responding in the positive. Yeah, talk to him. He's been out here working out and stuff. So it appears like things are going well, but I would like to see him. We know that in the past, Goldman, his first 2 seasons in the league, Vic Fangio said he was out of shape. And the reason why he's playing so well now is because he's in shape. So hopefully after the year of COVID that he chose to sit down because there were concerns about his family members and so forth, the diabetes or something like that. And so he had every right to sit out. I don't bemoan him that. I don't begrudge him that, but I'm just hoping that he, you know, he's going to be in shape and ready to play at the same level he did when he last played in 2019.
I agree. It's hard to take a year off from anything and then come back. Like here in radio, again, FM radio is not physical like that. But my point is, when I was laid off at one point, and when you come back, and it's something I had done at that point a decade. But when you come back, your timing is off, and it feels like it's not new, but you know, it takes some time to get back into proper acclimation. I don't know how else to describe it. It takes some time. You know, if you were a boxer, we were talking boxing 3 hours ago, and you retire like George Foreman, you know, and then suddenly come back when you're in your early 40s. He didn't win the title with Michael Moore in his first fight back. It took him a couple of years and a couple of title matches. He fought Evander in 91. You got the point. It took him a while to reestablish that fluidity. So Eddie's, that's a really good question now, because we're wanting him to be the 2019 Eddie in September, but can he be? I don't know.
Yeah. I'm concerned about that. I've got concerns about the defense because the lack of depth, because you've got two starting cornerbacks, if indeed it's going to be Desmond Trufant joining Jalen Johnson as the starting corners that have injury histories. Who's going to play slot cornerback? Well, and talking about the slot cornerback position, I am intrigued a lot by Thomas Graham Jr., the guy that was drafted. This guy, he comes out of Oregon. He sat out last season because of COVID concerns. And so he didn't play. But prior to that, this guy was a stud. Started 39 straight games at Oregon, accumulated 8 interceptions, 32 pass breakups, 40 passes defended, 182 tackles, 10.5 tackles for loss. This guy is glue. He's got an eye for the football. I know Danny Shimon and Neil Stopchinski on our Draft on Tap show, they just love this guy. They think he's a huge steal. Was one of those guys that because he didn't play last season, a lot of people just plain forgot if he would have played last season and continued to play at the same level he did prior to the 2020 season, the COVID season, he probably would have been an early day 2 draft pick, a second rounder, latest third round. But they get him in day 3, and this guy could be the plug and play slot corner. And if that's the case, I will feel so much better. I still have a lot of high hopes for Kindle Vildor, the cornerback, but man, oh man, this Graham kid is pretty impressive. You guys have any thoughts on him?
Watching him play was dude who plays with a lot of swag. Mm-hmm. And it reminds me when we got Eddie Jackson that came off a broken leg. And, I remember when we drafted him in the 4th round, it's like, we got him in the 4th round. It just reminds me of that because I think he is going to be a very good player. Coming into his senior year, he was like one of 21 FBS players with 60 plus tackles and 10 plus pass breakups. So it was like he produces when he's playing. He may not be the fastest guy, but it seems like his technique is there. He plays really physical. He's not afraid of that. So it's been really fun to really watch him. And I like you said, man, I think there's going to be a competition with him and Vildor. So we'll see where that goes. But I think he's going to be somebody that can come in and we'll see play early on.
Yeah, I've actually got a soundbite of him being asked about the open position at the slot. The way the question was phrased is, have you been told that there is an open position at the slot? And this was his response.
They just told me that they want me to come in here and learn to play, but be able to play both corner and nickel. So they told me, just go out there and compete, do as best as you can, and that's what I'm going to do. Me personally, I want to go out there and start, but nothing is given in this league. You got to go take it, and you got to earn it.
PJ and Herney both say that he's probably more of an outside cornerback and not a nickel, which is fine. I mean, that's what you want. But at the same time, in today's NFL, where you're seeing the number 1 receivers lining up in the slot, it is really, really important to have a dynamite cornerback. And one of the things about the Bears drafting strategy is that they seem to overlook cornerbacks a little bit. And I say that a year after they drafted Jalen Johnson in the 2nd round, but not figuring out a way to keep Kyle Fuller and not having great depth at that cornerback position is odd to me in today's NFL. What do you think, Larro?
No, I totally agree. That is definitely something they've kind of overlooked. I mean, they stumbled into Eddie Jackson. I mean, but
yes, they did.
But what's funny is like I love that about Thomas Graham. What he just said there is I want guys coming in and not rubbing guys wrong way and but just having that self-confidence that I want to start, but I know I have to earn it, and I love that about a guy like that. And Thomas Graham, like I said, watching him play, he definitely could go outside. I believe he could, but it's funny you brought it up. You said that a lot of number 1 receivers, they like to bring them into the slot. I think we know that very well. Green Bay, when they needed a big play, DA was in that slot on Buster, and a lot of times Buster didn't make the play. So, yeah, man. I mean, I totally agree. We've overlooked that position for far too long. There should have been somebody drafted a year before Jalen was, just to get that going, just in case maybe you had to, if you knew you had to make that move with Kyle Fuller, just bring guys in just so you maybe can find somebody that could help. You know, I understand they brought in Artie Burns. Maybe who knows? Maybe he surprises a little bit, but I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
Hey, quick baseball score update. The Chicago White Sox have just beaten the Blue Jays 6-1, and the Cubs are beating the Padres in the the sixth inning, 3-0. So good news so far for Chicago baseball fans. And by the way, Thursday's show, Crosstown Crosstalk, Joey and Vinny Parisi interviewed none other than David Kaplan. He joins them for about 20 minutes to talk about the Cubs, and he's got a couple of thoughts also about the White Sox. And Cap is like me. Why not root for both teams? And Cap is a Cubs fan, but he says if the White Sox are not playing the Chicago Cubs, I want them to win. If they've got Chicago on their jersey, I'm rooting for them, and I don't understand why any fan would want to root against a Chicago team. And I'm the same way, man. Larro, are you that way? Or don't tell me you're like my brother. My brother roots for the Boston Bruins, the Philadelphia 76ers, anybody but somebody in Chicago. I said, what happened? You know, what did Chicago ever do to you?
You know what happened for me is I was that way. I was kind of rooting for both sides at a point. But I remember I loved AJ Pierzynski. I like, you couldn't tell me anything about AJ. I mean, now you probably you can, but back then when he got into a fight with Michael Barrett, it was over with for me. I was like, no, you're not gonna touch AJ and expect for me to root for you. Not gonna happen. And I haven't changed since then. So I don't hate the Cubs, but if the game's on, I might go buy it. You never know. I keep up with them because they're in the city, but I'm just not. No, I guess. Yeah, I'm like your brother. I'm like your brother, I guess.
Dan, do you root for a baseball team? I don't know if you do or not.
I don't have enough time to watch baseball anymore. I told you I was a diehard my life. The Reds were accessible for me on radio and TV.
Right.
So I was a Reds fan, and I was passionate until they fired Dusty Baker or forced Dusty out. I know a lot of Cubs fans don't like Dusty, but I love Dusty. But on the Cubs White Sox front, again, even though I was a Reds fan for years, the Reds are in the West and the Cubs, they weren't really competition per se. So I don't have a problem with the Cubs, but I don't like the American League. I guess that's where my bias comes from. So, I'm not sitting around wanting the White Sox to lose by any stretch. And when they won in 2005 against the Astros, I mean, it's like, okay, fine. I wasn't upset or anything. I don't like the American League. I don't like that style of play. And now with Interleague, it's a little bit convoluted anyway because everything's watered down. We've seen all the matchups. But to me, back in the day when you had an American League team and a National League team that, had basically never played before, and that was the World Series, that was exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And now I know because of money, it's never going to end. And I think that's too bad. But all things equal, I don't like the American League.
So you're going to be against the universal DH then?
Yes, and I really hate I haven't watched any baseball this year, but I hear that the rule is still put a guy out there on second to start the extra innings. That's fucking terrible.
That is a bullshit rule.
Yeah, the 7-inning double header games. Yes, that's awful.
That is bullshit. That's this new not new. He's been around for a while, but the commissioner, this Manfred game, he has no regard at all for baseball records, for the tradition of the game. I'm all for trying innovative things, but those two rules, come on, what the fuck?
I guess I'm just on the other side of this stuff.
Really?
The reason why I say this is because I love baseball. If you want to play 9 innings, I'm down with that. I'm with the double headers. I mean, if you want to go back to that, I'm totally down with it. But I think the biggest thing is they're trying to find a way to get the younger crowd even more to baseball. And even my cousin, he's 12. I try to get him to sit down and watch a baseball game. It's so boring. Why do they have to play so long? But I remember Sox in the extra innings. They had a guy on second he was in it. He was like, oh, what, why is there a guy on second already? Like it's like, I just feel like that's what they're trying to do. Like me, I'm the guy that goes to a game and I got my own card. I'm okay. There's one out. That was a 5-3. I'm that guy. I love the game so much. But
yeah, I'm the same way. But
could you imagine though if like we were talking NBA earlier, if they said, well, this new generation here, these millennials, they don't really have an attention span. So let's make that 82 game season 44 games or something. You'd be like, well, what the fuck? But we need to capitulate to their attention span. I'm like, fuck that.
But I think
that's different, though.
Yeah, that's a little different.
I think what makes a young man want to play or want to watch is maybe have them play Little League or something. But that's just my opinion.
Listen, I get the whole idea of trying to appeal to younger people, and I get what they want, but I don't think that's the way to speed things up. I think, when you get a pitcher who is scratching his balls for 30 seconds and then picking on his ass for another 30 seconds, that's, there should be like a shot clock they have in basketball. You got to get this pitch off in 20 seconds. I'm sorry. And there's certain other rules, the strike zone needs to be called. The strike zone on the rule book is still the strikes at the armpits all the way down to the knees. When do you see a pitch called for a strike that's at chest level? You never see it. And so the umpires need to call the strike zone the way the strike zone has been in the rule book for decades and decades. That will speed up the game, getting people into the batter's box, getting pitchers to throw the ball within 15 to 20 seconds. That will speed up the game. But I remember Keith Olbermann once doing a rant on one of his ESPN shows, and he was saying that the reason they don't do that is because what happens during those long delays when the pitcher's scratching his ass, they sell stuff. They sell, car tires or beer or something like that. And so the TV stations are the ones saying, don't speed up in between pitches, because that allows us to, this next pitch is sponsored by Michelin tires or whatever. And so he may be onto something there, but the whole thing about a runner on second base, I don't like the college football rule where overtime is you put the ball on a 20-yard line. There's got to be a better way to do it than make it so easy,
Yeah.
Lieutenant Kimmy wanted to jump out on one of the things you said, though, about the strike zone. Of course, this is going back 20 years, but or maybe 30. But, like, let's say someone like Greg Maddux, anytime he's fucking pitching, whether he's at the Cubs or especially when he's at the Braves, the catcher could literally set up in the other batter's box and they would call it a strike.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And that used to drive me crazy how it wasn't just Maddux. It was all of the Braves pitchers. The strike zone was whatever.
John Smoltz and Tom Glavine. Right. I hated those teams.
The strike zone was whatever those pitchers wanted it to be. And I was just so irate. It was like, the umpire, the ball, it's like if the ball landed 6 feet foul and the umpire saying it was safe because it was the Braves. That's the equivalent of that, call it by the rules, man. And in basketball, football, I am a stickler for the rules. If it's written in the full rule book, if this is what a pass interference is, call it. If this is what traveling is, call it. I don't understand why these
if that's the
rules.
Case, then you have to call the Brian Russell at 98 finals an offense.
Hey, come on. Hey, come on now. You don't have to bring that up, brother. You don't
I swear that was an offensive foul, and I was rooting for the Bull.
Come on. You didn't see the elbow extend. No way.
I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing but that drop of the shot. But you know what? Back on the baseball is now I think something that's going to help is that they're now going to ban substances that you can use, right? So I remember after they said that, Garrett Cole had, you would always see something on his hat. He had nothing on his hat, and I don't know if it's coincidence, but that game he got rocked. So it makes me wonder if there's going to be more scoring now, and maybe that will bring in more of more younger group. And also I'm kind of eager to see some of these big time pitchers, if they can be big time without those substances that give you that more RPMs and things like that. So I'm interested to see. We'll see how that goes too.
I'm totally down with that. This whole thing of pitchers, who was it? Somebody was on the South Burbs Hitman, the NBC sports guy with the Slavic name. Zimmerman, help me out. He's in the chat.
Was it Slavko? I can't remember. Yeah.
Anyway,
the last name starts with a B. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
And so he was saying, they're putting Vaseline Slavko Bekovic. He's a great baseball guy, works at NBC Sports Chicago. He was the guest on South Burbs Hitman. I was cracking up that he was saying that they're even putting Vaseline down in their jock strap and shit. And I'm like, really? What else are they doing besides? What are they doing in the dugout? The Vaseline in the jock strap. Anyway.
I loved what Liam Hendricks has said on this presser. He said something about first he said guys are using like sunscreen, they're using whatever they can to get that whatever they are looking for. Mm-hmm. But he was saying that guys, now they're worried about like the age group and things like that. Like now, now it's a level playing field, right? You don't have any substances on the ball. We're going at it, mano now, without extra help. And he also, not to go extra into the baseball, but he was saying that also too with baseball players, they should probably be getting paid not by OPS plus or batting average or anything like that. But how about you pay them for singles, for doubles, for triples? Like pay them for what would make them be more well-rounded hitters. You know what I mean? And I thought that was a pretty cool thought, is because that's actually right? If you're going to get paid more for hitting a double, or you're going to get paid more for hitting a single, and I don't know, that's
an interesting thought.
Yeah, what he just said is actually, again, for me being the Reds bias, so many Reds fans were anti-Joey Votto because they thought that he had too many walks and too many singles. But I thought Joey was just a solid fucking hitter himself.
Joey Votto was a beast. Like what? I would.
There are a lot of fans that don't like. They think he's too willing to take the walk and not aggressive enough. And that was there's a lot of criticism in the Cincinnati Enquirer and definitely on talk radio where they just think that his whole career he's kind of been criticized for being happy with walks.
I mean, if a pitcher's not going to give you anything to hit, I mean, what are you going to swing at bad pitches?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Joey's the Reds have wasted his entire career. So,
and why would they pitch to him? They didn't have anybody to protect him, really. Why would any team pitch to him and give him anything good to hit? I
concur. I definitely do. Ever since they got rid of Dusty, the whole team was broken down, and he's been the only guy they've got. So,
all right, fuck baseball. People are saying in the chat room. People are saying, hey, your viewers have knocked left by about half as soon as you start talking baseball. And then I told them, well, Dan's going to be talking about his sex life pretty soon, so they'll be coming back pretty soon. All right. We always talk about movies for the last 30 minutes of the show. Larro would love to find out what you have been seeing. Dan, have you been watching anything new after now that Mayor of Easttown is done with?
Where are you going to go with him? I thought you were going to ask him first.
Well, I'm going to give him some time to think about it.
Okay, well, I'll jump in. I told you that documentary, you'll love it. It's a 4-parter on Showtime called The Kings, talking about Marvin Hagler and Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hitman Hearn. So as a 80s boxing fan, you'll really like it. And like I said, it juxtaposes what's going on with America at the time with the Carter administration and then the incoming Reagan administration and what's going on at the world at those particular times. So that's definitely something that you would like. I told you yesterday I watched a weird fucking movie with Anthony Hopkins as like I hate a magician, but for some reason I watched this movie and I don't know that I didn't like it or loved it, but it was so strange to me. That was from 78 called Magic. Have you watched that?
Yes. I don't remember it very well, but yeah, I do remember the movie, the ventriloquist puppet thing. Yeah. Remind me of what was the plot line again?
Well, so he's got this ventriloquist act, which to me is phony as shit, but whatever. But it's gotten over to the point where his agent is Burgess Meredith, Rocky's trainer from the Rocky movies. He was the Penguin on Batman. You know who Burgess Meredith is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's his agent, and he's worked out a deal for Anthony Hopkins to take this thing with this character to a pilot for NBC. But he's like afraid of getting the doctor to they won't even have a physical, and he's like, I don't want to do that. And he freaks out because again, there's no cell phones. He's like, well, I'm coming over to talk to you. And he's like, well, fuck it, I won't be here. He screams a lot in this movie, which is annoying. But he gets in a cab and like suddenly goes to like where he grew up. He takes the cab all the way like 2-3 hours away to wherever he grew up, and is like reminiscing about his childhood. He starts fucking this girl that he was fucking like 2 decades before, or maybe he didn't hit it, but he wanted to, and systematically like things start happening. He kills Burgess Meredith there. He kills like the girl and Margaret's boyfriend. Like he's like, because he's starting to think that he legitimately thinks that the doll that he's doing the ventriloquist shit with is talking to him and is telling him what to do. And like, he's arguing with it. And like the doll's jealous of him when he's getting blown, you know, things like that. He legitimately thinks the shit is real. So he starts killing people because of the doll.
I used to have a girlfriend like that. Anyway.
I gotta see this. I gotta see this.
Magic.
Oh my god.
1980s movie. You watch
That's from 78.
78. You watch a lot of movies from that era, right, Dan?
Oh yeah, you know me. I like 70s, 80s, 90s. Today, I love movies. So, but I love to watch movies like that. I was like, Magic. Anthony Hopkins. I don't know what the fuck this is. You know, like I had never even heard of it. It's not even like, oh, I've never seen that, because you know we can all pull out. So I never watched that for whatever reason. I never even heard of it. So, and I like to consider myself a connoisseur of film. Never heard of it. So that's why I sat down and watched it. But I still don't know what I think about it. Like it's okay, I guess. He screamed too much. Anthony Hopkins yelling is annoying to me. So,
Steven Zimmerman says that he would love for you to do a critical film review of the Pokemon movie Mewtwo Strikes Back. That would be hilarious.
I've never seen anything related to Pokemon. So
you don't like those fantasy anime?
No, you know why? Because I got blown as a kid. I mean, I got laid at 14.
Oh, that's right. While you were watching Bugs Bunny or something.
Yeah, well, no. I wasn't watching Bugs Bunny, but I was 14. And so I'm saying a lot of people, I'm going to stereotype, but it's based on some element of truth. A lot of people that are all into this, like, you know, fantasy shit, they don't get any pussy though.
What are you talking about?
I'm not
Zimmerman has a kid. Zimmerman has a kid. What are you talking about?
No, I know. I'm just saying. But I never watched any of that shit along the way, is what I'm saying. I was more into like adult shit.
Don't do it.
Okay, Larro, what do you got? You got something that you've seen recently you want to suggest?
Oh my gosh, I gotta stay, fellas. This is great. This is great. So I mean, I haven't watched anything new yet. Well, fully. I started this this series called Bosch.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, and it's like it's kind of like Chicago PD in a way, but instead of like every episode's like its own crime or anything like that, it's one season is dedicated to one crime. So right now we just started, me and my wife, and it's been pretty good so far. So it started. We're starting in 2015. It's starting the 7th season this year. So we're gonna get caught up hopefully when the 7th season's done. Who knows? But it's been pretty good so far. Right? You know, I'm not gonna tell exactly what's going on, but it's been pretty good. If you want to check it out, you like, you know, Chicago PD, cop, you know, crime, mystery, things like that. It's definitely somewhere to go. So
well, I told you the other night when you mentioned it to me prior to the Bulls 101 broadcast, which Larro Golden is the co-host of Saturday nights at 11. Larro was mentioning it to me, and I told Larro, yeah, that's my wife. She loves that shit. She goes to bed every night watching Dateline. And I'm like, I'm sleeping with one eye open because I think she's going to fucking murder me after watching. I mean, she watches this stuff religiously. It's the only way she can fall asleep is by having Dateline on.
Dude, so other night I get out the shower, I'm getting in the bed, and she was just finished an episode of Chicago PD, and she's like, you know what? I'm like, huh? What? Like, what's going on? It's like, if you ever tried anything, cheated, anything, I know what I would do. I would burn off your fingerprints and I would knock out your teeth. There's no way they would know it was you. I'm like, what?
I'm worried.
Oh, hell no. Like, I might have to start sleeping one eye open like Aldo, man. Yes. This is crazy. I don't know.
I think you better. All right, I got a movie for you guys that actually would be a good date movie. It's on Amazon Prime, and the name of it is The Map of Tiny Perfect Things. It's a kind of a ripoff of Groundhog Day, the famous Bill Murray movie where he's living the same day over and over. Well, this is a teenager who is living the same day over and over, and then he learns that there's another teenager, a woman, he's a guy, and he learns that she too is living this day over and over and over. And so they start to become very friendly, and a romance almost blossoms, but it doesn't because she is harboring some kind of a secret. And I won't mention what that is. But during the course of them spending...
Oh, no, she's got herpes.
No, it's worse than that. But during the course of them spending the same day over and over and over again, they start to fight the boredom of that by trying to find all of the wonderful things in life, like a hawk that has flown over a lake and grabbed a fish out of the water and flied away with it. A janitor cleaning up inside of a shop, and he stops to play the piano and he plays it beautifully. And they just are always looking for beautiful things in life. And so despite the fact that they're in this time loop where they are experiencing things over and over again, they're trying to find the beauty of life. And there's just some really beautifully filmed scenes that I think, anybody that likes movies and cinema and so forth, they're probably going to appreciate how this movie was filmed and the relationship between the two of them as they get closer and closer and closer together. But there is something going on that stops their romance, and that's kind of the crux of the movie. So if your wife wants to see a movie, give a map of The Map of Tiny Perfect Things on Amazon. Give that a try.
I'm definitely gonna try that. There's a movie that it just popped in my head.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name? I think it's called Woman in the Window. Have you seen that?
I just saw that with Amy Adams.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. That's another one. What would you call that? A mind fuck? I don't know. But, but I don't. It was. Oh man. What is that?
It's with Amy Adams. Check out this cast, Dan. Amy Adams, Julianne Moore, Gary Oldman, Anthony Mackie, Jennifer Jason Leigh. I mean, what an all-star cast.
Right, yeah.
It's a great cast. Now, I didn't like it as much as Larro because there was some strange shit going on in this movie. I was getting frustrated. Like, what
was this? Yeah. Those are kind of movies I like.
This is a Netflix movie. I'm pretty sure it was Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. And so the Amy Adams character is agoraphobic. So she has a terrible anxiety about going outside. And so she's inside all the time, and she's a child psychologist. So the only people that come to see her are there's patients. And she's also going through a terrible breakup with her husband. And so one night, this kid who was just moved in from across the street comes over to drop off. What was it? He drops off like a present, welcome to the neighborhood kind of thing. And so she carefully lets him in. They start to talk, and because she's a child psychologist, she starts to take a liking to him and so forth. Well, that sets off this kind of a rear window plot where she's looking out the window and she sees something happen in the apartment across the street where this kid lives, and with his father, Gary Oldman, and his mother. And I'll just leave it at that. When I identify the actor who plays the mother. But it is a real, and Larro hit the nail on the head. It's a mind fuck. It really, this movie is a mind fuck. Dan, if you like mind fuck movies, then this one will really satisfy
mind fuck, I think like David Lynch. Is that what we're talking about? Something like that?
Yeah,
like,
I would say that it has David Lynch type qualities to it. There was just a couple of plot holes to me that just really kind of angered me a little bit, that I felt a little bit cheated. But I'll tell you what, man, this movie is beautifully fucking shot.
I will check this out.
The performances are outstanding. Amy Adams she's great.
Yeah.
Larro, you didn't get a chance to see Mayor of Easttown, the HBO show, right?
Oh man, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up because we need to talk about this. Okay.
Oh, that's right. You did see it.
I loved everything about that show, and there, like you said, there were some things, but my God, that show was really good, man. I loved all the acting.
Did you like the ending? Because the last time we talked about it, Larro, you had told me that you were waiting to see the ending. Did you see the final episode of Mayor of Easttown, and was it satisfactory?
Yes, I saw the ending. And I will say it was who I thought it was after a point. But
Dan did kill that woman, yes.
I didn't see the kid doing it at all. I mean, I was completely caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, and then after, when you find out, then you kind of, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like that makes sense. Like,
yeah.
But Ryan, man, that show was it was great, man. I hope they pick it up again. Maybe they find something new to do, because
they didn't talk about if the scripts are good that Kate Winslet is willing to come back for a season 2. So that's pretty cool.
I know something I want to tell you about.
Okay.
I've brought this up before, but I was still shocked. Again, let me preface this by saying I'm not attacking homosexuals when I say this. I am not attacking homosexuals in any way. I was shocked this involves homosexuality because I didn't know this aspect of it. I've been watching that documentary called I, Sniper about the DC sniper. And again, they've got extensive audio footage with Lee Malvo, the younger kid that was one of the shooter from the DC sniper stuff in 2002. And I did not know until last night that he had a homosexual relationship with John Muhammad, the older guy that was driving the car. And that was part of the allure, is because, like the guy said, the younger guy, well, I guess he's, not so much younger now, but he was back then, he was a teenager, that he had come from Jamaica. And he said, it's so conservative there. You can't come out of the closet in Jamaica. Basically you get stoned to death if you say you're gay. And then he's like, who am I going to tell? My teacher? He's just talking about how, he had this bottled up and he had a little bit of anger because of that. So he tells Muhammad that, and basically he says, I was in the army and I had done this before or whatever. And so now he feels like this bond because like he's finally told somebody, and then they start doing things together. And that's part of, I guess, the mental aspect of like, why would he be doing this? Why would he agree to shoot these people and things like that? And you see the motive from Muhammad's perspective too. Like they were on there saying like, because they even talks to survivors and it shows the footage of stuff when it was happening live. And like he was saying, like, we had to kill some black people too, even though we didn't want to, because like John Muhammad was a racist, right? And had all these problems with white people, that he was like bigoted toward white people. So he wanted to kill white people, but he had to kill some black people so that there wouldn't be a pattern. He didn't want to be caught up as being accused of being a racist or, and then like he ultimately wanted to take out his ex-wife too. So he was doing all this other stuff, all part of just seemingly being random to disguise what they were really trying to do.
Wow.
And like, I was fascinated. Like I said, I didn't know any of this stuff, like the motivations behind it or anything. And I damn sure didn't know the sexuality angle. I don't even think that was ever discussed in the media at all.
Yeah, I don't recall hearing that. It is an 8-part docuseries called Eye Sniper. It's on,
is it 8 parts?
Yeah, according to blackenterprise.com. 8-part series on Vice. And it's basically the DC sniper himself is the star of the documentary from prison. So it looks like it's worth checking out.
Yeah, it's unprecedented access, although it's all audio recordings. But everything he's talking about, whether he's talking about like what it was like for him growing up, they matched the audio or the visual with his audio. Like if he's talking about the house he grew up in, they show you the house.
Okay.
So I don't know how they got this access with him, but I confess to being riveted by it, which maybe that's a part of our culture that should be another discussion, that we revere, killers and the wrong people and all that. And I'm guilty for that. But I didn't know like this angle, or never really contemplated like what was the catalyst for this shit. I remember it vividly, but like I said, I never really extrapolated that. So seeing this it's fascinating to me.
It's another documentary that my wife will watch and have more ideas about how to offer me. that and she also loves movies about people who like get away from it all, like go out into the country or deserted areas to live, and it's weird. There's the one that won the Academy Award this year, Nomadland. It's the movie about this woman who goes to live in a camper for during the COVID. She goes to live in a camper. She sells her house, so she's got a little bit of money. Her husband has died, and she goes to live in a camper, and she goes to live with these other nomads, people who are also not living in homes. They're just camping out in different places and living. And my wife is just fascinated with this whole topic. So the other day I walked by, and what is she doing? She's looking at campers. She wants to buy a fucking camper now. I'm like, what the hell's going on? You're going to kill me? And then with the money you get from the insurance, you're going to buy a camper and run off?
Most of the people that don't live in houses and just kind of go from place to place, they're called addicts.
Oh, yeah. Well, my wife's not that. I think I got other problems.
Right.
All right, guys.
Hey, did you ever watch Dr. Sleep yet?
No, I have it right here, as a matter of fact.
You need to watch Dr. Sleep.
I'm holding it up right here. Dr. Sleep. Dan makes recordings. By the way, we probably should not say that.
Anything, whether it's Bear Games or movies, I do not ask for money from anybody, so I have not violated any copyright laws.
Yes, that was a message to Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI.
And it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit.
All right. I'm ready to wrap things up here, guys, because I got to take a piss. But if you guys want to stay on a little while longer, we'll take a little break and you guys can continue on.
I'm willing. It's up to him.
Let me check with the wife, man. And, we can.
Right, let me run a couple of commercials.
So, where are you from then? If you don't mind me asking, what state you live in?
Illinois.
You're from Illinois too. Cool.
Yep.
Go talk to the wife, Larro, and I'm going to run a couple of commercials.
All right.
All right. We'll be right back after these words. Hey everybody, it's Aldo Gandhi, and I just want to let you know really quickly that our swag shop is reopened. DeepDishTees.com is where you go, and that's tees with T-E-E-S. Clever name, guys. They're the new home of our merchandise. You can get t-shirts, you can get caps, you can get coffee mugs, you can get hoodies, you can get all sorts of good stuff, and you'll help out the bar room with the purchase. So head over to DeepDishTees.com.
Guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski. I retired early from my 20-something career as a sportscaster, covering the Bulls, the Bears, the Blackhawks, the Cubs, the White Sox, and really every other college and high school team in Chicago. So what do you do after that? Well, you start a podcast. That's what I did with my teenage son, Jason. And the result is the Sportscaster and her son. Yes, I'm a baby boomer, a mom. We don't get along. We don't have a lot in common, but we both share a love for sports. And we always have great sports conversation. Even better, our guests in the interviews. So come check us out. We're on Podbean and the Barroom Network, or really wherever you get your audio. The Sportscaster and Her Son podcast. See you there.
Make sure you join Danny Shimon and Neil Stopchinski for their final evaluation of all the Chicago Bears draft picks and undrafted free agents. Well, that was an old commercial. We did that like 5 weeks ago. I'm not sure Larro is coming back. His wife was watching one of those murder mysteries. So we may never see him again. Who knows? Dan, how are you, brother?
I'm well. Like I said, normally I would be at my other job, but I took a paid day off to just enjoy life as opposed to going and slaving tonight.
So you've been home in your hot box of a home all night?
No, I'm at the radio station now. I did my gig here, but I took off 911. So when I leave here, I can just go home. Because otherwise I would have had to have left at 11:30 Eastern time to go to my other job. But that's why I'm able to go late tonight. I don't have anything else to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Larro has just sent me a message saying that he can't come back, but he wanted to thank us for being on the show. He's looking forward to his next visit. And I am too. That was great, fun basketball talk, and he definitely knows his football. So we'll definitely have him back.
It was fun, man. It was good.
He's a good guy. All right. What do you want to talk about, brother? By the way, Herney777 says, I liked Dr. Sleep. It's an underrated movie. And remind me again what it's about. This is the sequel to The Shining. Isn't it correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, if I send you the trailer, will you play it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, hang on. Instead of me trying to explain it,
let me see if I can just find it because I got YouTube open. Dr. Sleep.
The good trailer is like 3 minutes or 2.5. Trust me, you'll want to see it. I think after you see the trailer.
All righty. Here it comes. It's coming right at you in 5 seconds or so.
When I was a kid, there was a place. A dark place. They closed it down and let it rot. But the things that lived there. Hello, Danny. They come back.
Not many ride the bus this far north. You're running away from something?
I'm running away from myself, I guess.
Hi. You can hear me. You're magic. Like me.
I don't know about magic. I always called it the Shining. The world is a hungry place. A dangerous place.
These people, they hurt people like us.
These empty devils, they'll eat what shines. And they noticed that little girl.
Wow. Hi.
Get out of my head! Get out! I haven't felt power like that in so long. They're coming. Where are we going?
There's a place. You sure you want to do this?
I'm ready.
Yes, you run there. And then I will find you, and you will scream for years.
Come and play with us forever and ever.
That's a great trailer. Let me tell you that, first of all.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal movie. Unfortunately, the one I sent you is the 2.5 hour version, the rated R version.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get the director's cut, it's about 30 more minutes, but I don't want to spoil. They cut one of the most pivotal scenes in the movie that I do not want to even foreshadow for you right now at all. But it cuts out some of the substance in the R version that I would love to question the director. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like if you're going to cut something, it shouldn't be this. Or maybe that was automatically just to sell more discs or something to make you want the director's cut. But I feel like the scene that's in that gives it more substance and context and everything else. So if you can watch the 3-hour version, I definitely support you seeing that one instead. Or otherwise, if you could just watch the one I sent you, then I can give you the spoiler on the other one, and then you can find it later. But whatever, it's a great film. If you like The Shining, it's awesome. And of course, for years, Stephen King bitched about Stanley Kubrick's film, thinking that it besmirched his book somehow, and then had a terrible 1990s ABC version of supposed to be his vision for the movie, which was awful. But Stephen King wrote, I didn't read this book, but wrote the book as a direct sequel, not to his original book, but to Kubrick's film. So, and that he was heavily involved allegedly with the screenplay and stuff too. So the movie, it's solid. I can tell you that I love The Shining so much that it would have been so much easier for me to say this sucks. Why do they do it? So it was going to have to be really good for me to sign off on it because I'm so defensive about liking The Shining. That's how good this is.
When I'm looking at the trailer, it appeared like they either did a absolutely incredible job of recreating the Overlook Hotel, or again, these are quick clips in the trailer, or they actually lifted some of the scenes from the Kubrick movie. What was going on there?
Well, I guess I can say real quickly, one of the only, and it's along the lines of your question, one of the criticisms I guess I could have if I was going to look for something to criticize. For example, instead of seeing Shelley Duvall, you see someone else. That they refilm the scenes from The Shining whenever they use flashback scenes. Like when Danny's riding the little big wheel through that's another actor. It's not the guy from the kid from the original Shining. They do not use footage from the original film. They redid all of it.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's because they didn't want to pay the previous actors money or if it was continuity. Like, I don't know the rationale behind it, but they refilmed those scenes. But I can assure you that they did it in a way that doesn't seem cheesy. And again, I love the film. Love the first one. So they did it in a way that it's not taken away from it. And so the hotel looks like the hotel. It does. It hasn't been used in the script. They say that no one has been there since after the events of, Nicholson and all them in the first one. So it got closed down after that. So it looks like the walls and shit are like there's mildew and kind of stuff. It's sort of dilapidated a little bit is what I'm saying. Because the movie starts in it starts in 1980, right after the events of The Shining. And then it quickly goes to 2011 and then works its way up to 2019 or 18 or whatever. So by the time they get to the Overlook again, it's almost 40 years after in terms of the script. But it makes sense, the reason they go there and everything. It's just so well done. It's incredible. My buddy's wife, Anna, had never seen either film. And so one night this is about a year ago. We sat down, they were drinking. I was sober, but whatever. But we sat down and watched both back to back. And again, we watched the 3-hour version. So it's like 6 straight hours of these two movies. And after the first one, she was like, "Oh man, The Shining is so good. How did I never see this?" And then we watched Dr. Sleep, and she was like, I don't want you to be mad at me, but I think I like that one better. And I was like, "Oh, I wouldn't be mad at you." She's like, "But I know how much you like The Shining, how you've been talking to me about this for years." And I was like, "No, but it's cool, man." So she actually liked Dr. Sleep better. I can make a viewpoint, an argument to say there are some elements I like better, but it's still hard for me to say that because I do have such an emotional attachment to the first film because I saw it at such a young age too. I was about the same age as Danny from the movie, and I was also Danny at the house then. That's what I was called by my parents. So I was about the same age when I saw that. I mean, I saw it in the 80s when I was still a kid, very young. So I've seen this movie probably 30, 40 times, if not more, over the years. I just love it.
Well, I'm a big fan of The Shining too. Did you ever see what's it called? Room 39 or something like that? There's a documentary about all these different
Room 237.
Yeah. So the documentary is about all these
really deep.
Yeah, all these theories that exist. I got halfway through it, fell asleep, and I never went back to return to it. But I'm a big Kubrick fan, so I still want to see the documentary because I'm always interested in theories about what the movie means or what are the hidden symbols. Like, for instance, in The Shining, there are all these Indian symbols.
They say that it has something to do with genocide.
Right, exactly.
On Room 237, they do.
Right. So, I'm fascinated by that. Another interesting thing about The Shining, that music score done by
it's great.
Wendy Carlos, and I think Wendy became Walter, or Walter became Wendy. I'm not sure how that goes, but whoever did it, they did a tremendous job with that score. And one of the things I read about it, and I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think it's called tritone. It's those two or three chords, bam, bam, bam. That those 3 chords have been used in music for centuries. It was first used by people who were praising, God, and then they started to use it for Satanism. And if there's a really cool video, I'll try to find it for our next show, that shows how music composers, particularly those music composers who have done music for scary movies, have used those chords. And in this documentary, it's unbelievable. You're watching a movie, and then all of a sudden in the background, you hear bomb, 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 and you think it's like The Shining music, but no, they take it in a different direction. But those chords are used over and over again. I believe those chords are called tritones. Steven Zimmerman, I knew you would know. I was going to ask you about this. Yes, it's called tritones, Zimmerman says. Zimmerman, do you know what I'm talking about here? If so, you want to pop in and share your thoughts on this? Zimmerman, of course, is a part-time musician when he's not knocking up his wife.
if I could acknowledge a couple things real quick.
Sure.
Ice Cube, that's Ice Cube's walk-up music whenever he performs, is the theme from The Shining before he comes on stage, and typically goes into Natural Born Killers, the song that he did with Dr. Dre. A lot of times he'll have Mac 10 with him whenever he's doing it. But anyway, The Shining theme, you know how the movie started, The Shining, with that, the song you're just talking about. Dr. Sleep starts with it. And then the music that ends, do you remember the ending of The Shining where it shows Nicholson in the picture from the early 20s?
Yes, absolutely.
And they play some kind of classical song. Right. That's the same song that Dr. Sleep ends with, too. They bookend it with the same music.
Okay.
So they do everything they can to pay homage to it. It's so good. It's so fucking good. It truly is.
Now you really got me fired up. I might stay up all night and watch it. So I got to find the director's cut.
They were going to do a third one, but unfortunately, for some reason, they released this after Halloween. It was in November. I watched it at the theater the night it came out, I think. And I was so excited about it. I remember we were talking about I Have a Stream. And yeah, it was fucking great, but they released it after Halloween, so I think that kind of hurt it too. But maybe just too much time had passed, and maybe not enough younger people were aware of The Shining. But it's not that it bombed. I think they ended up breaking even. But it didn't. It was a bomb compared to what they expected it to be.
Yeah.
So they canceled. There was another sequel, or maybe it was going to be a prequel. Either way, a third film was going to be coming. That was the initial plans, and the studio dropped it because Dr. Sleep didn't do so well, which is unfortunate because, like I said, it has all kinds of substance. It's not rushed. The time length, even on the regular 2.5-hour version, it's just not rushed at all, and it's full of substance, and it's a great movie. Yeah. If you like The Shining, there's no way you won't like this.
All right, well, I'm really fired up now. Zimmerman goes on to say, that the tritone is intentionally used to create an uneasy feeling in people, and then he says it's a big part of music theory. They use what's called a diminished fifth, essentially a note that is right next to the note it should be. Your ear wants it to be pleasing sound, but it isn't. It's a pretty cool technique that's used by composers of music, and I'll try to find that documentary and send it to you, Dan, because
I've got the documentary for Room 237. I've got the DVD.
No, but I'm talking about this documentary about the music of the tritone and how that's used for horror films and stuff.
Ironically, the film, like when I told you, I saw the film probably at like age 8, maybe 7. I'm gonna say 8 though, just for if I had to guess. And immediately I was like, man, I love that song. That song's badass. Like I liked it as soon as I heard it. It excited me as soon as I was watching the film. Man.
Yeah. And Herney777 says, how can anyone forget in The Shining that that brooding shot going up the mountains? Actually, I think he's referring to the sequel, Dr. Sleep. Is there a brooding shot going up the mountain, or is that
he's probably talking about the beginning, like when Nicholson and them is driving. Nicholson's driving to the interview, and it's showing you the landscape and playing that song.
Outstanding. That's one of the things I loved about Kubrick, the director, who did movies like 2001: A Space Odyssey, A Clockwork Orange, and so forth. He loved creating intoxicating imagery. And I know that you saw a movie that you hated, the Kubrick movie that you hated, Barry Lyndon.
I didn't hate it. I was just disappointed. It's the worst film. I don't like his Lolita either, though. Maybe it's because I'd already seen the one on Showtime, the remake one from _97 or whatever, which I liked so much. The Frank Langella one and Jeremy Irons. But maybe because they took it and made that one rated R versus the other one is so censored because of the time frame.
Exactly.
But I didn't like his Lolita at all, and I did not like that movie from '75, that Barry Lyndon. That just drug on forever, and there's no payoff to me at all.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I like about Kubrick's version of Lolita, but you're absolutely right. Censorship at the time just kind of ruined what he wanted to do, and I think that in his last movie, the one with Tom Cruise and Nicole.
Oh, Eyes Wide Shut.
Great
Wide film.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to get at in certain aspects, some certain themes of that movie. And so he was at least able to leave us with that. But it would have been great to see him unencumbered by censorship to do a real version of Lolita, which of course is a delicate subject because it has to do with pedophilia.
I will say that I probably like the actor that played the guy that Jeremy Irons played. I can't think of like the character's name. The pedophile.
James Mason.
The guy in the original film is better than Jeremy Irons.
Yeah.
And Irons is a great actor. But I thought I liked the guy in the original film. That's the only thing about the original film that I really liked was his acting, because it wasn't over the top, and it didn't seem like an exaggeration, or it just felt like this is the way this guy would really behave, I guess, if you have that inclination to go that way, toward younger women, which I'm not advocating in any way, but it just beyond that, he seemed like a normal guy, and he didn't seem like he was acting crazy or you're not that Jeremy was, but I just thought his portrayal was good. If I could say one more thing about Room 237, in case you didn't see this part of it, because I don't remember the sequence of the film. I know you said you saw some of it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it in like a decade, whenever it came out. But they mentioned like Danny in the original Shining has an Apollo 11 shirt, and they claim that that's an homage again to Kubrick faking the moon landing.
Yes, there's a myth out there that we didn't really land on the moon, that the U.S. government paid Stanley Kubrick to shoot that video of Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. And so, yes, I did see that part of the documentary.
I don't know if that's true. Like, there's so many people now that believe the Earth is flat. And we saw from like, what was it, Apollo 17 or something? I don't remember what number it was, but we've seen pictures of the Earth, the planet from space, and it shows that it's not flat.
No, it's not.
I don't know why there's a huge contingency of people like NBA players and stuff. It's not just, you could say, oh, it's the QAnon people. I mean, I'm not necessarily making this a Republican or a Democrat thing. There's just a lot of people. There's an underground movement of people that think the Earth is not round. And that's just not true.
Really?
I don't know why, but I mean, there's a large number of people that think that the moon landing was fake too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't jumped into the conspiracy or to understand why they think that. Maybe so, but I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't.
I don't believe it either. So, there was one other movie that I wanted to mention that just escaped my mind. Something you're going to love, the Amy Adams film, Woman in the Window, homage to Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window.
I watched that movie Greenland.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. Yeah, let's tell people what the topic is. The subject matter of the movie.
It's I forget what it's like, a comet, or I forget what the actual technical scientific term. What is it? An asteroid?
Yeah, well, I think it was a shower of comets, or comet had broken off, and so pieces of it, which were the size of football fields, are headed towards planet Earth, and it was going to create basically an extinction, just like the comets or meteors that killed off all the dinosaurs millions of years ago.
Did you see the one guy that kidnaps the kid? He was from Easttown.
Yeah, that's right.
He looked exactly the same too, the beard and
yeah, right.
Yeah, and the movie was okay. I didn't love it, but I didn't dislike it. I typically don't like that actor. What's his, Gerard Butler? Is that who it was?
Yeah, I didn't like his casting in this particular movie.
Yeah, I don't really like him, but it's not that he sucked in it. And maybe I'm being prejudiced toward his accent. And I mean, I did love Arnold back in the day, like the Terminator. I love the Terminator. So it's not that I hate all foreign actors or something, but for some reason I usually don't like him. He was fine in this, I guess. The movie does build the suspense and stuff, like how are they going to get reunited, and all those things are good. It's just, I mean, it's okay. Like I said, it's not anything that I would say, oh, you got it like Dr. Sleep. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's all right.
I agree with you. It's an okay movie if you're in the mood for a little, disaster pick action. It certainly moves along pretty quickly. It's not a movie that you're gonna probably rank on your all-time top 10 action movies or disaster pictures, but it's pretty good. What's the title of it again? Greenland.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Greenland or Greenland.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But it's the name of the continent, the country, and the reason why it's named that way is because all of the survivors of this meteor shower, comet shower, whatever you want to call it, are trying to get to Greenland because the government has set up a place for people to live and stay away from the radiation. That's a good movie. The movie that, oh man, I should have written it down because again, now I fucking forgot. Let me see. There was something that I just saw recently that I think that you will like. And now I remember what I wanted to talk to you about. You mentioned Terminator and Terminator 2.
I love Terminator 2.
The James Cameron sequel to Terminator movie with Linda Hamilton. Edward Furlong plays the kid.
Yes.
Is one of those movies that when I'm channel surfing and if it's on television, I'm going to stop and watch the rest of it until the end of the movie, because it's just, and I'm not saying it's the greatest movie ever made, although it's a great movie, but it's one of those movies that I can watch no matter what place in the movie, what part of the movie is on, I can watch for the rest. What kind of movies appeal to you in the same way that Terminator 2 does for me?
Real quick, I want to give you a Terminator story. Now, again, when Terminator 2 came out in the summer of 91, I was 10 years old. I love the Terminator. Fucking love the Terminator. So I couldn't drive at 10, so I'm dependent on someone to take me to the theater. The theater is like a half hour from where I grew up, maybe 40 minutes. I don't know. So it's not like you're living in downtown Chicago where you can just walk to the theater. So I'm dependent on an adult to take me to the theater. And so we're going. My sister had a boyfriend at the time, and my other sister and me were all going. He had a big ass van. It was the first time I had been in a van that like had a VCR and shit in it. You could watch TV in the van. I thought it was so cool at the time, I was like, wow, I can watch TV while we're riding, So we're going to watch Terminator 2. And there was a smaller theater that would play like not older movies like per se, like old, but movies from like from a month ago for like $1. You know what I mean? Like when they had left the theater, you could go and see it for like $1, $1.50 at this other theater. So the main theater had what was new now. We're going to see Terminator 2. Somewhere along the lines, I swear to you, I mentioned this at my sister's fucking service, her funeral service. I did a 45-minute eulogy at her service, non-religious, putting her, over and making sure she's the main event tonight, not Jesus. Because this isn't about church. This is about my sister, and she's about to be burned. So God damn it, tonight's about her. But one of the criticisms I had was, we're going to see Terminator 2. I'm so stoked. And she convinces her boyfriend that no, we're going to go to the other theater and we're going to watch Problem Child 2 with John Ritter instead. So Mary, my sister, who I loved and missed dearly, who died in 2016, forced me to not be able to see T2 in the theater. I had to watch Problem Child 2, which was dreadful.
Oh yeah,
and I was pissed the whole summer.
Oh man, that is wild.
But story. Yeah, Terminator 2. I probably still like Part 1 better, but I love Terminator 2. They're two completely different films. The first one almost feels like a horror movie.
Yes.
Especially from Linda Hamilton's perspective. And because it was low budget, it was shot at night for the most part.
Right.
And it just has a really dark feel to it. And the second one is this, at the time, it was like $84 million, which at the time was like the most expensive film ever made.
Right.
At the time.
And groundbreaking CGI effects.
Oh my God, the CGI in that movie is probably better than the shit you see today, because the some of the stuff, it looked, even though it's like, again, CGI, it still looks fake, and it can ruin movies, you know?
I agree.
But it looks perfect on there. And I'll give you an example of a movie where CGI can ruin it, is the last Terminator film. I was so excited because Linda Hamilton was back, and they said Edward Furlong was going to be in it, and he was, and they killed him within 30 seconds. So John Connor dies at the beginning of the last Terminator film.
Oh, thanks for giving that away.
Well, it came out 2 years ago. If you haven't seen it,
I'm just kidding.
But the CGI in it looked like I was watching a video game. Like when the Terminators are fighting or whatever, it's so quick I can't even fucking keep up. It's like watching the old Sega Genesis game Sonic the Hedgehog. Like it's just like you can't even see what's happening. My brain can't even can't process what's happening. It's just too quick and too fake. Like when Robert Patrick and Arnold Schwarzenegger are fighting in Terminator 2, it looks like they're really fucking fighting. It's not over the top. I mean, even if he's using instruments and the liquid metal and shit, it still looks real.
Yeah, I agree.
But your question was, what movie does it comes on that I have to stop if I see it on? I don't know, but that's a good candidate, though. I love Terminator 2. Oh, shit. I don't know. I'd have to think about it a minute, but I love the first two Terminator films. Third one I was disappointed with. The Christian Bale one I didn't even watch. The Genesis one, I was like, okay, they make John the bad guy in it. That's okay. At least it's creative. They're trying something.
Which
then
movie
the
is
last
this?
one, the last one sucked.
Which movie are you just referring to? The one Christian Bale, the Batman?
No. Christian Bale was in Terminator Salvation in 2008.
Oh,
I did not watch that.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Arnold was governor in that one when that came out, and I didn't watch it. He may have had a cameo, but he wasn't in it. So Christian Bale was like the focus of the film, and I'm not a huge fan of his anyway. He's grown on me because of movies like The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg, and Amy Adams is in that, actually. We mentioned her earlier. But like, he's grown on me a little bit as an actor. I didn't watch his Terminator film, but the next one that they did in 15 is when they made John Connor the bad guy in it. And that one was, I enjoyed that one. Okay. Genesis. But the last one from 2019 was a monumental letdown. I mean, one of the all-time most disappointing films I've seen in a theater. Like, where I just felt crestfallen. It was so bad.
That's too bad.
And another one off the top of my head, The Matrix Reloaded, because I love the first one so much. And the second one was so bad, I didn't even go to the theater and watch the third one. That's how bad I hated the second one.
Steven Zimmerman says, a movie I will always watch and make time for is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And for clarity, he's referring to the Johnny Depp one. I have not seen any of the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movies. I saw a porno movie called Charlie and the Chocolate Highway or some shit like that.
I didn't watch the Johnny Depp one. I do like Johnny Depp, but my mom made me watch, for some reason thought, I don't know why that's considered a kid movie anyway, but I watched that Gene Wilder one when I was like, I don't know, 10, 11, and I thought it was fucking horrible. I thought it sucked.
Yeah,
that was terrible.
Just based on clips that I've seen with the costumes and stuff, I have no interest in seeing, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those are good films, but
a lot of, to defend Zimmerman, I'm in the minority. That movie has a huge fan base.
It's a Tim Burton film, isn't it?
I don't know about that one. I was talking about the one from 71.
Okay.
I think a lot of people didn't like the new one. It seems like I like Johnny Depp, but I think a lot of people were disappointed with the remake. It seems. Yeah,
Johnny Depp is an excellent actor, very strange fellow, but he's made some really outstanding films. And one of my favorite Johnny Depp movies is the one that he did with Al Pacino, Donnie Brasco, based on a true story of an FBI sting operation. And he plays an undercover FBI agent who basically goes undercover for a couple of years the impact that it has on his wife and stuff. It's just an excellent movie. You've seen it, right?
Yeah, I liked where he played Whitey Bulger too in Black Mass.
Man, that was outstanding. Did you see that? Yes, I love that movie.
Yeah, and I love Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I mean,
now I asked you what movie would you just stop on your tracks and watch if it just turned up on the TV. Is there a movie that you saw and you really fucking like, and you just are almost afraid to watch it again because it might ruin your...
No. If I like a movie, if I really, really like a movie, I could go through a few that I've seen probably like 30 times or more easily. Yeah. Natural Born Killers, the Oliver Stone film, which was actually written, the screenplay by Tarantino, and he sold it, and Tarantino and Oliver Stone hate each other subsequent to the film coming out. But I've seen Natural Born Killers probably 30, 40 times. Heathers with Winona Ryder and Christian Slater. Christian Slater film that was also written by Tarantino originally, True Romance. Did you ever see True Romance?
Love that movie.
Oh yeah, it's fucking fantastic. Obviously Pulp Fiction, same deal. I've seen 30, 40 times. And I love Once Upon a Time in Hollywood on the same level of those, but it's only been out a few years, so I've only seen it maybe 7 or 8 times. But those JFK is another one I've seen just over and over and over. So the Doors movie with Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison. I mean, some of these movies I've seen just over and over and over. The first Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984, the part one, and even maybe 2 and 3. Mm-hmm. I watched those so much when I was young, over and over and over. I just loved them.
Yeah, there's some movies that I won't watch again, even though I enjoyed them immensely the first time. So Life is Beautiful is a foreign movie that won the Academy Award with some guy named Benigni. It's a beautiful effing movie, made me cry. It's about this guy who is in a World War II concentration camp, and he's with a child, and he's trying to convince the child that it's all make-believe. And so he's everything that, we're playing a game and so forth. And it's just such a beautifully done movie, and I just don't want to see it again, partly because of the dark subject matter, but it's also a light film, beautifully done. And another movie like that, another movie that's a dark subject, I would never watch Schindler's List again. Great fucking movie.
Yeah, I saw it once or twice, and it's not something I really want to watch again either.
Yeah, not going to do it. PJ says a great movie that I always stop to watch is Captain America: Civil War. You know what's funny, PJ, is that I actually started watching that movie because I haven't seen any of the Captain America movies. I actually started watching that movie about a month ago, and for some reason I got interrupted, and so I just got about 20-30 minutes in and never got back to it, but it was a great start to the film. And Dan, you're not a Marvel film, you're not a superhero film lover. You don't like that shit, right?
No, but I just thought of a movie I would stop and probably watch every time I see it on.
Mm-hmm.
Casino.
Oh, Robert De Niro, Martin Scorsese directs.
My God, Joe Pesci, I love it. Like I told you before, Stone. I like it better than Goodfellas.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that. Goodfellas is a superior film, but Casino is definitely a very, very good movie. Stevens and Zimmerman says, fun fact, some of the most accurate book-to-movie adaptations include Fight Club, Silence of the Lambs, To Kill a Mockingbird, one that Harvard puts on their list, Holes by Louis C.K. Now, I got to tell you, Fight Club is one of my all-time favorite movies. Silence of the Lambs is another movie that I would just stop. Both of those movies, Fight Club and Silence of the Lambs, are movies that I will stop and watch anytime that it's on. Kill a Mockingbird, I've seen it a couple times. I'll never see it again. No, thank you. It's a great movie, excellent book. And then Holes that's the one with Shia LaBeouf. I always mispronounce his name.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah,
it sounds like the Packers coach.
That's right, Matt LaFleur.
Michael LaFleur and Shia LaBeouf.
Did you ever see Holes?
I haven't watched that either.
You haven't seen that? That's a movie that I saw once. It was pretty good. I have no desire to watch that again.
To comment quickly on the other two that he mentioned. Again, I mentioned this to you the other day or a couple weeks ago. I was texting you, but I love the ending of Fight Club where it's playing the Pixies and the buildings fall and everyone's going to get a fresh start again.
Mm-hmm.
It's helping all the poor people. The liberal in me, that'll make me cry.
Yeah.
So that's a Bernie Sanders kind of moment. Yeah. So I love the ending to Fight Club. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
But Silence of the Lambs, I do, and I like Anthony Hopkins. I do, even though I've already mentioned I didn't like him in this movie Magic. I can say the same thing as Hannibal Lecter. I don't like the portrayal. I don't like Hannibal Lecter. I don't like the character. I just don't get it, I guess. It seems unrealistic to me. But the fucking Buffalo Bill guy. Now, Buffalo Bill feels like the guy that would live down the street from me. It's cross-dressing and has somebody in his fucking basement. That guy deserves like a fucking series. Like there should have been 7 Buffalo Bill like cross-dressing psychotic killer, because that dude's real. The fucking guy that's making jokes about Chianti or whatever the fuck, like I don't care about him. Like he bores me to tears. Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal Lecter, but the Buffalo Bill guy, I'm on board with that. He's like, to me, is scarier than Hannibal Lecter because that guy could really exist.
Well, did you ever see the movie Manhunter with William Peterson?
No, is that the one that Hannibal Lecter was in like '86 before Anthony Hopkins?
Correct.
I didn't see it.
I highly recommend it. It is, first of all, these movies, the Hannibal Lecter movies, are based on a really good book called Red Dragon by Thomas Harris. I remember
Red Dragon. I did see that one with Edward Norton in it with him from 2003.
And the book came out in 1981. I remember reading it in the early 80s. And when the movie came out, Manhunter, based on Red Dragon, I fell in love with it. It's a Michael Mann picture. Michael Mann is an outstanding visual director. He's done movies like Thief. He did the movie with Pacino and De Niro, Heat.
Heat's Val Kilmer's in that too.
Right, Val Kilmer's in that. Well, he did. I highly recommend this movie for you. I think you're going to like it, despite the fact that Hannibal Lecter is in it. But it's mostly about Buffalo Bill, and so the William Peterson character, he plays Will Graham, the FBI agent, and he tries to get into the mind of the killer, and he does so much that it really starts to fuck with his head. And so it's a really good psychological crime thriller. I don't think you'll be turned off by the Hannibal Lecter character. There's only like 2 short scenes, and it's interesting how totally different the Lecter character is in Manhunter. He's in actually a white jail cell with white bars, white walls, and then Silence of the Lambs, it's a much darker, sinister looking cage.
And I just don't buy it. Like, he's switching uniforms with people. How much time did he have to do that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like shit that's just not realistic. Like, there's no way that happens. I know he's smarter than everybody else, but you can't defy time.
Mm-hmm.
But you can in that film. And then in the second one, they don't even have Jodie Foster in it. Julianne Moore is a good actress, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But to have another actress playing Clarice, it kind of takes away from it. And even though Ray Liotta's in it, who I like a lot, I watched Hannibal at the theater because my girlfriend at the time, and Red Dragon for that matter, she was all into these films. Like I said, to me, Buffalo Bill's interesting, compelling, frightening. Everything, because it feels like that's a dude that lives down the street.
Mm-hmm.
This Hannibal Lecter is just a jump in the shark kind of shit to me.
Do you like fantasy films at all?
Not really. I mean,
yeah, it doesn't sound like you do.
I liked the Christopher Reeve Superman films when I was a kid.
Right. But if it's not realistic portrayal, it doesn't sound like you really like it. Although you like Terminator.
Even if it's a horror film, or in that case, a sci-fi film, it's like if the characters seem to behave the way they should behave, if you suspend reality and buy in that this story is real, how would these characters actually respond? If it's not something crazy, like this isn't what they would really do in this situation, then yeah, I can still buy in and suspend reality. Like, everything doesn't have to be just, the way like the world really is. I mean, like you said, the Terminator, great film. The Matrix, great film. To me, the first Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. Is the comic book here? There's like 50 superheroes in the same film. Like, how many times can they do that? It's Superman and Batman and Iron Man and Wonder Woman and Aquaman versus whoever the fuck. How many movies like that can they make? God damn it. How many Star Wars movies can they make? How many Fast and the Furious movies can they make?
Well, there's an audience for them. People keep watching them.
I mean, I say the same thing. Like, I love the first Halloween and Halloween 2, but there doesn't need to be any other ones. I watch all the other ones when they come out, and I'm always disappointed. Always. I'm always mad. Like, why did I watch this shit? But I watch it just out of brand loyalty. But I mean, so I can say that even within movies that I like at some point, stop making them.
Yes. PJ asked, do you like any of the Sherlock Holmes movies with Robert Downey Jr.?
I didn't watch.
I didn't watch those either.
I like
PJ.
Robert Downey Jr., but that's not, I don't know. I'm just not into Sherlock Holmes, I guess.
What a career Robert Downey Jr. has had, huh? I mean, kid started off, I think the first film role I remember seeing him in was that Rodney Dangerfield movie called Back to School. Where
I remember Back to School. He was in movies before that.
Was he?
He was in Weird Science.
Oh, that's right.
They didn't even call him Robert Downey Jr. Just called him Robert Downey in the credits.
Well, and his father was a famous, or somewhat famous film star too, wasn't he? Robert Downey.
I'm not sure.
I'd have to look at that.
Another movie he was in early on that I really liked was Less Than Zero.
Oh, love that film with the great soundtrack by the Bangles. He plays.
I've got that soundtrack. I've got the CD.
Yeah, I have that somewhere too. He plays a drug addict. I mean, he's really got him fucking bad. Which was
they got him sucking dick for it and everything.
Yep. Which was at the same time in his life he was going through some heavy duty problems.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure.
James Spader was in that Less Than Zero movie.
Yeah, he was the drug dealer.
Yeah. Who played the female lead?
Jamie Gertz.
Oh wow, hottie.
Yeah, and Andrew McCarthy was the protagonist.
Yeah. Now Andrew McCarthy was a guy that I just never got what his appeal was for producers who would bring him onto a movie set. I just didn't see it.
Him all right.
I don't get it.
He was in a good movie with Sharon Stone about a very serious like coup attempt in Italy from like 1991. Can't think of the name of it, but it was a serious film. It wasn't like Weekend at Bernie's or something where he's fucking Sharon Stone. I mean, and this was like right before Basic Instinct. It was probably like the last whole budget film that she made for a long time. I can't think of the name of it, but it was like John Frankenheimer did it, I think.
Really? 1991. Year of the Gun.
Yeah, that's it. Year of the Gun.
Oh, let me see this. 1991, Year of the Gun. IMDb is giving it a 5.6 rating out of 10. John Frankenheimer indeed directed the movie. It's with Andrew McCarthy, Sharon Stone, and Valeria Golino. Ooh, I don't know who she is, but her name is hot. Oh, I know who she is. She is hot. Oh, my goodness. John Pankow is also in it. You recommend it?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can tell when you're watching it, like this would be so much better if they had more money.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed it. But I like some of McCarthy's 80s films for what they were as well. Like I said, I enjoyed St. Elmo's Fire and Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
They were fine. I didn't like Weekend at Bernie's too.
It's not so much his films that I just didn't think he was a good actor. There was something about, every once in a while you just don't connect with a performer. And there was something about his looks that he just didn't seem like a leading man type to me.
I'd tell you a good one he was in with Matt Dillon called Kansas from '88. That one was really good. He ends up robbing he reluctantly robs a bank. He's on a train across country because he's like a groomsman for his buddy's wedding. And Matt Dillon gets on the train and like talks him into like just getting off, stopping because he's from Kansas and the train's going through, and he's telling him they're going to do this and do that. And, he's going to do this for him, whatever. He has a fictitious excuse for him to get off the train with him. And then reluctantly, he doesn't even realize that Matt Dillon is robbing a bank with him in it. So it's like suddenly he's got to choose a side. So as they're leaving, like somebody else maybe gets killed, and Andrew McCarthy ends up with the money and he hides it. And so Matt Dillon is trying to get the money back from him. And oh, by the way, the police are investigating. It's a pretty good film, for what it was.
He was in a movie called Mulholland Falls. Did you ever see that one?
I thought you were going to say Mulholland Drive. I was like, wow, he was in that?
No.
But no, I didn't see Mulholland Falls.
It's with Nick Nolte, Chaz Palminteri, Melanie Griffith, Michael Madsen, and every time Treat Williams, Chris Penn, Jennifer Connelly. What a great cast. And
Jennifer Connelly's so beautiful.
Oh, my gosh. Absolutely stunning. And every time I talk to Mike North and we're talking about movies, the topic of this movie always comes up. He loves this movie, and Chaz Palminteri, who he has had on twice on the Mike North Advantage, he always talks about this movie, and so it's on my list. I've got to see this movie because they've made it sound so fucking great. The reviews on it were so, but that doesn't mean shit. I want to watch.
And Andrew McCarthy's in that.
Andrew McCarthy is like the 10th billed actor. I mean, look at this cast. Like I said, Nolte, Griffin, Palmentary, Madsen, Penn, Treat Williams, Connolly, Daniel Bolden, and then Andrew McCarthy, and then following McCarthy, John Malkovich and Kyle Chandler. Look at that fucking
It
cast.
says if you have Prime, you can watch it for free.
Oh, I'll be watching it for free.
We have Prime at my other job. Like I share my HBO and like Showtime with them, and someone shares their Prime, someone shares their Netflix, that kind of shit. So so I've got Prime at work that's not really mine. Someone shares ESPN Plus there, so we all kind of whore off each other, I guess. Yeah, but I've never even heard of this. Yeah, I would watch that too, I guess.
Yeah, every time I've seen previews of it, it looks really good. It's because I love 50s crime movies, film noir, and so this is kind of a more modern noir film. So it looks great. By the way, PJ in the chat room says, "Have you ever seen Lucky Number 11?"
Yeah, I saw that at the theater.
What'd you think?
Lucky Number 11. I'm trying to think what year that was. Maybe 2007,
2006.
I remember Bruce Willis and the guy that God, what's his name? He sort of just fell off the face of the earth.
Josh Hartnett.
Yeah, like where did he go?
Yeah.
Like, Josh Hartnett. Yeah, that with Morgan Freeman maybe was in that.
Morgan Freeman is in it. The very, very sexy, always sexy Lucy Liu.
That was a good film. I enjoyed it. I don't think I've watched it since, but yeah, I saw that at the theater when it was in the theater.
Yeah, PJ says that he loves that movie. That it's great twist and plot. All right, guys, it is time for me to wrap this up. I am running out of gas. I got to get up early tomorrow. You get to sleep in tomorrow, huh?
I do, but I'll be doing both jobs tomorrow, and plus I have a meeting. When I got off work at 8, I got to stick around for a fucking like supervisor meeting at 8:30, and that's who knows how long that's gonna last. So,
hey, you got a quick sex story you want to share before we say goodnight?
Yeah, last week's didn't go over well. I'm trying to think. I don't know what I've told when I haven't. All right. How about have I told you the one where I took a girl's virginity and she was 30?
No. Holy cow. How much did you pay her?
Oh, come on. So this was actually last year. I was with her the day my mom died. This isn't the day I took her virginity. I went back for seconds. But she's a really good lady. But I was. Now you're gonna say what? And I thought you said she was. But I was the third dude that she had tried to fuck. Now the first guy, and this is based upon what she told me. It's not like I interviewed the guys, but I believe her. The first guy was a diabetic or something, and he was on a bunch of medicine and couldn't keep his dick hard. So every time they'd be fucking, he never took care of the hymen.
They did so.
So the second guy, she says because first off, she was one of these girls that had in her head she wanted to wait till she got married. So then she decided, she's like, fuck this, I'm 30 years old now. Fuck it, I want to fuck. Like, what am I waiting on? I'm 30.
Yeah. So
like I said, they had the diabetic guy. The second guy, she said, they would fuck and he would come in like 2 minutes every time. She said they probably fucked 5-6 times, and every time he came 2-3 minutes. She's like, I'm not exaggerating. She said, I went to my gynecologist, and she said she asked the lady, her gynecologist, she said, is there something wrong with me? Why won't my hymen break? Is there something wrong with me? Is it me? Because I've slept with 2 guys and blah, blah, blah. And she said that the gynecologist almost laughed at her and was like, nah, you just need to have sustained sex or whatever. So she told me this story, and I have to sub-reference to my own situation. When I was a kid, and I had told you, I think, that I rode a bicycle when I lost my virginity for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was 14, but the whole time I was worried about, and trust me, this is pertinent, the whole time I was worried that my balls are sweating because I'd ridden a bike in June. So I was like, God damn, like, I probably smell bad, so I couldn't come. And then the second time I got a shot with that girl, which was the last time, same girl, I had a bad condom. It was like non-lubricated, and I couldn't feel shit. And it was tight on my dick, so I didn't get laid again for 2 years until I was still 16, but about to turn 17. And that whole time I was like, what was wrong with me? I was like, why didn't I come? Why didn't I enjoy it? Why am I gay and I don't know it? I was like, what's wrong with me? And so when she told me that she asked the gynecologist, what is wrong with me? It wasn't like, because she said, well, I'm not trying to get you to pity fuck me. I said, no, it's not. It's, if anything, it's an empathy fuck. I get it. I feel like for 2 years, from 14 to 16, I felt like, what is wrong with me? Like, I was afraid the second girl I was with, because I was like, what if I fuck up again like they did the first one? So I really wanted to do this for her. But then I thought in the back of my head, like, I didn't have some sort of turn on by it either, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I was kind of like, I don't want to say turned off, but definitely intimidated by it. Cause like, I want the girl to be experienced, and like, I don't want to shit on Islam, but like, 82 virgins or whatever. Let me trade 79 of those for a whore, But anyway, no offense to anybody that's Islamic. So, but my point is so we get there, we're doing it. And it felt like at first I was like, man, it just feels like I'm not in the right angle, It's like I'm just not in right. Like, what the fuck, So we fucked maybe 5-6 minutes, perhaps, something like that. And then I was like, oh man, it's in right now. And I looked down and there's blood everywhere. Oh, no. She wasn't bullshitting. So I said, Amy, I was like, are you okay? She's like, yeah. What's wrong? I was like, nothing. You're okay? She's like, yeah. What's wrong? I was like, I swear to you, nothing's wrong. But are you hurt? She's like, no. What's wrong? I was like, don't look down, but I think we broke the wall. And she was like, oh my God, thank you. Yeah. So we got her hymen, and I was like George Washington chopping down the cherry tree. Only in America.
That is an excellent way to close this episode of Dan and Aldo Bare Their Souls. I can't wait till next week, Dan.
I'm almost out of sex stories now, I think.
We'll have to start talking about Dan's masturbation stories.
We'll write some fan fiction.
Yeah. By the way, I sent you some lines, some like sex talk lines and so forth. So
we did that one week.
Yeah, I need you to record some of those for me, and because I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna try to do something funny. So we'll set that up for the near future. We got a lot of fun things coming up. The Factor just joined in. He just joined in for the best part. This truly is. It seems like our audience numbers get higher and higher the later we go. So I think a lot of people are just kind of used to us. When we started on Monday, we would start around 10 o'clock or so. So I think that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, the one night we started, it was like midnight Eastern. we literally went from, like, for me, it was like midnight to 4.
That's right.
Yeah,
the Factor says really the Factor says that your bad sex stories are really funny ones. So
bad. There are some bad ones, but I've done some good work over the years too, though. I can't say by the virgin story that I felt vindicated. I was like, my penis feels like it's won an award or something. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I was like, what if I can't break this fucking high? What if there is something wrong with this bitch? I don't know. No, she's such a good girl. She really is.
Oh Lord, that is hilarious. BJ says like, Dad better get laid a couple of times this week so we have a story for next week.
Yeah, I haven't been laid in several weeks now, but like I said, I've just been so busy. Plus, it's not like people are flocking to the house to fuck anyway, but I mean, maybe I could get laid, but I haven't. I mean, I've just been too busy. Yeah. So I need to get some. That would be fun.
Well, the Factor asked a question. I don't want you to respond to it, but I think it'll be a good tease for next week. He wants to know, what is your absolute worst sex story of all time? So we'll save that for next week. I think that's an excellent tease. It is time for us to say goodbye. Dan, you've been great again all show. I want to thank Larro Golden. He was fantastic too. And remind people that you can listen to Larro and his co-host Chris Amundsen talking Chicago Bulls basketball, Bulls 101. It's a really interesting show that these guys have developed. It is really for the diehard Bulls fan, because they do talk a lot of X's and O's, but occasionally they have a show that is just super fun. They had David Kaplan on, who just is a outstanding storyteller. They have had a guy named C. Red Fred, who is just again, an excellent storyteller, and it was just a very funny. So from time to time, they've got really cool shows. So give it a try. It's on demand here on the YouTube channel, and if you want to join us live, it's Saturday at 11 p.m. odd time, but that's what kind of works out for the guys. And then tomorrow, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday, right?
Yes.
This is
June the 9th.
June the 9th. Oh man. We've got the guys are talking hockey tomorrow. Joey and Vinny Parisi are talking hockey. So that's always fun. And then on Thursday, their show Crosstown Crosstalk. So, and that's with David Kaplan. That's pretty much what we got for the next couple of days. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but I'm tired, and it is time to say goodbye. Dan, any shout outs or any goodbyes that you want to say?
Oh, I want to thank everybody that's interacted with us tonight in the chat room.
Yeah, a lot of people.
You're the one with the whole cast of characters there.
Retro TV.
I don't want to steal like Phil's his gimmick anyway.
Yeah, let's not do that. Retro TV and Movie says maybe we should set up a GoFundMe page just so that way we can buy some hookers for you. You could have some more stories.
No.
That would be kind of cool. Is if we raised enough money to get you like a really high priced hooker. And then that way you could share the story with us.
The only way I would do that if it was something I've not done before. Like I would like to sleep with an Arab lady, like a Palestinian lady.
Ooh,
I would pay for that. There's very limited population of that where I'm from. Usually where I'm from, everyone's either white or black.
All right. So, an exotic woman from the Middle East will be searching the prostitute.
No, I don't want any bullshit. Like, even if she's American, I want her to like tell me that she's against Israel. I want her to be a real Palestinian lady.
That's right.
Not that I'm an anti-Semite. I'm not an anti-Semite now. I'm just saying I want it to be authentic, though. Like Larry David had an episode where that was called Palestinian Chicken.
Okay.
Curb Your Enthusiasm, when she's fucking him and she's like, I'm gonna fuck the Jew out of you. And she says, I want you to occupy my pussy the way your people occupy my land. It's so great.
That is hilarious. Well, I'll be looking for a Palestinian hooker in Cleveland when you and I are there in late September.
You all want me to get laid too much for some reason. I thought we were going to do a panel or something when I was in Cleveland.
Yeah, we're going to do something, but we might do more than something. We definitely got to find a Palestinian hooker.
Maybe we can find Bernie Kosar. He seems to have an alcohol problem and get drunk with Bernie.
That would be awesome.
Weekend at Bernie's 3.
All right, everybody. I could stay here all night laughing, but I got to get some sleep. Good night, everybody.
Be well, sir.